Let me introduce you to a world where power and money can get you anything. But then, out of nowhere, a guy with absolutely nothing shows up. And what does he do? He starts handing out lessons to everyone, dudes, ladies, and especially the jerks who mess with ladies. Let's get into it. The Valhalla Academy is one of the top 3 hunter institutes on the entire planet. Every single year, tons of aspiring hunters try to get in, but with a success rate of only 1 in 500, not many make the cut, and even then, only 150 students manage to graduate. You can tell the level of difficulty is basically life on hard mode. On the very first day of class, there's already a whole crowd of students training, and, believe me, anything goes. We're talking people with bare fists going up against opponents with swords. Keeping an eye on all this is the senior combat instructor, Lee Sang-cheo. After a bit, a man named Yu Min-jun arrives to check on the candidate from his family who is definitely worth all the hype. Yu So-yan from the Yin family, one of the 5 most prestigious families in Korea. Everyone who crosses her path gets totally wiped out, thanks to her incredible talent with mana and the sword. She's a serious rising star, but she doesn't really catch the instructor's attention until someone mentions that her family has communicated with a Constellation guardian from the Yusin family. Now times gets the instructor's full attention. In this world, there are 5 chosen ones who are the Constellation guardians, and it's pretty normal for hunters to receive blessings and protection from them or even to form a contract. Each of these 5 guardians has a totally different power. The Yin family is backed by the god of the sword, the Zhang's family has the god of spirits, the Jin Shou family has the god of martial arts, the Owen family has the god of fists, and the John family has the god of the bow, Yuan. Being able to talk to a guardian makes you a certified genius with unbelievable potential. Passing the academy's test should be a piece of cake, or so they say. This is such a big deal that the whole world is watching through cameras as the 17-year-old super talent goes up against Kim Joo-hyak, who is also 17. The instructors are even a little shocked at how unbelievably calm the boy is, knowing exactly who he's facing. Confident in an easy win, the fight kicks off. Our girl draws her sword, but there's no trace of the boy. She decides to just go for the attack. Her swordsmanship was flawless, and her control of mana was so precise. But folks, you won't believe this, he just clocks her right in the chest with a single punch and wins the fight. Our protagonist actually seemed a bit let down by how easy it was. And now, we get the whole story. Flashing back 300 years in the past, to the Tower of Destruction. A legendary fight was going down between the owner of the Tower of Destruction, Brace, the King of Destruction, and the Martial King, Hon O. Even though it seemed like an even match, the fight ended with a victory for the Martial King. Let's just say a foot met a face, so much for equality. By defeating the King of Destruction, who was trying to wipe out the world, he saved the Earth, but his own injuries were incredibly severe. As the tower began to collapse with its owner's defeat, the brave Martial King couldn't find a way to escape. All he had time for was to grumble about how he was always broke, became a hunter just to survive, and wouldn't even be able to enjoy the money, fame, and power he'd always dreamed about. Before he even entered the tower, he stopped his own disciples from following him because it was way too dangerous, and in the end, he was right. But hey, at least if it was only him getting crushed by all the debris, he figured he could be happy with that. And right there, you can see exactly why he deserved to be reincarnated. He totally earned it. And so, he was reborn into the body of a boy 300 years after that fateful day in the tower. Even though his old world was destroyed, all his knowledge from his past life carried over. So, despite being in this new, weaker body, he's still incredibly strong. He's on Earth now, where things are peaceful, giving him the chance to live the quiet life he's always dreamed of. But, as we all know, good things don't last forever. And just like that, a curse system window popped up, warning him that in just 5 years, the dreaded Tower of Destruction would reappear, right here in this world, and that the great hero needed to get ready. In other words, the peaceful life our hero was hoping for was pretty much over. He even thinks to himself that he should have just burned Brace's body to a crisp or something. But hey, no use crying over spilled milk. He figures that in this era, the tower's challenges should be way easier. So he decides he's going to have his peaceful life and enjoy it anyway. Even with this new warning, the system also gives him a quest: find his lost weapons and memories. To do that, he has to head to a place called Valhalla. And get this, the system gives him the exact address, even though he has no clue what these supposed weapons or memories even are. Not even knowing what kind of place Valhalla was, he heads off to the academy there. On his very first day, he takes down the most promising female student with a single punch. So much for trying to fly under the radar, right? On the final day, his opponent is a 17-year-old who looks like the Hulk, from the Owen family, better known as the Kings of the Fist. The instructor is watching our guy like a hawk this time, and his opponent knows exactly what went down on that first day but is still brimming with confidence. That's probably because our protagonist doesn't look like much of a threat. He even starts talking trash, saying he's going to end him in this fight, but this Hulk-like dude was using some weird slang that our hero just couldn't understand. When the big guy finally clarified that he meant he was going to send him to the great beyond, our protagonist just casually told him to take a seat and chill out. Well, his opponent was absolutely livid. The guy's whole talent, the reason he's even here, is his incredible physique. His body is basically perfect, and with hardly any training, he gets the same results as a certified genius. And now, here he is, this supposed prodigy, getting completely clowned on by our hero. Furious, he charges at our protagonist, just radiating pure rage. Now, our guy knows his current body isn't nearly as strong as his opponent's, and he recognizes this punch could actually send him packing. So, naturally, he dodges, and in the next moment, he sweeps the muscle-bound guy right off his feet. Just look at that form. Our hero then unleashes a famous move we all know, the mighty chest slap. And just like before, with a single hit, his opponent was totally defeated. You see, he's got tons of experience and he was banking on his opponent being a bit of a meathead. There's your first lesson, everyone take notes. The next lesson is all about how to charm the ladies and make them fall for you with the fist of love. Our protagonist wins again, feeling confident that even though his body is weak, he'll eventually become even stronger than he was in his past life. And this whole spectacle was seen by everyone there, and it was even broadcast live. This meant tons of scouts from major teams were watching our protagonist totally shine among kids from elite families. One of those spectators is the head of the Kings of the Fist family. He watched the whole fight, and as an expert martial artist, he immediately recognized our hero's incredible talent. And here's a little tidbit. The Hulk guy is actually his eldest son. The father just sighs, saying his son was reckless as always and went all in on his first attack. But the most amazing part was that our protagonist was faster and handled the situation like a true master, and he knows everyone else must have noticed it too. Now, the old man is determined to recruit our protagonist into his family, no matter what it takes. Our hero's next fight has a seriously shady-looking audience, which really gets on his nerves because it's just a bunch of grown men giving a young girl some really unsettling looks. This also happens to be the final fight to decide the rankings for everyone accepted into Valhalla. So, his next challenger is the second daughter of the Choy family, a 17-year-old named Choy Arin. Well, she's definitely easier on the eyes than the last one. Let's see if her skills are just as impressive. Her opening move is to analyze her opponent's reaction. This creates a pretty awkward standoff where they're both just standing still. Our protagonist picks up on it right away. Hey, this one's actually using her brain. She's waiting for him to make the first move, which already puts her way ahead of the others. So, he decides to play along and calmly moves his massive hand. As he approaches her, she suddenly unleashes her lightning sword, wowing everyone with her incredible talent for using an elemental skill at her age. All the while, our protagonist just watches this, totally cool and collected. The moment she sees an opening, she goes for it, with everything she's got. A powerful slash that cuts through absolutely nothing but air. He dodged so fast that he reappeared right beside her in an instant. I gotta admit, even I was startled by that. Imagine how she felt. Then, he goes for his famous chest slap. She was caught completely off guard, but she wasn't totally unprepared, managing to block the strike with her sword. Our guy is starting to see that this girl has some real potential. Arin felt her entire body vibrate from the impact and knew that if that had connected directly, it would have been lights out. Then, once again, our protagonist appears right in front of her before she can even process it. This time, he's even taunting her, telling her to dodge. This next attack, a short, powerful punch lands right on her stomach, pinning her own sword against her, and she collapses. Out cold. Another fight down, and he didn't hold back just because she was a girl. Now that's the kind of protagonist Kazuma would definitely approve of. With that result, the final student rankings are in. Kim Joo-huk in first place, Choy Arin in second, and some other guy in third, along with a bunch of other extras the manhwa didn't bother showing. Being number one at the best academy in the world naturally means a million reporters swarmed him right after the event, shouting all sorts of questions. Our protagonist got so fed up that he gave them all a very clear, one-fingered gesture, and then he shared a few colorful thoughts about them on national television. As you can imagine, the internet comments on that video were wild. Later, at Valhalla, the accepted students gathered to enroll. For our protagonist, it was just another day, but all the other kids were so nervous. They looked like they hadn't slept a wink. He also noticed that none of them dared to even look him in the eye. Could it be they were afraid of getting the same beatdown? He then wonders if he attracted a little too much attention yesterday. His whole plan was just to get into the most important academy in the world, go where the system told him, and then bounce on the very first day. The students were all led to a virtual combat simulation room. Their new professor was already having a minor meltdown. This year, his class had 3 geniuses from the 5 main families, 2 cute girls, and that hot-headed Hulk. Just that lineup was enough to make him nervous. But then it hits him. The guy who defeated all 3 of them is also in his class. The poor professor felt sick, and you could practically see his blood pressure plummet. After he finally pulls himself together, he starts the lesson, introduces himself, and immediately throws everyone for a loop by teleporting them to what looks like a completely different place. Judging by the lab's name, it's a simulation of another location. He kicks off a goblin attack simulation while projecting this intense aura of bloodlust to give the students a taste of the real world. This is so realistic it even spooks the geniuses from the main families. To them, it looks like hundreds of goblins are ready to devour them whole. Goblins appear everywhere. You just have to see the size of these things. The professor was pretty satisfied with himself for scaring the students, but he noticed one kid who seemed completely unfazed. So, the professor calls the student over and asks him about it, that he could take on all the monsters outside by himself. This got our hero thinking. The professor's real goal was to knock him down a peg, trying to deflate the star student's ego by giving him an impossible task he'd have to refuse, since no normal student could ever pull that off. He was just waiting for our hero to admit he couldn't handle the goblins, which would put the kid right back in his place. But, to everyone's shock, our protagonist just cracked a little smile that really ticked off the professor. As Kim Huk said, he could totally do it. The professor, absolutely fuming, just yelled at him to go ahead and try. But before accepting, our hero had a question. He asked about the reward, figuring this had to be some kind of special test. He wasn't going to do it for free. He'd only go if the professor made a bet with him. That just sent the professor over the edge, who shot back that he'd do absolutely anything the kid wanted. I mean, just imagine the possibilities with a promise like that. The professor started explaining the monster's attack patterns, but our hero cut him off, saying none of that mattered, he just needed a sword. The professor handed one over, and just like that, our boy stepped out. Beyond the protective barrier, everyone inside freaked out, while the professor secretly hoped the kid's arrogance would be his downfall. But all they could see were these incredibly swift slashes, revealing tiny flashes of our hero's cool and detached expression. He was thinking to himself that it had been 300 years since he'd last held a sword to fight, back when he was a child in his past life. Back then, he didn't have these kinds of skills. But now, he's back in his younger body with all the talent of a martial king. So when a giant goblin tried to swing at him, our hero dodged it without even breaking a sweat. Everyone inside the barrier was just glued to the scene. The sword, the professor, gave him looked like total junk, so it was mind-boggling how he could slice through anything with it. Of course, the high and mighty geniuses from the noble families were seething with jealousy, but one of them was actually moved by the display, even blushing a little. Our hero effortlessly defeated every single goblin and then told the professor that for his reward, he wanted to go to the Hall of Constellations. He made sure to remind him not to back out of a promise. So, in the practical lesson, our hero was basically a god, but when it came to the theory class, well, that was a different story. Our hero was totally wiped out. This, he thought, was the hardest battle he'd fought in 300 years. The protagonist suddenly remembered he'd never actually been to school before, and this thing they called math was absolutely terrifying. At the end of the day, everyone started heading back to the dorms. Our hero was thinking about the constellations, since he didn't know the first thing about them. 300 years ago, that stuff didn't even exist. From what he gathered, Constellation was a title for people who gained immense fame and power, basically treated like gods. They were usually hunters who reached the absolute peak of their strength. Valhalla Academy is located in South Korea, and it's the 3rd largest academy in the world, holding a ton of Constellation relics. He was mulling over all sorts of things about this new world, but the really interesting part is that someone was tailing him. Then we cut to the teacher's lounge, where that same humiliated professor is telling the story of what happened in his class. During the scene, a senior instructor mentions how some new student defeated 120 monsters in the simulation, and that's when we find out that our hero, or at least the body he's in, is an orphan who doesn't come from any big-shot family. If he'd been hiding his power all along, it wouldn't make sense for him to draw so much attention to himself during the academy's entrance exam. The professor then asks for permission to take our protagonist to the place he requested, doing so while still feeling pretty down about his troublemaking class, just to make himself feel a little better. While a professor was complaining about having 3 students from noble families in his class, a senior instructor told him he was lucky he didn't get the exchange student from England, since foreign nobles are even more of a handful. Realizing his friend had it even worse, the professor suddenly felt a lot better about his own job. Hey, nothing cheers you up like seeing someone else's lawn looking worse than yours. Anyway, back to our hero. Aram had followed him and was now just staring. She stood there for a good while, making him wonder what she wanted. Was she looking for another beatdown? Nah, just kidding. She was there to ask him to teach her swordsmanship. Our protagonist, ever the straight shooter, flat out said no without a second thought. She pushed back, asking why not. Getting annoyed, he told her he just plain didn't want to. After that, he said he was leaving, but the persistent girl just replied, "Teach me swordsmanship." But I said no, for crying out loud. He even asked if she was deaf, repeating that he'd said no and telling her to move it before walking off. And can you guess what happened next? She just stood there, thinking, "Teach me swordsmanship." The very next day, our protagonist, Kim Hyak, was peacefully sitting in class, mulling over just how weak his body was, with its terrible mana control and absolutely zero magical power. The only way to fix this was to find times that one thing asterisk. All of a sudden, someone walked up to him. It was the troublesome exchange student from England, Rocco Ventry, of the Ventry family, tailed by his assistant, Uriah Felix. Since our hero knew next to nothing about this world, he had no clue who this kid was or why his fancy family name was supposed to matter. The arrogant student got ticked off, assuming the protagonist was just some ignorant commoner, but he calmly explained his family's importance and asked if he wanted to get stronger. The boy went on about the main families and their subordinate lineages, and how a branch member could never truly reach the top. He boasted that the Ventry family was special because they had a Constellation guardian in their lineage, which gave them massive global influence thanks to the Raven Mask. The snooty kid was really starting to ramble, so our protagonist just told him to shut it, saying he had no interest in hearing this garbage. Ventry had to double-check, asking if he'd really heard what the protagonist just said to him. Our hero shot back even harder, calling him a bonehead and saying he wasn't interested in him or in talking to people who just kiss up to get ahead. The guy looked like he was about to blow a gasket, but just then, someone ordered all the students to take their seats for class. The arrogant noble whipped his head around angrily to see who would dare speak to him that way. It was the senior instructor. The instructor added that it didn't matter what family he was from in this academy, he would either listen to the instructors or get out. Completely humiliated, he stormed out of the room, promising they would meet again. As our protagonist was leaving after class, thinking over what he'd learned, someone snuck up behind him and said, "Teach me swordsmanship." She was back to ask again, and once again, he said no. Meanwhile, in the dorm room of that arrogant foreigner from England, he was trashing the place in a rage after being put in his place by our hero. To really drive home what a jerk he was, he ordered Uriah to do something she clearly didn't want to. He grabbed her by the hair, threatening to have her kicked out of her family's service, and all sorts of other nasty things until she finally gave in. His order was to call someone named Darara and tell them to take care of Ju Hayek. While some people were plotting against him, our protagonist was back in his room trying to train his magic, but it wasn't working with such a weak and unrefined body. Right in the middle of his training, his mind drifted to that crazy stalker girl who seemed to be following him absolutely everywhere, begging him to teach her fencing. Every time he ran into her, he couldn't figure he'd be willing to give her a lesson for a cool 10 million. He threw that out there as he was walking away, but then the girl actually asked for his phone. A little bewildered, he handed it over, and Aram quickly punched in her number before giving it back. Now, I was totally thinking she was about to ask him for a date, but this wild girl went and transferred a whopping 100 million straight to his account, saying, "That's for 10 fencing lessons." Our hero immediately sent the money back, insisting it was just a joke, and then bounced. A little later, he started thinking that maybe having some cash wouldn't be so terrible, but he quickly snapped out of it, remembering that money would be the least of his worries once he got his hands on that thing. So, dressed up like he was about to do some serious construction work, our guy headed out to find it, hunting for a secret 300-year-old vault hidden somewhere in the Academy's mountains. He figured there had to be at least 3 or 4 of them tucked away. Using the tiny bit of magic he had, he sent out a mana wave to try and pinpoint the vault's locations. Once he got to the spot, he whipped out a shovel and started digging. But his body was so pathetically weak that not even a minute in, he was totally gassed. He took a breather, thinking to himself that he really should have buried the vault a little closer to the surface back in the day, and then got back to digging. It took him the entire night, but he finally hit the jackpot. He felt around for the lock, and then crafted a magical key that only someone who knew the specific shape could create. And just like that, voila, the vault creaked open, and we're in. The place was absolutely stuffed with gold, but our guy wasn't there for the bling. What he was really after were the mana storage stones, the real prize. These things had been sitting here for over 300 years and were still in perfect condition. With these, he'd finally have enough mana to give his wimpy body a serious upgrade. Plus, there was so much gold piled up that he couldn't possibly carry it all. So, the next day at school, after pulling an all-nighter digging, every single one of his muscles was screaming in protest. Sure enough, Choy Arin was right there, ready to ask him again. Our hero was actually starting to feel bad for how persistent she was. He'd done a little digging on her family and found out that the Choy Jin clan was basically the only one that practiced fencing, so he had to ask why she wasn't just learning from her own relatives. Her answer? It had to be him, because she'd never seen anyone in her entire family handle a sword better than he did. And yeah, our protagonist was just as shocked as you are hearing this. I mean, her own father is the head of this legendary fencing family, and he's apparently not as good as our guy. Just as she was about to say more, a teacher came over and politely called for Ji-Huk. What, now? It's about that thing you requested earlier. See ya, kid. Choy Arin looked like she was about to press her case again but stopped herself. And then, like a miracle, Ji-Huk said, "Tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning, on the training field." The girl could hardly believe her ears. She was actually going to get a lesson, and for free. After that, he headed over to the teacher's office. The professor told him they needed to make it quick since there was a class starting up soon. It turns out our hero's request for access to the Constellation building had been approved. He just had to head down to the school's basement, with the one catch being that he couldn't go past a certain floor. Ji-Huk was cool with that, so later that night, after his classes were done, he made his way over. The professor seemed a little surprised that our guy didn't seem to mind being restricted to just the second floor of the building. Anyway, fast forward to the professor, leading our protagonist to the underground structure where Valhalla's treasures, also known as the Constellation Hall, were stored. This place was locked down tight, with way more security here than even at the main entrance to the academy, which just goes to show how big of a deal this place is. Our hero took a look around and noticed that the tower walls above were absolutely plastered with protective magic seals, pushed to the absolute max. You know, the kind of thing someone might do if they were, hypothetically, trying to get down to the sneak onto the second floor unnoticed. Catching on to his sneaky plan, the professor warned him he'd be arrested or even expelled for even trying, and that it wouldn't work anyway. On top of that, the professor explained that on the second floor, the power of the constellations flowed completely unchecked, and anyone who went in would have their mind shattered by that power, go totally bonkers. Our hero asked a few more questions like this before going in, making the professor wonder if he was about to get into some serious trouble because of this kid. He was having his doubts, but once the protagonist walked in, there was nothing he could do. Inside, our hero confirmed it. The system said his memories and weapons were on the 5th underground floor, but that he couldn't enter. Well, that's what he came for, so he just started heading down anyway. As he went down the first set of stairs, he spotted several vaults and not much else. The system then popped up, saying the requirements had been met and that he was being moved to the main hall. Everything went dark until our hero saw the former king of destruction, who recognized him right back. Bar said it had been 300 years since they'd last met. What a grand reunion. The guy didn't even get to finish his sentence before catching a fist right in the mouth. Our protagonist was furious. The dude asked him to calm down and immediately got another punch on the other side of his face. He asked for calm one more time and got a third punch, straight to the mouth. 40 punches later, our hero finally got tired, now allowing the guy to talk. Just kidding. The protagonist then started with the kicks. After 32 kicks, Bar finally managed to speak, explaining that this was just an imaginary world, a space inside a relic, and that this body wasn't even real. The big explanation was that the King of Destruction had become a constellation, but our protagonist didn't care one bit and socked him in the mouth again. After waiting outside for a solid 30 minutes, Professor saw Ju-Hoo walk out without any issues. The relieved professor asked if he did anything he shouldn't have inside. Our hero replied that he didn't do a thing. If he had gone down from the first floor, his mind would have broken, right? The professor agreed and left, thinking what a sly kid this protagonist was. On his way out, our hero thought about the conversation he just had. 99% of it was punches, and the other 1% was him asking if the King of Destruction made that system window. The one informing him that in 5 years, the Tower of Destruction would reappear. Bar said it wasn't him. In fact, Bar revealed that he also received a system window message telling him to recover his memories by meeting the reincarnated Kim Ju-Huk. He explained that in the past, some mysterious person made him the owner of the Tower of Destruction, but he couldn't remember the rest of his past life. Unlike our protagonist, who remembered every last detail from the past, they compared what their system messages said. And finally, Bar revealed that the protagonist's weapon was actually one of the 4 sacred relics, and Bar himself became a constellation simply because he used that sword as a relic. You little. Now the protagonist was completely lost. His own sword became a relic, and inside it was a constellation who just happened to be his former enemy that he killed. He left with his sword, having basically just stolen a relic from the nation's most important academy. Okay, the maximum security here is an absolute joke. Some second-year academy students just chilling around saw the protagonist and decided to test if his first-place ranking from the entrance exam was really that big of a deal. Our protagonist calmly asked if they were really sure they wanted to do that. To get a beatdown, heard them say yes, so the first one on the list was the bald guy, who immediately got a chop to the throat and then a shot to his chest, which sent him flying like a startled pigeon. The leader of the pack looked away for just 1 second, and when he glanced back, the protagonist had his sword out, telling everyone to just come at him all at once. Honestly, I would have bailed, but I guess that's why they're the side characters. Now, let's rewind 3 hours, where the blonde leader was in a room with the English exchange student, who, surprise, was the one who hired him to teach Ji-Hook a lesson. The reward for this little job was some help for his family. The kid from the Sunrise family took the deal, figuring that as a second-year student, there was absolutely no way he could lose to a freshman. Here at Valhalla, you only make it to the second year if you've managed to clear the 4th floor and snag a contract with one of the constellations. So a guy like him, an official contractor, was totally confident he could crush our hero. Well, that's what he thought until he saw Ji-Hook wiping the floor with everyone like they were pesky insects, which made him rethink his life choices. It barely looked like a fight. In fact, the guys who took too long to attack got roughed up even worse than the others, which left them wondering if they should just run or accept their fate. In the end, everyone was squashed flat, with not a single one conscious. Our hero then woke the leader up with a gentle slap and asked who he was and who sent him. He gave up his name but refused to snitch on his employer. And you know what? The protagonist wasn't even mad about it. He respected the loyalty, even from a guy who just tried to jump him. The goon then had the nerve to threaten that our protagonist would be expelled once the academy found out he was fighting. But our boy just said, that's totally fine. Go ahead and spread the word that one first-year student mopped the floor with 10 second-year students. Cause if they believe you, all 10 of you are getting expelled, too, which would absolutely destroy any chance of joining a guild later on. So yeah, our protagonist won the fight times and times the argument. A little later, that jerk from England was just waiting for the call to hear that our hero had been turned into pulp. When his phone finally rang, he heard just one little phrase, I'm dropping the job. You better stay out of that guy's way. Goodbye. Ventry asked if they'd at least report Ji-Hook to the academy, promising that the Ventry family would support them even if they got expelled. But the kid just said nope and hung up. It turns out being terrified is a better motivator than money. After that, Ventry ordered a rogue member of his family who's currently in Mexico to deal with our protagonist for good. But the next morning, our hero was already up and ready to train. He'd set up a meeting with the fencing girl, and just as he was stretching, she appeared for her private lesson, announcing, "Teach me fencing." But our protagonist's response was a simple no. Before they could even think about fencing, they needed to work on her physical conditioning. The girl, who seemed to have a one-track mind, didn't really process anything beyond her request. She just kept thinking, teach me fencing. So, our protagonist had her start stretching, warning her the training was going to be intense. He noted that people these days only focus on training their mana and totally neglect their physical fitness, which is a huge rookie mistake. Even Aram, who has a ton of mana, would probably collapse if she ran 20 meters, which is honestly super relatable. They started off with 200 push-ups, then 1, 2, and 3 squats for the glutes, and a bunch of other gym exercises. After almost a whole hour, our hero cheerfully told her that this was just the beginning, and when he mentioned that they were about to go on a 20-kilometer run, the girl immediately regretted her life choices. Later on in the classroom, our protagonist was feeling that nice, satisfying burn from a good workout, while Aram looked like she was about to enter a pain-induced coma. Her arm was shaking so badly, so much it was like the thing had a mind of its own. On this particularly tough day, the teacher announced she was giving everyone a written test on dimensional monsters and asked for complete silence. The test was all about seeing how much they knew about handling these creatures. The girl with Mima's eyes breezed right through it. The big guy, on the other hand, looked totally lost, And Aram just wrote, teach me fencing for every single answer. Our hero was the first one done, just kicking back and waiting for the teacher to collect the papers when time ran out. She then asked everyone to pass their tests forward, starting from the back row. Aram's neck was so stiff she couldn't even turn around, so she had to ask for some help. Once everyone had cleared out of the classroom, the god of destruction living inside our protagonist's sword decided to speak up. He asked his master if he was really sure about the answers he wrote down. Judging by his tone, it sounded like they were all completely wrong. A little later, we find the teacher in the staff room, and she looks seriously ticked off about something. It turns out, among all the students, one had completely ignored every shred of common sense. She was absolutely furious with one particular student's answers as she was grading the tests from her normal class. Another teacher happened to walk by and asked how his students did on the exam. She told him they all did great, which was no surprise since they were the cream of the crop. That was great news, and he was about to leave with a smile. But the moment she mentioned our hero's name, he literally choked on his coffee. The teacher was livid about this student's test, and she decided that in the next class, she was going to call him out. 1 week later, during the next class, she had everyone stand up and called for Q-Fuck to step forward, which he did as cool as a cucumber. Her plan was to go over his answers in front of the whole class, hoping to embarrass him into taking his tests seriously from now on. In her opinion, there wasn't a single universe where his answers could possibly be considered correct. She flat out asked him if he had even tried to take the exam seriously. He said he did, so she started. Question 1. How do you deal with a goblin? His answer: punch it in the stomach. Then she moved on to the next one. When 8 goblins are charging at you, how do you defend yourself? His answer was, I'd send them all to the next life. The teacher was starting to get really annoyed. Totally fed up with these kinds of answers, she read the next question. What do you do against a monster with extremely high defense? And his brilliant response was, you defeat it with an even stronger hit. A punch will do. The teacher was about to go ballistic over this kid's nerve, but he stood there and confirmed every single one of his ridiculous answers in front of the whole class. So, to finally make him feel some shame and admit he messed up, she activated the simulation room to see his answers in action. A goblin with super high defense materialized, and she told him to go ahead and show the class how his answer was correct. Strangely enough, our protagonist didn't seem nervous at all. He just politely handed his test paper to the teacher, grabbed a sword, and sauntered over to the goblin. Now, the teacher knew he had already defeated 120 goblins in another professor's class, but facing a stone goblin with its insane defense was a whole different story. When it attacked, she was positive the boy was about to get a harsh dose of reality, but instead, the protagonist just casually tossed the sword at the stone goblin's stomach, and the monster completely shattered and was defeated. Just like he wrote, a solid hit to the gut really does solve everything. The entire class was, once again, completely floored by our protagonist's power, everyone except for Aram, of course, since she's already in on his secrets. Even the teacher was desperate to know how he pulled that off. He just shrugged and said it was all about hitting it in the stomach. He claimed there was no secret to it. The teacher was about to pull her hair out, but she still had to ask about the second question and the 8 angry goblins. All right, she said, prove your answer for that one. He actually looked bored and asked if this was really supposed to be a challenge. He kicks off the simulation, which pops up a cave full of goblins ready for a fight. 3 goblins immediately spot him, and the goal of the test was to strategically take them out before they could call their buddies. But before she could even finish that thought, our hero decked the first one, hopped on another, and gave the last one a pointy surprise right in its big mouth. He didn't give the goblins even a split second to call for backup. And that's how the teacher knew our guy's theories were 100% correct. In the days that followed, Aram basically just tried to survive the intense physical training before they could even get to the sword fighting part. In the end, the poor girl could hardly even stand up. Our protagonist was feeling the burn from the same training, but it was obvious that Aram's conditioning wasn't anywhere near his. When he asked how Aram planned to handle the class monsters, her answer was pretty straightforward. She'd just borrow power from the constellations. Just as our guys suspected, they were all skipping the hard work and just depending on these constellations for every single battle. It's not that he's totally against using them, but he wondered what would happen if they entered a dungeon that restricted magic or got stuck in a really long fight and ran out of mana. How exactly would they handle an emergency like that? He's a firm believer that true strength comes from within, and that you should only rely on outside help for a little convenience. So, he asked her if she thought all this stamina training was a big waste of time. Aram said no, she actually agreed with his lessons, but she only put herself through this because he promised he'd teach her fencing afterward. That answer told him she hadn't truly accepted his philosophy yet. While she might be done training for the day, his session was just getting started. In fact, he even offered to let her continue, but Aram was so wiped out she had to leave, worried she might actually kick the bucket. Imagine passing on before even learning to fence. For our protagonist, the absolute foundation of everything is having a powerful body, and only then focusing on mana control. That's why he takes this first step so seriously. Right beside him, the student he defeated earlier was still training, and he hadn't even noticed. This big dude never stopped working on his physique, even though he's considered the top dog in that area. He mentioned he trains there every single morning. After the big guy left, our protagonist realized that the kid's greatest strength was his determination. Aram, on the other hand, had incredible perception and a sharp eye for combat. After plenty of training, the protagonist checked in with the system about his next mission. He snuck down to the basement to grab his weapon, and left a perfect copy in its place. Now, the next step was a trip to a house in the Valhalla forest to get another valuable item. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't be cooped up in his school, he'd be out there enjoying the normal, luxurious life that he never had a chance to experience before. But on the bright side, these system missions at least give him an excuse to let loose whenever he wants. Besides, he was really curious to learn more about reincarnation. Meanwhile, across the world in England, at the Ventry mansion, the family, with a strange fondness for suspicious masks, Adelia Ventry was getting reports from her butler about various missions and about Rokdo Ventry, over in Korea, specifically about his recent contact with a banished member of the family, Desira Ventry. Desir was the black sheep of the Ventry clan because he'd used the family name to commit several crimes, which included going after 5 students at the school. He was booted from the clan at age 20 and now wanders the world, constantly bringing shame to the family name. Adelia, hearing that Rokdo was in touch with this character, ordered her people to keep a very close eye on him and to let Rokdo know that if he pulls anything funny, there will be serious consequences. If he slipped up again, he'd be expelled. Speaking of Adelia, besides being beautiful, she seems to have strong principles and is totally against those who abuse their family's power for personal gain. She believes the Ventric family's Constellation power should only be used for the greater good. These principles are her way of setting an example. Anyway, the story cuts to a class on how to not use Constellation powers for evil deeds. The teacher explains that anyone who misuses these abilities is basically a criminal, and the same goes for contractors who use constellations to commit crimes. As the lecture went on, our protagonist was just thinking about his current body. In his past life as a hero, at this same age, his physique was way worse than this kid's. And while it feels strange being in a weaker body compared to his prime, this one is developing incredibly fast with his knowledge, and he's sure it can become even stronger than his original self. He just doesn't understand why the previous owner was so out of shape with such awful mana circulation at this age. Basically, the original kid in this body wasn't meant to be weak, and he still has no idea what happened to the boy who was here before him. During class, Mima gets his attention and slides him a note with just the word "hey" on it. He can't figure out for the life of him why this girl wouldn't just write what she actually wanted. A whole note just for that. He's starting to think all the girls here are a little nuts. Later on, in the last class of the day, the teacher announces that they'll have permission to leave the academy over the weekend, but they have to let the campus office know first if they plan to go. Our protagonist heads over to sign out for the weekend when suddenly someone calls out "hey" to him. He turns around and sees it's the discount bin version of Mima. Our hero immediately asks if she enjoys following people around and making selfish requests, and what the deal was with sending a useless note that said nothing. He demands she just spit out what she wants from him, but the girl just looks embarrassed and shy, completely unable to say a word. It's not hard to get on our protagonist's nerves, so he tells her to say it or get lost, you crazy girl. She can't manage to say what she wants, but she does manage to ask why he's calling her crazy. In reality, Mima wanted to ask the protagonist how he managed to obliterate a goblin with a dinky sword and no magic. It shouldn't have been possible, he was so incredibly strong, especially for someone who didn't come from a rich family. She wanted to talk with him more, but her pride just wouldn't let her speak. After all, for a noble, asking a commoner for help is a huge deal. Just when it looked like she was finally going to ask, the teacher shows up and interrupts them. The protagonist was just trying to focus on his life goal, and girls just kept popping up everywhere. He even asked the teacher if she hates him after he embarrassed her in class. The teacher says she's not worried about that at all. She used to believe there was only one way to handle those situations, but he opened her eyes to other possibilities. She even says she's grateful to him. Then, the woman starts dragging the protagonist away, asking him to be her assistant. He turns her down flat, of course. His current plans don't involve relearning things he already knows how to do. Mima, in the end, couldn't get over the wall of her own pride, but realizing this didn't seem to make the girl sad in the slightest. Just another one who's bound to fall for the protagonist soon. Back in his room that night, our protagonist has a computer, but he's on his phone looking up places where he can sell the treasures he swiped from the safe. This place is called the Secret Market, a special space where folks from all over the world can come to trade. It's better known as the Black Market, thanks to all the shady characters who use it, leading our hero to believe the whole thing is illegal. But surprisingly, the government stays out of it, and that's because it was created by a very important Constellation guardian. Just as he's looking up how to get to the market, he gets a message from Arin, who has a very unique way of texting. She loves sending tons of emojis and makes everything sound like a huge tragedy, when really, she just wanted to say that she's going to miss training because she has to go on a trip. He found her dramatic flair pretty funny, but was he laughing times at times her? That's what Arin thought, but he wasn't at all. He just wanted to wish her a safe trip, and boy, does she really love sending those emojis. He has to get off the phone before she floods his screen completely. So, the next day, he heads to an abandoned cafe in search of this so-called market. He walks inside and simply turns right, going through what looks like a perfectly normal door, only to step out into a totally different place, where it's already nighttime. The scene feels strangely familiar to him, like a memory from his past life. But before he can think too hard about why that is, someone calls out to him. A guy in a leather jacket is there to collect the entrance fee of 2 million. This guy gives access to the market and helps out the customers. Our hero pulls out a brick of cash he won as a prize for placing first at the academy, deciding to use it for his little investment. The main goal for today is to sell some jewels from his secret stash. The man in the leather jacket gives him a quick rundown of how the market works and suggests checking out Morris's shop at the end of the street for selling any lower value jewels he might have. Before he lets him go, the man hands our protagonist a mask. Almost everyone here likes to keep their identity a secret, and even though our guy doesn't really care, it's probably best to follow local customs. As he walks around, he sees everyone is wearing a mask. Once he finds Morris's shop, he says he has a few things he'd like to get appraised for a potential sale. He then pulls a simple bag from his backpack and sets it on the counter. After all, what kind of high-value items could a simple student possibly have? Morris picks up one of the rings to analyze it and, to his utter shock, he nearly has a heart attack on the spot. It was an artifact from the era of destruction, something incredibly rare. Morris frantically checks every single item in the bag and realizes they are all priceless relics from an ancient time. The protagonist is eager to know the value of his items, but Morris is way more curious about how a kid like him got these things. Morris admits he can't say what they're worth right off the bat and apologizes. The rings are so unbelievably expensive that Morris doesn't have the cash to even think about buying them. Before our hero can respond, Morris asks where on earth he got these rings. Our protagonist casually mentions that he thought those kinds of questions weren't asked here, and he's right, it's against the rules. The simple truth is, Morris has no idea what these items are worth. They're so valuable that he suggests the best course of action is to auction the rings, right here in the market, though that would probably take 2 or 3 weeks. Still, our hero presses him for an estimate of what he thinks they would go for at auction. While he can't be certain, Morris shows him a number, saying this would be the absolute minimum. Even though Hon was familiar with rarities in his past life, he was not prepared for a number this high. He literally couldn't even count all the zeros. The protagonist is ready to sell them to Morris for that price right now, but Morris admits he only has about a quarter of that amount in his entire safe. Even so, even though the offer was nearly 5 times lower than the lowest auction price, our hero decided to take the deal. Morris, on the other hand, was blown away by how good the offer was, because truthfully, the value of these items isn't just about how rare they are. The real kicker is that the Constellations, the big shots who rule the world since the Age of Destruction, are super drawn to these things. So, let me give you the quick rundown of the story. 300 years back, a hero named Hon O took down the King of Destruction, a guy named Brace who owned the Tower of the End, and saved the entire world from being totally wiped out. Unfortunately, Hon O went down with the tower, only to be reincarnated 300 years later as a 17-year-old kid named Kim Jue. And get this, he soon finds out that the new constellations that popped up while he was gone are actually his old disciples, who've been searching for him all this time. Back in the present, Morris knows for a fact these items are the real deal. He can still feel the strong energy of destruction coming off them. Plus, anyone who gets their hands on one of these can score a contract with one of the most powerful S-rank constellations out there. So naturally, Morris buys the whole lot. But a little while later, someone mysterious pays him a visit, raising some serious questions. Meanwhile, our hero heads home. He'd sold everything for a price 5 times lower than market value because he needed the cash fast and didn't want any awkward questions about where he got them. The sale made him so much money that he's basically set for life. Just as he was about to enjoy a peaceful trip home, his phone starts buzzing. It was that pushy teacher who somehow got his number from the school, and she was basically demanding that he join her for lunch right then and there. Even though he's loaded now, the moment she said she was paying, he just couldn't say no. Now, you're probably wondering what happened with Morris. Well, the person who showed up was none other than Black Cat, the actual owner of the market, which totally explains why Morris was so flabbergasted to see him. They hadn't spoken in all the years Morris had been there because Black Cat is a seriously big deal. The reason for this surprise visit was that Morris had requested to join the auction for the first time in ages, and Black Cat wanted to know what amazing item he was bringing. See, Black Cat actually works for the Constellation, who is the true owner of the market, and part of his job is to pre-screen items before the auction. You know, just in case his boss might want first dibs. And the second he laid eyes on those rings, the Constellation went absolutely wild. It just had to have those items for itself. The Constellation was practically begging for Morris's rings, and just like that, Morris was out a few very valuable rings. That night, the teacher who bothered her student on a weekend treated him to pizza and a huge plate of shrimp pasta, all in another attempt to get him to be her assistant. But of course, our protagonist turned her down, flat without a second thought. Pretty much anyone else would jump at this chance, but he seems to be the one guy on Earth who couldn't care less. She tried to persuade him, mentioning she could arrange a scholarship and that they could even co-author a paper. She practically offered him the world on a silver platter, hinting at every perk imaginable, but our guy was still completely uninterested. All he's focused on is reaching the center of the big forest to complete the system's mission. Everything else is just a distraction. As a last-ditch effort, she dangled some information about Aram in front of him if he'd agree to be her assistant. Still, the protagonist wasn't biting. But the teacher didn't give up, launching into a story about Choy Arin and how she's on the verge of being kicked out of her family. The teacher threw everything she had at him to get him on board as her assistant, but it was no use. He was, however, starting to get curious about her story. She's so strict in class, but a total kid outside of it. The instructor laid out her philosophy pretty clearly. Fighting monsters is no joke. You can't just treat it like it's some simple little thing. They always have to remember the risks involved, which is why they need to be cautious, even when facing the weakest of monsters. This answer satisfied him, and since the food was also satisfying, he took his leave. You guys, our protagonist is literally the most carefree guy in the world. If he doesn't want to do something, he has zero problem refusing. Now, since the teacher mentioned Aram, let's go check in with her family, the Choy. The leader of the True Story Guild and the head of the Choy Jean family, John Seek, was with his 2 kids, his eldest son, Jingen, and his second daughter, Choy Arin. John Seek announces they're about to have a major test, where they'll get a chance to inherit the family treasure and become the next clan leader. However, whoever fails the test will be completely cut off from the family. He then asks if they are prepared to take part in the great test of the Choy family. They both say yes, so the test is officially scheduled for 3 weeks from now. When the family meeting wraps up, the older brother asks if Aram even managed to read between the lines. I mean, the girl can barely talk, so of course, the only thing she heard was "teach me fencing." Her brother points out that their father never wanted her to take the tests in the first place and is just going through the motions. He sneers that an illegitimate daughter has no right to be the leader of the family. He's only going along with it because they know she has no chance in heck of winning. For the very first time, we see the girl actually show some emotion. He then rubs it in her face that he has a contract with the Constellation, while she can't even land a single hit on him in a fight. He walks away, threatening to destroy her for mooching off the family's money for so many years. But despite being raised in such a brutal world, Aram's determination doesn't waver one bit. Remembering her sick mother reminds her that winning is her only path forward. Her mother's dying wish was for Aram to become the head of the family, so she could finally have the right to be free. Then, we jump back to the classroom some time later. The teacher explains that every quarter, they hold tests, and whoever finishes in last place gets expelled from the academy. It's a system designed to weed out the weak and force everyone to constantly push themselves. The exams are both practical and written. Our protagonist knows the practical part is a piece of cake, but the written exam could be a massive problem for him. The protagonist's brilliant idea is this: he's going to cheat on the test, and he's making it Brace's responsibility to get him the right answers. If he can't pull that off, his life is about to become a living nightmare. When class ended, Aram, for the first time ever, says something other than "teach me fencing." She asks if they are going to train today, too. Our protagonist replies that now, she is finally ready to learn swordsmanship. The girl practically glows with happiness. Now that we know more about her backstory, we can guess that her family never trained her and doesn't really consider her important at all. In the training room, the first thing our hero wants to see is her sword. She draws the sword, and they begin with the absolute basics: how to hold it correctly, with some simple pointers on how to wield it properly. Mana begins to flow naturally through the blade, something she never even knew how to do. The next step is for her to attack him with everything she's got. Arin starts to crackle with lightning, and her own agility and speed even surprise herself. Even though our protagonist defends with ease, he confirms that she is much faster now. The next lesson is all about how to for. He tells her to focus magic into her limbs for extra speed. Her attacks are solid, but she really needs to work on her defense too. Hyen is super agile, and they spar for a whole hour, with Arin giving it her all while Hyen casually teaches and gives her pointers. By the time they're done, she's so wiped she can't even stand up. As usual, her body is at its absolute limit, but she can already see the results. She's way stronger than she was on the day of the opening ceremony, but she still can't quite catch up to the protagonist. He's just on a completely different level. Before they wrap things up, she asks for a serious duel with him. For Hyen, this could actually be pretty interesting, since she's got so much raw talent and is fun to train. He even thinks that 300 years ago, she would have had the potential to be one of his own disciples. She brings up the duel again, and just to tease her, he says he's not interested in a duel, expecting her to insist, just like she always does. However, this time she just accepts his answer without a single complaint, which is a huge surprise, considering how incredibly stubborn she is. She even says that if he doesn't want to, it must not be the right time for it. Arin has committed to following her master's every word to the letter, all in her quest to become stronger. 2 weeks later, all the students are gathered together. The senior instructor explains that their bi-monthly test will be a dungeon raid. As the entrances appear, he says the recommended group size is 8 people, but they are free to form larger or smaller teams. They'll have 5 hours to clear their dungeons, which are ranked F+. Anyone who fails within the 5-hour limit will be expelled. Even the students from noble families look nervous because the rules are absolute. If they fail, they are out for good, no exceptions. The instructor announces that the clock has started, and they need to pick their teams and get organized quickly to avoid wasting any precious time. The confidence of the top-tier students is easy to see. Sue and Mima decides to join a team of 8 people, while another group forms a huge team of 20. Most students stick to the advice of having 8 members in their group, and the evaluation kicks off with everyone's choice of team formation. Hyen, who's just been observing and hasn't made any friends, doesn't get a single invitation. Aram, in a similar boat, is also standing alone. Curious about her plan, he asks what she's going to do. Aram simply states that she will do whatever her master orders. That doesn't make any sense to him. It dawns on him that she's been trying to follow his every word since their last training session. In any case, he just says he's going in alone. Aram immediately takes this as a new challenge and decides she'll go in solo, too. Her master wasn't worried because he himself figured the dungeon looked like a piece of cake, so it wasn't dangerous. Aram, not being great at reading between the lines, took this as part of his instructions. Another group spots the beautiful, lone girl and invites her to join their team, since they have 7 members, and she'd be the perfect final member. But the stubborn girl turns down their offer and announces that she's going to tackle it alone, and she really does it. To everyone watching, this seems like pure insanity because failing means guaranteed expulsion, yet there she goes, walking into the dungeon all by herself. In the monitoring room, the instructors can watch and control the environment of all the simulated dungeons. Both individual and group performance earn points, and everyone is being evaluated at the same time. The teacher in charge is amazed by the senior instructor's competence. Back in the day, he was a legendary contractor, with a 99% success rate on his missions. According to Lee CH, this year's students are outstanding, especially those from the noble families. Among the elite families, Sohn in particular is a standout, expertly setting up the best formations and commanding her team, on top of handling multiple roles to rack up even more points. The instructor notes that if our protagonist hadn't beaten her on the very first day, her record would be absolutely perfect. In any case, as the tests go on, she's expected to climb back to the top spot, since she's such a model student. And speaking of our main character, the instructor starts looking around for him, but can't find him anywhere. That's odd, which makes him wonder if he could have possibly finished the test already, in record time. So, he pulls up the list of finishers, and sure enough, there's our hero's name. He cleared the test in just 23 minutes. This just completely baffles the instructor. How on earth could a student pull off a time like that? There's no way. He wasn't going to watch that recording right away. In the footage, Hyen was completely alone, totally fearless, and wearing the smirk of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. He was like a human chainsaw, just tearing through everything in his path. 2 giant goblins made a move to attack him, but they whiffed it, and they definitely didn't get a second chance. While the instructor watches these 23 minutes of terror, The other two teachers were also there, and they were just as stunned. The dungeon boss, which was specifically designed to be a challenge for a full team of 8 students, was taken down with just one single strike. Of course, Hyen took first place, and it dawned on all the teachers that this kid was on a completely different level. When all the other students finally stumbled out of the dungeons, they were totally wiped out and covered in injuries. Even the top-tier students had battle scars to show for it. Arin was among them, with some torn clothes after finishing the test, but Hyen was the only one who looked as pristine as when he first walked in. The final rankings put our protagonist in first, Arin in second, Son in third, and that big guy in fourth place, and, well, the rest don't really matter. The senior instructor totally expected our hero to get first place, but not without so much as a scratch on him. His potential is on par with the best in the world, which is amazing, but the real shocker was seeing Arin in second place. They can't figure out why she went in solo, just like our protagonist did. Her clear time was longer, and she definitely took some damage during the fights, but she still managed to beat the entire challenge all by herself. Her supervising teacher, who used to be an executive at the Choy Arin Guild, knows her quite well. Even for a model student like her, this kind of behavior just doesn't add up. He starts to suspect that our protagonist might be influencing her, though it's just a hunch for now. Meanwhile, Rockdale, from a different class, came over to check the neighboring class's rankings, only to get ticked off seeing our hero at the very top. Later that day, he goes to meet Desire, who has just arrived in Korea. Naturally, their secret meeting had to be somewhere super fancy. Desire, who flew all the way from Mexico just to take out our protagonist, is chowing down like an absolute animal, and Rockdale looks genuinely scared of him. Desire asks if he has the green light to eliminate the protagonist. Rockdale says the choice is his, but all that's really necessary is to teach a lesson to the arrogant guy who disrespected his name. After they negotiate the plan, Rockdale is tasked with setting the stage in Valhalla for Desire to make his move, and even his poor assistant gets dragged into it against her will. 1 week later, our protagonist puts in another request for authorization to leave the Valhalla campus. He's only allowed to do this because he aced the bi-monthly exam. Apparently, there's a limit to how many times a student can leave the academy each semester. This time, he's heading to Suwon. He was completely focused on getting to his destination and had no idea someone was about to get in his way, all because of the petty whims of some arrogant rich kid, rocking a totally unhinged expression, stood right in front of our hero and greeted him like they were long-lost buddies. Our protagonist, ever so politely, asked who he was, but the crazy guy just hinted that names weren't important. Now, our protagonist is no fool. He knew he was here because he'd been invited by some mysterious person. He already figured out the whole goal was to set him up, and the guy actually praised him for his sharp intuition, but according to our protagonist, it wasn't intuition at all. He'd seen this coming for days. He pretty much threw it right back in the lunatic's face, saying that it was completely predictable and nothing special. Annoyed by that, the lunatic's first attack was fueled by pure rage, and naturally, he missed. Even though the attack packed a serious punch, our protagonist stayed perfectly calm. This guy was super confident in his own strength, and even though our hero wasn't scared, he had to admit the dude was strong. His own body was still pretty fragile, and any hit with that much power could have easily taken him out, so he decided to use a little strategy. Our hero took off running, and the lunatic followed, not looking worried at all. The guy started to prepare another attack, but in a flash, he was totally surprised by a counterattack, with our protagonist basically asking if he had any brains in that head of his. A solid blow to the forehead nearly cracked his skull wide open. Hyen tried for another hit to the noggin but missed. Actually, our protagonist let him dodge on purpose, just so he could say the exact same thing back to him. Hyen told Desire he was lucky to have dodged it. It didn't take long for the arrogant guy to start feeling a healthy dose of fear for the monster standing before him. You see, in the past, Desire used all kinds of elixirs to strengthen himself, and that was his one real talent, a super high resistance to elixirs. His parents spent an absolute fortune on this, and by the age of 16, he already had the body and power of a full-grown adult. His parents' grand plan was to use their son to bring recognition to the family, but he totally rejected that plan. The first people he took out of the picture were his own parents. After getting kicked out of the clan, his life was a lot freer, and money was no object. His real reason for coming to Korea was to find a worthy opponent his own age to have some fun with. But now he just couldn't understand how a monster like this was even possible. It just couldn't be natural. Desire asked what kind of elixir the protagonist used to get so ridiculously strong. Hyen just laughed right in his enemy's face, wondering what in the world this guy was going on about. Seriously, who does something so cheap like that? He basically called him a cheater for using it to cover up his own weakness. Desire swallowed his anger but shot back, asking if our protagonist didn't also use the same methods to get that strong. Of course, he didn't. Hien even said that, at first, he thought he could compare Desire to a powerful genius at his school, but now he realized that would be a complete insult to Seiya, who trains incredibly hard every single day. After getting roasted like never before in his life, Desire decided that even if he wasn't as strong as this guy yet, he could still use his incredible collection of items to take him down. Our protagonist realized that the dagger was a magical item with some major destructive capabilities. Desire asked Kim Joo-haek if he had any last words, but what actually happened was, those ended up being the last words Desire said before losing a whole bunch of his teeth. Seriously, who just stands there waiting for the enemy to attack, while holding such a powerful item? He was flung right into a tree, and much to Mother Nature's dismay, this loser was responsible for taking out an innocent tree. But that wasn't the end of it. Our protagonist declared that before Desire passed out, he was going to answer a few questions. Desire was suddenly ready to spill everything, but Joo-haek shouted that he would only start asking questions after he was satisfied. Meanwhile, Rockdale was just hanging out in his room, waiting for good news and thinking about how he was going to cover up the accident that was supposed to take care of Hien. He mutters that they're going to celebrate big time today, and right when he gets a call from Des, but all he hears on the other end is a pained groan. Yep, our protagonist is the one who made that poor guy whimper. He put Des on the phone just to show Rocco what happened to him. And if that wasn't enough, our protagonist even added that Rocco should probably burn some incense for Des's memory, before saying that Rocco himself would be next. As you can imagine, Rocco was so terrified that he just slammed the phone down, leaving our hero talking to himself. So rude, right? Anyway, now that the message was delivered, Hien started wondering what to do with the body. Don't worry, Des didn't actually kick the bucket, but he's probably so traumatized he'll never want to see even a picture of our protagonist again, let alone face him in person. Meanwhile, poor Yuria, who had gone to get some tea for her and Rocco to celebrate, was all smiles when she left. But when she came back, she found her master completely freaking out. That's when Rocco started to realize that if word got back to his family that he tried to have a student at the academy taken out, it would be an absolute disaster. But what could he possibly do against the guy who just wiped the floor with the toughest mercenary he knew? His grand plan now is to just wait and see if our hero leaks the information or tries to blackmail him for money. In other words, he's got no plan at all and is basically just crossing his fingers that Hayak doesn't spill the beans to the Ventric family. Speaking of Hayak, as he was leaving the park, he was already planning the perfect moment to report him. His little pet Constellation chimed in, suggesting he should have just gotten rid of Thea and then Rocco Ventric too. But our protagonist explains that while his 300-year-old self would have done that in a heartbeat, he's now the 16-year-old student Kim Joo-haek, and he can't just go around offing people without causing a huge scene. The world he's in now is completely different and, at peace. Bar also mentions that the skill Hayak used earlier seems awfully familiar. He can't quite place it, but he remembers magic, just like it. He then asks if Hayak noticed the mercenary's magic, but our hero couldn't care less and just told him to zip it. After completely wrecking Desira, our protagonist woke the mercenary up to ask a few questions. He even had to pop the guy's jaw back into place just so he could talk. Hayak asked who gave the order to put a hit on him. At first, the mercenary didn't want to talk, but our hero used his amazing persuasion skills to convince the guy to spill everything. And just like that, he finally confessed that Rocco Ventric was the one who hired him. Yep, the very same Rocco Ventric from the other day. But that's not all. Hayak wanted to know where Desira came from, since he wasn't from the academy, and what his real name was. Desira was hesitant to share his personal info, but when Hayak asked if he'd like a few more broken fingers, the guy suddenly became an open book. Turns out, his name is just Des, and he's from the first species, working as a freelance mercenary. Our hero has heard about the first species before and can't help but ask if Des thinks it's cool to be a mercenary when he's really just a paid thug. Even after getting completely trounced, Des still claims that Hayak just got lucky. He insists that if Hayak had waited just 30 more seconds, the outcome of the fight would have been totally different. In the end, though, our hero isn't a bad person. He was actually going to let the guy go, but now he's changed his mind. Des would be much better off silent, so he kindly suggests that he never speak again, permanently. Anyway, heading back to the academy, our protagonist starts brainstorming how to get some payback on Rocco Ventric for getting in his way. Thanks to the system, our hero actually recorded the entire conversation with Des. After mulling over the best way to leak the recording, he gives that eccentric professor a call. She picks up, asking if he's finally decided to become her assistant. He quickly shuts that down and says nope, he just wants to know if she happens to know any journalists. Our protagonist planted a little story in the newspapers about Ventrix ordering a crime right inside the academy. That news, plus all the online comments, blew up faster than a new iPhone 45 release, completely trashing the Ventrix reputation. What he didn't count on, however, was the ripple effect hitting the entire family back in England. Our guy never even wanted to drag the whole family into it, just the one guy who commissioned a crime. The head of the family had to publicly apologize to the student, who was attacked by her family member, and declare that Dez was officially excommunicated. This is the same Dez who claimed Rock Du Ventry was the real mastermind, but then he suddenly changed his testimony and took all the blame on himself. She also stated she would personally apologize to the attacked student and haul Rock Du Ventry back home for a thorough investigation. After that big announcement, she completely ghosted the press. Rocco Ventry, who was watching all this unfold online, felt his entire body go ice cold with fear. His father called to let him know he had to return to England immediately. All that was left for Rocco was his own simmering anger, total helplessness. Yuria, meanwhile, stayed completely silent about everything. The very next day, our protagonist found out that Dez had declared he had no connection to the Ventrix. The mercenary was then whisked away to the Ventrix family's private headquarters. Our hero didn't love that particular development, but whatever. The important thing is that Rockdale was finally gone. Hayak swung by the teacher's lounge to thank the professor for linking him up with a trustworthy journalist, and as usual, the girls in this world are a special kind of crazy. Be my assistant. I said no. Dang it, the professor pouted, wanting to know why he even called her over then. Could this possibly be a date? She asked dramatically. Our hero wasn't even surprised anymore and just told her to get back to reality. If he really wanted to, I think the professor would totally give him a chance. Anyway, back to the real world. He just went there to say thanks and to trade some information he had on monsters and how to fight them, in exchange for getting excused from classes again this weekend. Meanwhile, on a ship headed for the Tower prison, a certain Desira is on board as a guest of the state. His big plan is to stay quiet and take all the blame, so as not to hurt the Ventrix family. He's absolutely certain they'll return the favor in less than 5 years. He probably thinks he'll be out of prison in no time. Unfortunately, for this mercenary, his retirement came a bit earlier than planned. Let's just say he won't be doing any more talking for the rest of his life. Over at the Ventrix mansion, the head of the family was there to receive Rockdale, and she was absolutely furious about the stain he put on the family name. Rocco and his father went in together to face the music. The matriarch just had to open her mouth to ask a question, and it nearly made him jump out of his skin. She simply wanted to know what he planned to do about all this. Rocco says he'll beg for her forgiveness, but she's not accepting just that. The woman looked like she was about to make them both disappear right then and there, but she held back. She says that his actions dragged the family's name through the mud, all for such a silly reason. The terror in the boy's eyes was crystal clear. He even started begging, saying he would do anything to fix his mistake. The woman then declared that the one and only way forward was for Rockdale to be expelled from the family. Rockdale's father tried to step in and help his son, claiming that was way too extreme, but the woman was completely unbending, saying that if he disagreed, he was welcome to be expelled instead of his idiot son. And you know, even between a father and son, there's a line, because the man immediately clammed up. However, the woman is incredibly sharp, thinking to herself that she'd love for the boy to be expelled or maybe even gone for good. Still, if she expelled the boy now, it would be the same as admitting the Ventrix were guilty, so for now, she announced that she wouldn't be expelling Rockdale just yet, saying the decision was in her hands and they'd simply have to wait for her to reconsider. Apparently, her plan was to meet with Kim Ju-hyak to really think over Rockdale's fate, so she ordered the father to keep a tight leash on his mediocre son and to be grateful for her mercy. After being totally embarrassed by our protagonist, the poor guy returned home only to be humiliated even more by the head of the family. Rocco cornered his dad, telling him her real plan was to expel him once the coast was clear, so they had to act now. And his father had to help. He insisted that for his own son's sake, his father had to get on board. And you know what? The father agreed. I guess he's a decent dad after all, helping his kid out even if it's for some seriously shady business. Meanwhile, over at Valhalla Academy, our hero gets the news that the Ventrix leader is coming to apologize to him personally. He had a bad feeling about this, and it turned out his professor was just as worried. Adelia, the Ventrix family leader, was due to arrive that very day. They funneled millions into the academy, you see. As the biggest donors, the school would cover up pretty much anything for them. The professor wanted to make sure our protagonist understood what that really meant, and despite looking like a regular teenager, he's sharp enough to get the picture and agrees. Before long, the woman herself showed up. The professor respectfully greeted the powerful guest and then promptly excused himself, leaving our hero alone in the room with the Ventrix leader. She introduced herself with all the refinement and politeness of a true noble. Of course, our protagonist knew just how to handle these kinds of formalities. Still, she couldn't quite figure out why someone from a common family wasn't the least bit intimidated by her. Kicking off her peace mission, she apologized for the recent incident, to which our hero just shrugged and said it was fine. Then she moved on to the topic of Rockdale, but our protagonist cut her right off, saying it didn't matter anymore. He reminded her that in all the media interviews, she'd already cleared Rockdale's name, so there was no need to act all guilty now. And that's when the polite facade started to crumble. She finally admitted that the media and the public weren't buying her family's story. What Adelia really wanted was for him to help turn public opinion back in their favor. In return, she offered him the world, money, political connections to get into the best guilds in Korea. All he had to do was lend a hand this one time. Just to be crystal clear, our protagonist asked if all he had to do was make a statement and this would all be over, really just probing to see what her true intentions were. As soon as she confirmed it, he called her out, saying they must be pretty desperate to offer so much just to buy his silence. After all, they crossed an entire continent just for this meeting. Hayak didn't mince words, and told her he was annoyed that they were trying to pretend it was no big deal. He had zero interest in helping them. He made it clear he didn't need anything she offered. The best reward, he said, would be watching her family live with the dishonor Rocco had brought upon them for the rest of history. Well, the woman completely lost her cool and looked ready to strike him down. But our hero doesn't back down from anyone. This kid from a no-name family just stared her down and said she didn't have the nerve to try anything in here. That's when her true colors really showed. She called him arrogant trash, sneering that he'd made her waste her valuable time. Adelia then threatened to annihilate him with her full power. But our protagonist showed absolutely no fear, confidently telling her to give it her best shot. He's a smart one, though, and immediately threw it in her face that they were trying to act as if nothing happened, and he simply wasn't going to help with that. The ultimate reward for him was seeing this family live with the disgrace Rocco brought upon them, forever marked in history. The woman went absolutely ballistic and looked like she wanted to end the protagonist right there, but he refused to bow to anyone. A boy with no noble background called her bluff, saying she didn't have the courage to do what she really wanted to right here. She finally dropped the act, calling him arrogant trash without a purpose who made her waste her time. Adelia threatened that she was going to finish him right now with everything she had. Showing zero signs of fear, our protagonist confidently told her to go ahead and try her luck. He's incredibly sharp, and threw it right back at her that if the ammo lasts. Ventrix had already declared Rockdale innocent, throwing a ton of money and offers around to bury the trial, so taking him out here would be the absolute last thing she would ever have the guts to do. And the woman, absolutely fuming, knew he had a point. In the end, he was right, so Adelia backs down, but not without a threat, promising he'll regret this day. Our hero then decides to poke the bear even more, taking a jab at her dignity by saying all the Ventrix folks talk a big game and it must just run in the family. Even Bar, the spirit in his sword, had to ask if it was really necessary to make an enemy like that. But for our protagonist, these people who think they deserve to be worshipped are the ones he just can't stand. It's actually the same reason he couldn't stand Bar 300 years ago. Fired up by her threat, our protagonist vows to go after anyone who tries to put a leash on him in this era, too. After that little declaration of war, he heads over to the Academy's training stadium. And who do we see right at the entrance? None other than Choy Arin, facing off with her older brother, who our main character hasn't even met yet. This guy, who isn't even a student, showed up just to pressure her and bully her into not challenging him for the family leadership. His whole argument is that he doesn't want to completely crush her in front of everybody, claiming she has zero chance of surviving a real fight against him. Aram refuses to give up, but she's struggling to find the courage to truly stand up to him. But then, a voice from out of nowhere calls her brother a talentless nobody, insulting him, just like that. He figures it must be some powerful noble to have that kind of nerve. The big brother, who has no clue who our protagonist is, demands to know why he's being insulted all of a sudden. For our hero, the reason is simple. He saw another arrogant noble throwing their family's weight around. And that's all it takes for our protagonist to kick the guy out of the academy, pointing out that it's totally wrong for an outsider to just barge in and start making demands of a student. He turns to ask Aram if she agrees, and she says yes, with a look so adorable, it could blind you. Well, with that, the brother makes a final threat that they'll settle this during the tests, and then he storms off. Aram gratefully thanks her master for helping, but he just brushes it off like it was nothing and says it's time to train. But hold on, she has a little complaint. She says that while she did agree with him, she was actually about to say something completely different, Naturally, he gets curious about what she wanted to say, but to keep things friendly for the channel, we'll just have to use our imagination on that one. Anyway, a few days later, our protagonist went out looking for his old notes, which hold the secrets to overcoming his body's current weaknesses, all so he can completely dismantle a certain arrogant noble family. Meanwhile, the big day for choosing the new leader of the Choy family finally arrives. Since they're such an important family, a bunch of reporters are there, all eager to see who the next leader will be. Inside, our fencing-obsessed girl and her not-so-charming brother were all set for the test. Their father was just about to kick things off, but first, he had to go through all the official rituals and procedures, asking if they both understood what was on the line and the huge importance of their family. The rules were simple. The loser gets exiled from the family, and the winner becomes the next in line to lead. They both confirmed they were aware and totally prepared for the consequences, so their father finally revealed the challenge. Their test was to find the legendary dual blade hidden somewhere up in the mountains. Whoever could find the sword and bring it back to him would be recognized as the winner of the selection test. He made it clear that it didn't matter how they got the sword, as long as they didn't, knock each other out permanently. And with that, the test began. Arin immediately took off, eager to be the first one to find the sword, while her brother just stood there, not even bothering to run, thinking he could just let her. All he had to do was find the sword, snatch it from her, and claim victory. Let's rewind a few days, back to when our protagonist totally showed up her brother. He got a call from someone who was really leaning on him to get his hands on the dual blade and hand it over. Fast. Turns out, an outsider had set him up to swipe his own clan's sacred sword, promising him a sweet contract with a much more powerful Constellation in return. Meanwhile, Arin, who was already ahead, was using a special technique to sense the surrounding energy to pick up the sword's trail. The problem was, it would take her a good 15 minutes to find it, which was way too long and gave her brother a perfect window to find her before she could. He couldn't help but ask who taught her how to track magical traces in the environment. Arin revealed it was her master from her fencing lessons. This guy taught her magical control that went way beyond the basics she already knew, and during these lessons, our hero started to wonder why her own family never taught her this stuff, but one look at her face told him everything he needed to know. So, putting that aside, he showed her a better way to control the magical energy flowing through her, helping her master her entire energy pool, so she could feel the magic in the area around her too. And what do you know? On her very first try, she actually managed to sense the mana in her surroundings and pinpoint the object with the biggest magical signature nearby. With this new skill, she could pick up on even the faintest magical energy in the area and avoid wasting her own mana in the process. He explained that as her control gets better, she'll notice that magical objects give off their own energy. The more control you have, the easier it becomes to track people and things around you. With every single lesson, she got more and more impressed, and maybe even started feeling something a little more than just gratitude. Her brother, on the other hand, remembered this so-called master just some academy student who had the nerve to badmouth him the other day. He had insulted our protagonist, calling him a nameless and pathetic piece of trash. There was no way she was going to let him talk smack about the first person who ever took the time to seriously train her. Arin shot back, saying that guy was way stronger than both of them and didn't deserve that kind of disrespect. Besides, she pointed out, if the challenge was to find the sword, why was he wasting time picking a fight with her? Her charming brother answered with his fists, lunging at her before she could even react. But this time, he quickly realized things were different. She easily blocked his attack and sent him flying backward. He was totally floored by this huge change and couldn't wrap his head around how it was even possible. Now, while this little family squabble was going on, a few days earlier our main character had gone out to find some old notes he'd written 300 years ago in his past life. He was checking out a bunch of spots in the mountains near the city when he finally struck gold. However, off in the distance, he felt a huge surge of mana, which turned out to be a frantic sword fight breaking out between the two siblings. Arin was completely in the zone, using every single thing she'd learned. Her brother's first snarky comment was that she seemed a lot tougher than before, thanks to her improved physical strength. "What have you been doing, hitting the gym instead of school, little sis?" Her brother charged forward, throwing a nasty insult her way. But this was the perfect time for Arin to put one of her new techniques into practice. She focused all her mana into the blade. Right as his attack came, she spun her sword and delivered a swift upward slash. Her brother went down like a total NPC, and she immediately followed up with a second hit, smashing his kidneys with all her might using the hilt of her sword. Before, Arin could never even hope to stand up to her older brother, but now she had completely left him in the dust. He was completely confused, but she just said, "This is the family's dual blade." Just then, Arin noticed her brother was getting back on his feet, giving off a. He was completely convinced, insisting that someone like her could never defeat a contractor like him, and he still claimed her last hit was just a lucky shot. The girl got curious and asked if that strange aura around him meant he had become a villain. Aram asked if he was a bad guy now, since his aura felt so evil. He just replied that his actions would do the talking. She braced herself for a counterattack, but he smoothly dodged and landed a direct hit. She tumbled to the ground, and what should have been red looked black. His confidence returned in a flash, and he taunted her, asking if she could even get up. But she didn't have any strength left. That's when her older brother admitted that he was now a member of the Devotees, which, according to Aram, was the third most powerful evil group in the entire world. Her brother was actually using the power of one of the Devotees' constellations. Things just got way more complicated, and Aram had to ask why in the world he would join a criminal organization and what they could possibly offer that their super wealthy family couldn't. Her brother simply replied that one of the constellation's powers was the ability to no longer feel any emotions. He revealed that ever since he was 12 years old, he had worked tirelessly for the guild just to be a good example. But honestly, he just wanted to play and be a normal kid. He joined the Devotees to finally experience all the teenage fun he was denied because of his guild responsibilities. When the Devotees leader found him, he didn't even hesitate to accept the offer, knowing it fit his true nature, which included a twisted side that enjoyed seeing people break. To officially join the Devotees, he had to deliver their family's relic, the dual blade. He then mentioned that 10 years ago, during a similar test, he'd taken care of his older sister up in the mountains, an event Aeon always believed was just a disappearance. He then revealed that their mother was overwhelmed with sadness every time she looked at Aram because she saw her older sister's face. He then dared Aram to go find her sister in the next world and bring back a little souvenir. What a creep! But luckily, that's not what went down. Nearby, on the test mountain, our protagonist was searching for something, and he sensed a major fight was happening. Just in the nick of time, Hayek's sword blocked the blow, saving Aram at the last possible second. Our Teach Me Fencing hero had arrived. The protagonist immediately demanded to know what he was doing with Aram. The brother just scoffed that it was a family matter and told him to mind his own business. Well, that really set our hero off. To teach him a lesson, he landed a solid punch and sent the guy flying right into a tree. Once she caught her breath, Aram asked why he was there. The protagonist, mysterious as ever, didn't reveal his true reason. He just said he had some business to take care of in the forest. While checking her injury, he told her to gather her mana and focus on healing the wound quickly, saying that he would handle the situation now. The arrogant brother got back on his feet and stormed over to him, harping on again about how it was a family matter, then attacked by channeling energy into his sword. The protagonist took a single, casual step to the side and dodged the attack. The brother couldn't believe he missed at that range, and suddenly he was hit again by another powerful strike. To finish the combo, our hero stepped on the guy, pointed his sword sheath at him, and delivered another devastating attack that destroyed everything in the area. Right after, he went to check if Aram was okay and asked if she could at least walk. But before she could answer, the brother began to glow with an even more intense dark aura and stood up yet again. He muttered something and leaped straight at the protagonist. It didn't matter if he was trying to kick his head or slash with his sword. Our hero defended against it effortlessly. The guy realized it instantly. He also saw a punch coming right for his stomach, and he couldn't help but wonder if such strength was even possible for someone their age. All his attacks were blocked like child's play, and he knew that if he took one or two more hits like that, it'd be all over. Realizing he was about to lose, the villain decided to pull a fast one. He whipped out this sketchy-looking stone, which was actually a fragment of an artificial relic, basically a knockoff of the real deal. By chowing down on it, he could score a temporary contract with a high-ranking constellation, and the power surge was so massive that even people outside the forest waiting on the test results could totally see and feel it, this giant plume of purple smoke lighting up the sky. The family leader spotted it too, and immediately decided to crash the party and stop the test. The older brother was just radiating this nasty, corrupt magic, but our protagonist just casually asked if that was the best he could do. The brother just scoffed, saying all that confidence would just get him sent to the Shadow Realm faster. The constellation he managed to summon was none other than the dragon that kills all, and let me tell you, this dragon was all smiles, super pleased to be called into action. So, the dragon that kills all fired up its special scan everything ability. It took one good look at its target, the person it was supposed to, kill all, and nearly had a heart attack right there on the spot. It literally squeezed its eyes shut, hoping this was all just a bad dream. It peeked one eye open, ran the scan again, and nope, the nightmare was 100% real. The dragon that kills all promptly told the brother, "You know what? I think I'm gonna retire, then immediately canceled the contract and got out of there as fast as it could. Our hero then turned to the older brother, who was now completely powerless, and asked what he was saying just a minute ago. This final move basically yeeted the soul right out of his body. Guess the third time's the charm. Meanwhile, the leader of the devotees got a very angry message. Apparently, the dragon that kills all got into some serious hot water because of him. The message was simple. Do you have a death wish? The devotees' leader had no clue what was going on, but he knew if he didn't start groveling immediately, he was toast. So, he begged for his life. The dragon then warned him not to hand out those fake relics anymore and to clean up his act from now on. But check out this guy's thought process after getting a second chance. He figured it had to be that kid from the Chojun clan, so he decided to dig into what really went down. That is, he was going to chase after the very thing that sent a legendary constellation running for the hills. Meanwhile, Hayak got back home and pulled something out of his backpack that he'd been desperately searching for. He had finally gotten his hands on his old notes about the divine arts, a special breathing technique that can crank your magical power up to some seriously impressive levels. While chatting with Bar, Hayak mentioned that the technique he used in his past life was basically child's play compared to this. Back when he first found this manuscript, he couldn't learn it because his old body was just too set in its ways with the technique he'd used for his entire life. He even said that if he'd had this technique back then, he never would have been taken out in the first place or even gotten hurt in that fight. But now, with his new body at a complete factory reset, Hayak was about to become unbelievably powerful. He decided to put his physical training on pause and go all in on this new technique. Thinking back to the incident where he almost sent Aram's brother to the next dimension, he remembered pulling his punches at the last second to avoid causing a bigger scene. He made sure Aram was alright and left it up to her to decide her brother's fate. During that time, he sensed someone was on their way, most likely their dad. Hayak gave Aram a heads up that her family was coming and suggested that she should take all the credit for defeating her brother, who was juiced up on an evil relic. Before the family showed up, Hayak bounced and took the notes with him. This whole incident really tanked the Chojun family's reputation, especially since all the journalists waiting at the foot of the mountain reported on the family's ties to the devotees. This was a huge scandal that could seriously mess things up for the family, especially with Aram about to be named the next head of the family. Aram ended up in the hospital, but luckily, it wasn't anything life-threatening. The media painted her as a total hero for taking down a member of the devotees, even though she was still just a teenager. She stuck to the plan Hayak gave her and told her family she was the one who defeated her brother. After her father found out she was associated with the devotees, he asked how she got so powerful, and she gave all the credit to Ha, who had been training her. When her dad looked into Hayak, he discovered he was a delinquent, immediately thinking his daughter was under a bad influence. A little while later, over at Valhalla Academy, our hero walked into his classroom and spotted Choy Arin, who had finally been discharged from the hospital and was back in class. It was almost like she could feel his gaze or something, because she turned to greet her master. As you can see, she's a very beautiful girl, and a couple of guys walking behind our protagonist immediately thought she was waving at them, wondering, does she want a piece of this? In the days following the battle in the forest, our hero had been relentlessly practicing his new technique. Meanwhile, Choy Arin had informed him over the phone that she couldn't train because of strict doctor's orders. A few days ago, our protagonist had also mentioned he needed to handle some personal business and would need some time to himself. As for Arin, she wasn't the least bit sad about being in the hospital. In fact, whenever she texted, her excitement was 10 times greater than in person. I'd bet plenty of you watching are just like that, too. Come on now, girl. Our hero also remembered that Bar had warned him the dark magic they saw earlier felt familiar, but there was something really strange about it. He's sure he's encountered it before, but he can't quite recall it, as if something is deliberately blocking his memories about it. They aren't positive, but they have a strong feeling that the reason for this is that mysterious person who gave Barch possession of the Tower of the End in the past. If the protagonist can just fulfill the system's second condition, things might start making a lot more sense. The system had warned that he must retrieve the sword in which B is sealed. In short, he's got to get to this one specific place in the academy, and the only way to sneak in is during the academy's final exams at the end of the year. If he skips school or causes any trouble, he'll be expelled, which is why our hero suddenly has to work so hard to be a model student. And just like that, class begins. The teacher walks into the classroom and declares that he has a very big announcement. He reminds them that they should all be aware of the inter-school competition that's set to take place next month. Just the thought of having to participate in a competition is already irritating Jayak. Before the teacher even said that the school would pick its best students to participate, he already knew he was a shoo-in because of his grades. Then, strangely, the teacher called him into a private room, right before making the big announcement to everyone. The teacher commented that they've been having these little private talks quite a lot lately. Jae-yak sarcastically shot back, "Well, that's obviously because you keep calling me in here." The teacher knew it was true but felt it was important to speak with him first, but before he could even continue, our hero said he refused. The teacher hadn't even said what it was about yet, but Jae-yak, as sharp as ever, already knew it concerned the inter-school competition. He is a smart one, but the teacher insisted on explaining one thing to him specifically. There are 3 major hunter training institutions in the entire world: Valhalla in Korea, White Lotus in China, and Heroes in the USA. Each of these 3 schools selects their top first-year students to participate in the competition, representing their institution. The competition itself involves fights, escaping from labyrinths, and a bunch of other challenges. Naturally, they plan to send the first-year students with the very best grades. This whole thing was just ridiculous. Our hero found it so boring he was practically dozing off, which the teacher just couldn't wrap his head around. How could a student not be interested in something so crucial, no matter what the teacher said to persuade him? Our main character just flat out said he didn't care about any rewards. The teacher was baffled, wondering what on earth was wrong with this kid. But then, he played his trump card, arguing that it was super important for our hero to get to the center of the Great Forest. The teacher knew this was the key because our guy had asked for permission to go there before and was told no. But now, he reveals that the inter-school competition is going to be held in Valhalla, with the final test taking place right in the Great Forest. So, anyone who joins and gets a free pass to the Great Forest and gets to skip the Academy's final exams, because their scores from the competition will count as their final grades. This clever teacher pulled him aside because he knew our guy would probably say no in front of everyone, so he needed to sweet-talk him first. Now that he has a shortcut to his goal, our hero is all in and agrees to join the competition. We don't really need to go back to the classroom to see who else is participating, cause let's be real, we already know who it's going to be. Now, let's zip over to the Ventric estate where Adelia, the head of the family, is still fuming that she couldn't force a commoner like our hero back to England and is now cooking up some kind of secret plan. It's a pretty big deal that could take up to a whole month, so she's telling her guy to wrap it up and report back to her as soon as possible. On top of that, she's really curious about what's been going on in Valhalla. Her subordinate reports that something pretty strange is happening over in Valhalla. Apparently, the market is constructing a massive building made entirely out of paper money. Hey, if even she can't figure out what that's all about, then I'm definitely not going to worry about it. All they know for sure is that the person behind it is the Black Cat. The woman has no clue about the Black Cat's reasons, but suddenly, the constellation she serves wants to have a little chat. It seems this constellation is demanding more details on the situation. This sudden interest from her constellation totally surprises Adelia. This kind of thing doesn't happen often. We then cut to the market inn, the 7 territories. Turns out, the Black Cat is just as clueless about why his constellation wants these buildings made, and for the very first time, we get to see what a constellation actually looks like. She simply says it's a gift for him. You know, something tells me this lady might want to give a whole lot more than just buildings to the guy who's caught her eye. This mysterious constellation's name is the Two-Faced Ruler. The Black Cat, her loyal servant, has no idea who could possibly be worthy of a gift from his master. Could the powerful being he serves actually owe someone a favor? The ruler then asks if the cat has managed to track down the person who sold that ring. Unfortunately, the cat hasn't found him yet. The only clue they have is that the seller sounded young. Well, the constellation is getting impatient. Excuses aren't cutting it anymore. She needs this done, and she needs it done fast. The cat has never seen his master act like this before. Then, we pop back over to Valhalla. The teacher is having a rough day. It's just so complicated, dealing with all these nobles. The chief instructor strolls up and asks if he's picked out the students who will be representing the academy in the competition. The teacher hands over the list, and to the chief instructor's complete surprise, the very first name on the list doesn't belong to some big-shot family. This Kim Ji-ak kid is quite the wild card. The teacher explains that at first, the student didn't even want to join, but the second he mentioned the competition was happening in the center of the Great Forest, his whole attitude shifted. The chief instructor found this super weird. Most people would get hesitant, not suddenly excited. Did this kid have any clue what the center of the Great Forest actually was? He's been snoozing through all his classes, so that could explain his ignorance, but it wouldn't explain why he's so interested. With that in mind, the chief instructor figured the kid must have trained them. So, A couple of days later, the 5 chosen first-year students were all brought together. You had Seek, Mecha, the Teach Me Fencing guy, some random extra, and Gak Kim. Once they were all there, the instructor came to see the students. And even though everyone probably knew who he was, he introduced himself again, saying it was a real pleasure to meet them all. He explained they were all gathered because of the upcoming competition, and he was about to lay out how the special training was going to work. He told them there would be a grand total of 3 tests to pass. The first one, a good old-fashioned fight between the students. Just like the academy entrance exam, they wanted to see what these kids were made of. The second test was a group battle. The 5 students from their academy would go up against 5 from a rival academy. The really important part of this test, he stressed, was that it wouldn't be a series of one-on-one duels. All 5 would be fighting at the same time. And finally, the third test involved the center of the Great Forest. The second, he mentioned that, our protagonist's ears perked right up. Thanks to this competition replacing their final exams, they'd have plenty of time to get ready, so there was no need to rush things. The instructor then explained that the center of the Great Forest is a massive labyrinth. It's completely different from a normal forest, which is why it's sealed off by a gate and has guards on duty around the clock. Because of this, what's actually inside is a total secret, so they can't know a single thing about it, except that their specific task would only be revealed on the day of the test. From that point on, they would be trained specifically to handle the first and second tests. But while the instructor was going over all this super important info, our protagonist was completely zoned out. The only thing on his mind was the center of the Great Forest, because, as he'd seen before, there's a massive security barrier stopping him from just waltzing in. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite strong enough yet to break through it, and he'd have to play by the rules to get access. Seriously, guys, you think this place was Fort Knox with all this security? This author's gotta be messing with us. Anyway, while the teacher was still explaining some other stuff, our protagonist spoke up, saying he had a question. He wanted to know if it was okay for him to train by himself. The instructor surprisingly agreed to his request to prepare for the competition alone. But then, something totally unexpected happened. Choy Arin asked to train alone too. This just raised even more questions for the instructor. He started wondering, are these two secretly dating or something? But since he'd already said yes to the protagonist, he had to do the same for Arin. The instructor then asked if anyone else wanted to follow suit. The other 3 just stayed quiet, so he told them he'd see them during the group training sessions. After the meeting wrapped up, everyone filed out of the room except for 2 people. Ju was busy wondering if he'd be able to master his new technique in time for the competition. Even though he's this legendary hero from the past, his current body belonged to a total slacker. Arin, on the other hand, had stayed behind just to ask her master if she should also participate in the training. He thought it was a bit odd for her to be asking him about it, but he answered anyway, telling her not to push herself too hard because of her injuries. And that advice seemed to really worry the girl. You see, before the teacher even chose her for the competition, he'd asked if she was in good enough shape. Getting in shape for the competition is a big deal for any student, but really, there was only one thing on her mind, and that was whether or not Jiak would be joining. Even her teacher couldn't quite figure her out, but he went ahead and told her that our main character was indeed participating, which was all she needed to hear to sign up to. The teacher was pretty surprised. He totally thought she'd say no, seeing as she hadn't fully recovered from her injuries yet, but she was super insistent, promising she was fine and would be back to 100% in no time. Seeing how determined she was, he caved and let her join. Now, Aram was already on track to become the head of her family, but she was starting to realize she wanted something more. The biggest desire in her heart now was to become just as strong as he is, so she could stand by his side and help him reach his goals. And get this, you guys, she basically just admitted to herself that she's totally crushing on this guy. As all these thoughts were swirling in her head, she just kept staring at him with a little smile on her face, not saying a word. Naturally, our boy found this a little weird and suggested that since she couldn't do any physical training, she should work on her mana control instead. He promised that once he was done with his own stuff, he'd come back and help her out personally. Then, later that night, the scene shifts to an old, abandoned building. We hear someone screaming for their life, yelling, "Stop pulling my teeth. I'll give you anything. Just tell me what you want." Too bad for him, they weren't after information. They were just there to do a simple job, taking care of a target. The woman in the group wanted to get it over with, but the bald guy thought it was way more fun to take his time. See, these 2 are professional assassins. Now that they've wrapped up this mission, it's time to move on to the next one. And their new assignment is a little different from their usual gigs, because the target is just a student from Valhalla. The intel says that the client is paying big bucks for this, and they have a deadline of 1 month to take the target out specifically during the inter-school competition. The bald guy grumbles, wondering why they can't just do it now. His partner explains that the security around the school is just too tight. Trying to invade the academy and get through its barrier would be way too risky. They have to make their move when the academy is open to the public for the competition, so they can easily blend in with the crowd. She mentions that the third test is set to take place right in the middle of the Great Forest, inside a mysterious labyrinth that's literally made from the forest itself. Apparently, the info they got is that the final test is just to escape the labyrinth, and there won't be any instructors watching over them. That's going to be their golden opportunity to strike. So, without further ado, we jump forward 1 month to the very first day of the inter-school competition. All the students are gathered around, cheering on their classmates. Rock is back at the academy now that Dez confessed and took all the blame for the attack. All Rockle has to do now is sit back and wait for those assassins to do their thing. He gives his dad a call and confirms that he hired that professional duo, the best and most expensive assassins money can buy, and they're all set to do the dirty work. What's more, Rock set this whole thing up without his father's direct involvement. That way, if anything goes south, the kid will take the full fall for it. But Rockle assures his dad that there won't be any mistakes this time around. He's confident because the Samo group is on the job. Even his father has heard of them. They're the group that those two infamous widows belong to. His dad figures if this is what it takes to fix his son's reputation, then fine, but he warns Rockle not to do anything else that's too risky. The assassins have already confirmed they've accepted the contract, so now Rockle is just itching to finally get his revenge. Against that commoner, the Valhalla Council's president officially kicks off the competition. He begins by introducing the students from China, the White Lotus, followed by the heroes from the United States, and finally, the representatives of South Korea, Bala. The competition is set to run for 3 whole days, and for today's event, it's all about individual duels between the students. After wrapping up the opening ceremony and giving everyone the details, he asks all the participants to head back to their waiting rooms. The chief instructor is super excited to see what this new generation of students can do. On top of that, he was especially looking forward to seeing one guy in particular, the senior instructor for the heroes, Jack Rover. It turns out these two are old acquaintances, and our senior instructor can't help but poke fun at his friend, calling him Mr. Third Place. Jack shoots back that Valhalla didn't get first place that year either. But this time, things are going to be different. He's totally convinced the heroes will lock in the #1 spot this year. The Americans' confidence is sky high, and the reason for it is the pinnacle of all contractors, the one and only. Senna points out that he's talking about the legendary Logan the Destroyer. To our instructor's complete shock, Logan's son is actually attending the academy and will be fighting for the United States. The genius kid is, standing right over there, Logan Jr. Just from a glance, our instructor can tell he's the real deal and is getting eager to see him in action. Jack adds that the boy even made a contract with the same Constellation as his famous dad. Still, Jack also heard that Valhalla is packing some serious talent this year, pointing specifically to that student, Kim Jiak. He was getting really pumped for the fight between the two prodigies, but our instructor suddenly lost all interest. He just cryptically mentioned that Jack would soon see why he wasn't holding his breath, and, to our absolute delight, the very first fight announced is between Valhalla and the heroes. The two boys were picked for the opening match. The president explains that the rules are pretty straightforward, just don't, permanently take each other out. The security system is in place to prevent any fatal damage, so every hit landed in the arena will be converted into pure pain through electrical impulses. In other words, he's telling them to feel free to go all out because there's no need to hold back here. After the countdown, they can get started. Our protagonist looked perfectly calm, thinking he wouldn't even need to try that hard. 3, 2, and 1. Jiak instantly closed the distance and threw a punch. But to his utter surprise, for the first time ever, someone actually blocked his attack. He thought, who is this guy? He's strong. Logan then taunts him, asking if he really thinks an attack that weak is impressive. Jack just says he's still got a long way to go. Oh, really? Logan replies, noting that our protagonist is way more modest than he'd expected. For a brief moment, it looked like this opponent might actually be a challenge, but that wasn't quite the case. Jack asks if he can handle his blows over and over, then sends the boy flying into the air with a spin. Then, he lands a comically precise blow right on the nipples. This time, Logan had to admit that one stung, and our protagonist noted that his opponent was surprisingly tough. The two instructors were watching the whole thing unfold. Sanel remarks that Logan is pretty durable to withstand a hit like that from our hero. Jack replies that he's watched all of the kids' tapes and trained his own students accordingly. Apparently, Jack wasn't supposed to be this intimidating, but Jack says it's too soon to give up. Logan hasn't even used his destruction ability yet, and now, he unleashes an attack using his magical energy. With that kind of power flying at him, our protagonist is forced to dodge. He can tell that this energy is no joke. But even with all that destructive power, Logan's actual fighting skills are pretty sloppy, and a blast just nicks our hero's hair. Jiak jokes that with that kind of aim, Logan would make a fantastic hairdresser. Logan, however, was starting to realize that if he can't land his shots, all that power is pointless. A reason to use destruction, but he didn't have to use it in the usual way. Instead, he placed his hands on the ground, channeled his energy throughout the entire stadium. With this power, he could totally distract his opponent by raising pieces of the arena. The idea was that if his opponent couldn't find him among all the debris, they wouldn't be able to dodge his attacks. This was the kind of thinking you'd expect from an inexperienced kid. However, Jack spotted his movements with no trouble at all, dodged, and even threw a piece of rock right at his opponent's face. Our protagonist took this opportunity to tell the kid that if you're going to hide, it's super easy to find you if you're using magic, since you can just sense the energy. He suggested, why not try throwing a punch like this, without magic, and hitting your opponent's nose? With just one more precise hit, the victory belonged to the Korean team. Sinyo had been confident about this outcome, but Jack was absolutely stunned. That kid is a monster. The following duels happened one after another, and all their opponents were defeated with ease. When there were no more opponents left to face, Valhalla had to compete against their own team in the final round, and to make our protagonist swell with pride, Choy Arin was the other finalist. The girl brought this up herself, saying that Valhalla's victory was already guaranteed, so there was no reason for them to fight with their full strength. However, the winner is the one who will receive a scholarship, and she didn't need the money. So, she offered to forfeit if Jiak wanted to win. Jiak replied that he also didn't care about the cost, money, but insisted that Aram couldn't forfeit. He also wanted her to show him just how much she had improved, so he asked her to give it her best shot in the fight. Without hesitating, the girl readied an attack with her thunderous sword. Her skill was already something incredible, but now her control was on a whole other level. The fight between these two monsters left the entire arena in shock. Even the senior instructors couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was a truly high-level battle. The victory went to our protagonist, and Bar spoke in his mind, saying that he was very cruel and asking if he had hurt her. Jiak insisted he held back. He says he didn't aim for her stomach. The girl had changed the trajectory of her attack at the last moment, and he had adjusted his own to hit her sword. However, his power is so immense that the result of simply hitting the sword was something like this. Despite his monstrous growth and strength, Choy Arin is also incredible and surpasses all the other students. The first day of the competition ended, and that night, Senio congratulated the team. He told them they were incredible and had won the first day. No one was hurt thanks to the defense system, but he said they should still rest up and visit the infirmary just in case. He was also about to mention something about the formation for tomorrow. However, Jiak began to wonder if he really needed to wait any longer to go to the center of the great forest. Perhaps his strength was already enough that he didn't have to follow the rules anymore. The meeting ended and Sinio left the students alone, but Jiak wanted to speak with the instructor first. He had a question for him. If he managed to defeat everyone and finish the test in record time tomorrow, could they move on to the third test on the same day? At this point, Senio didn't even question if that was possible and just said he would look in the rulebook. He investigated and discovered that there are exceptions that allow this to happen if the test is completed very quickly, and if the preparations for the next test were already in place, they could proceed immediately. In other words, our protagonist says he's going to finish quickly, so he asks the instructor to have everything prepared for him to take the next test. The final test on the very same day. The guy didn't even bat an eye, just said he'd make it happen. So, with that settled, our protagonist will get the final word tomorrow. After saying their goodbyes, it's clear our hero is not a fan of waiting or following the rules. He then immediately starts chatting with his trusty sword, asking, "Hey, you want me to take care of you, too?" Our guy is just buzzing with anticipation. He just can't stand waiting another day to follow the system's instructions and get some answers. The next morning, the sun is shining, and the weather is just perfect for the second day of the competition. The Academy president gets on the mic again, saying, "It's a pleasure to have everyone here on this beautiful day. The group battle is set to go down in the forest, and everyone will be watching the action through some state-of-the-art drone cameras. Now, here's the new fan-favorite team to win it all, but wait, Jack is nowhere to be seen." Mika asked her teammates if anyone had seen where that guy went. Just then, the man of the hour himself shows up late and apologizes for his tardiness. Even though he's the strongest dude in school, he's not immune to getting chewed out. The instructor was crystal clear when he said everyone needed to be there 30 minutes early. Did he forget? Nope. It's not that he forgot, he just wasn't paying attention. Our main character then announced that he'd handle everything, so there was no need to bother with a strategy. Sure, they all know he's strong, but this is a times group times battle. Mima immediately challenged him, asking if he seriously thinks he can take on all 10 enemy students all by himself. None of the other guys wanted to jump into this argument. Only a girl would have the guts to stand up to this guy. That's when Aram stepped in. She wanted to go with Jiak, too. But his answer was a firm no. They all had to stay put right here. Even though Mima had no clue what he was planning, she tried to change his mind right up until the last second. Then the countdown for the test began. 3, 2, 1. The White Lotus team was all fired up to reclaim the points they lost yesterday. But within seconds of the start, they were found and didn't even have time to set up a defense. Jiak even gave them a little credit, noting that they were pretty good for reacting so fast. And just like that, White Lotus has been eliminated. Logan, the leader of his team, figured that since Valhalla went after the White Lotus team first, his own team wouldn't have to worry about them teaming up on his squad. He knows that Guy is not only super strong, but also incredibly smart. Suddenly, one of his teammates detected magic, barreling towards them at high speed. Wait, no, that's not magic, it's a person moving crazy fast. They know it's the boogeyman himself coming for them, so they scrambled to put up a reinforced magic shield. Melissa was tasked with casting the most powerful reinforcement magic she could muster. Bella is on defense duty, supporting the barrier. With everyone else focused on defense, Logan would be ready for the counterattack. It's a full-on defensive formation, which made Melissa wonder why they were going to all this trouble for just one person. Logan reminded her that this one person is Jiak. He pointed out that she must have seen during the first test that he's on a completely different level. Bella chimed in, saying that since Melissa didn't face him yesterday, she has no idea how powerful his attacks are. Melissa was still convinced that no one was stronger than Logan, but Logan himself admitted that he's not even in the same league as that guy. They waited for a little while, and suddenly, the enemy's mana just vanished. Even so, they decided to hold their formation just a bit longer. It seemed like the guys on the team were seeing double, and as they waited, the monster himself appeared right on top of the trees. A chill ran down Logan's spine, even before he could turn to face the enemy. His vision was already completely blocked by a sword. Jiak had infiltrated their formation, coming in hot from above to take out their only damage dealer. Bella didn't even get a chance to use her shield, and while Melissa hadn't fought him before, she figured she had a shot. But first, she'd have to actually land a hit. Instead, she got a taste of what everyone else experienced yesterday, a solid punch right to the gut. Even the two guys who managed to sneak up on him from behind went down in a single hit. With just 4 attacks, Jiak wiped out all 5 opponents from the American Academy. And just like that, the heroes were eliminated. Our main characters were eager to head into the forest, but before we get to that, can somebody tell me what this guy is looking at? That's right, folks. The fastest test in history has just been completed. Back in the monitoring room, the Academy president had to ask everyone if the clock was working right. Jiak had finished the test all by himself in only 23 minutes. After they all confirmed it, the first to place, president was ready to call it a day, but senior instructor Sanko chimed in, mentioning that the rules actually allow the third test to start today if the second one finishes up this quickly. The president caught on right away and gave them the go-ahead to discuss it. That Jiak kid really is a monster. He did exactly what he said he would. Jiak and SEL had already agreed to move the third test up, but they still needed the approval of the White Lotus instructor. According to the instructor, after watching the first and second days, he had no doubt the outcome would be the same. Valhalla has a truly terrifying monster on their team this year. He also finally understood why Cell was so confident Jiak couldn't lose. Over in the restroom, the Valhalla team was hanging out, not even tired since they hadn't lifted a finger to win. Mima couldn't stop thinking about what an absolute monster Jiak was. He's totally on another level. She had wanted to take the lead in this test, but she couldn't even do that yesterday. She got completely owned by Choy Arin in combat, who, rumor has it, is being trained by Jack himself. The poor girl felt like she was falling way behind, and it was seriously stressing her out. She started to wonder if maybe, just maybe, she could swallow her pride for a moment. Would he agree to teach her, too? That tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by an announcement over the school's PA system. Tomorrow's test, Survival in the Labyrinth, was being moved up to today. Right before everyone headed into the forest, our hero said he had a quick announcement for the team. He was going to head to the center of the forest, all by himself, so everyone else was on their own. He added that if they ran into trouble, they could just call for him and he'd come help. Mima was instantly annoyed. Another solo mission. They'd already won the first two tests, so they were going to pass this one anyway, but why does this guy always insist on doing everything alone? She wanted to say something, but she just couldn't get the words out. That's when Jiak asked if the little bird had something she wanted to say. Why do you keep giving me nicknames? You're just making it stick, she blurted out, before adding, teach me how to fence. A little while later, everyone was gathered at the gate to the Great Forest. The president then announced that the final test of the competition was about to begin. Once again, everyone in the stadium would be watching the action through a magical screen. In the heart of this place is a labyrinth unlike any other in the world, a dense forest where the rain never stops and danger lurks around every corner. The rules of this test are as follows. All participants will be evaluated right before the test starts. After 5 hours inside this forest, the closer the students are to their original condition, the higher their final grade will be. Group combat is off limits, so let the test begin. Meanwhile, those two troublemakers are holed up in an abandoned warehouse at the academy. They were planning to make their move on the third day, only to find out the test was moved up. A woman came by to inform them, so now they have to get their job done sooner, too. In a flash, they're teleported right out of there, and at that exact moment, the camera system in the control room goes completely haywire. The instructors have no clue what kind of glitch could possibly knock out every single camera in the forest at the same time. Did I forget to pay the internet bill? You go call the service provider and check on security. The instructors all agree that the students could be in some serious trouble in there, so they decide to head in and call the whole test off. When they got to the entrance, all they found were the crumbling ruins of where the gate used to be. Deep inside the forest, the students were battling the pouring rain, just waiting for the clock to run out. Melissa mentioned that Bella wasn't looking so hot, but the girl insisted she didn't want to slow the team down, saying she just got a little too soaked. Logan, being the great team leader he is, saw right through it and ordered them to build a temporary shelter to get out of the downpour. With his power, he starts carving out a cave in the earth, but then something totally unexpected appears right in front of him, a black and purple orb. And then, 3 people step right out of it. A bald guy with a seriously mean mug tells Jae Yak he should just accept his fate and take a permanent nap, but their boss, or whoever she is, says that this isn't their target. Apparently, their teleportation GPS got the coordinates wrong. Logan definitely heard what the bald guy said, though. They want to get rid of Jae Yak? So who are these people messing with dark magic? The girl tells the bald guy to hurry it up and not leave any witnesses behind. They're about to go up against a genius from the Heroes Academy. After all, for Logan, this competition is no place for scumbags using forbidden arts. He lunged to attack the guy in front of him and was suddenly poked from behind. The bald man's power can pull off a sneaky trick like that. What a total cheap shot. This guy really went for it. He did that to someone as important as me. When in the world did he get behind me? The bald man just told him to look back and he'd understand a little better. Logan realized this guy had mastered some kind of shadow clone technique and was ruthless. He took a critical hit and went down. The sound of his fall was heavy, and the 2 girls wondered if he was gone instantly, but that wasn't the case. He was going to bleed out. These intruders were clearly used to this kind of work, but Bella had never seen someone so close to death's door. The lead girl ordered the bald man to hurry up and take care of the witnesses. They had to hunt down their real target before anyone else could interfere. While they were busy attacking the survivors, our protagonist was sprinting through the forest. The system had ordered him to go to the center of the Great Forest, but he was skeptical that there was anything in this place besides a bunch of trees. Along the way, he noticed the other students. A blonde girl was the only one left standing and seemed to be the last survivor of her group. The bald man had taken care of all the others and just then noticed that another witness had shown up. However, the man saw that his prey had just waltzed right up to them all on his own. What a lucky day. Melissa also spotted Jae Yak and heard that these people were after him. Realizing her group had just been caught in the crossfire by mistake, the pair of assassins celebrated the fact that their target came right to them. Even knowing he was the target, Jae Yak was perfectly calm with an ice-cold expression. Seeing these innocent students down on the ground was something he just couldn't ignore. He told the blonde girl to take care of her fallen friends and try to stop the bleeding. Hey, maybe they can still be saved. Jack noticed their wounds were intentionally non-fatal, designed just to make them bleed out slowly. Man, these criminals were totally savage. Before the fight really kicked off, he asked a few questions, like what their whole goal was here. The bald guy just called him a spoiled brat. He gloated that the entrance was wrecked. All the observation drones were smashed, and no teacher would make it in time to rescue them. The bald man estimated it would take at least a full hour for anyone to get through the busted gate. This was all meant to scare the kid, but Jake was just thinking about how huge the forest was with the non-stop rain. What if he couldn't find his objective? After he dealt with this mess, what would that bald guy think about a kid who said he'd solve this and then just move on to something else? The bald man launched an attack from two directions to take out his target. It should have been impossible for anyone to dodge. But then, the impossible happened. He struck nothing but the ground. Where did that boy go? Jack's voice then called out, "I'm over here." And then he added, "Looks like you guys are in big trouble now." The blow was so powerful that the bald man went flying several yards before smashing into a tree. The other two criminals didn't even have time to process what was happening. They were hit from behind and instantly lost consciousness. They dropped like sacks of potatoes right on the ground next to the bald guy. Jack then told the blonde girl to use her healing mana on her friend's wounds. He told her if she couldn't manage it on her own, she should run west until she found the Valhalla students, who would be able to help. The Rain Master tears, but she was completely determined to heal her friends as quickly as she possibly could. The bald man woke up surprisingly fast and saw his partners lying unconscious beside him. When he looked forward, his target was just staring him down. He probably thought he had another shot to complete the mission and drag his potato sack buddies out of there. Jack, on the other hand, had different ideas. He said that before they got to the taking him out part, he needed the bald man to clear up one little thing, who ordered the hit on him. Despite being a criminal, the bald man had some professional pride, asking what kind of assassin he'd be if he just gave up his client's name. Jack was getting impatient. Usually, guys like him spill the beans once they realize there's zero chance they're walking away from this. The bald man, having blacked out for a few seconds, was now fully alert. He decided it was time to get serious and finish off this kid for good. His clone appeared right behind Jack, ready to land the killing blow. But even without looking, Jack dodged the attack perfectly. How on earth did he do that? Jack called the guy a coward for attacking from behind. He then destroyed the clone and asked if he wanted to see a surprise attack that wasn't so cheap. Here, have a broken nose. The man got decked, and it became painfully obvious that the roles of hunter and prey had been completely reversed. Jack asked one last time for the client's name. The man just couldn't believe it, insisting it was impossible for him to lose to a kid. So, Jack just started wailing on him until he caved. The assault was so intense that nearby trees were being torn apart like they were made of paper. After some time had passed, the instructors finally managed to reach the group of students. They followed all the noise and found the American group with the Korean students. The Americans were in pretty rough shape. Jack was extremely worried and wanted to know what on earth had happened. Logan and his friends couldn't even stand up, but they were going to be fine. They still hadn't explained what went down. Logan finally said they were ambushed by villains, 2 women, and a weird bald dude. Judging by that description, Sankel figured it had to be the Sam Sal group. But where are the attackers now? We have to hunt them down. Logan just pointed to the side and said they really didn't need to. Lying there were the bodies of the 3 criminals. The whole scene was terrifying. It looked like a meteor had crash-landed, had come crashing down on them. The dun girl and the bald guy were totally taken out by Gak, showing more skill than a professional assassin. The fact they were even here proved Gak had defeated them. It was seriously impossible to gauge how strong that kid really is. Logan said that, right before he passed out, he saw Jack fight for just a few seconds. It was absolutely incredible. The criminals couldn't even lay a finger on him. Melissa apparently saw the entire fight, too. They all used to think Logan was the strongest high schooler around, but now his confidence was completely shattered. Jack told his student to keep his head up. Jack is just a total anomaly, but Logan is still an amazing fighter. More importantly, they mentioned there were 3 people. So where was the other woman? Just as they were asking, they heard a thud on the ground. Our hero had brought the 3rd woman, trying to find out who was pulling the strings behind these criminals. Instructor Sanol didn't even have to ask if he was hurt. They figured they'd get the full story when they got back to the academy. The teachers would help the injured students and get them to the hospital. And just like that, the student competition was officially over. Later that night in the academy dorm, our main character had just stepped out of the shower. It had been a really long day, and why wouldn't it be? Barr suggested it was because he used a ton of magic and took down 3 villains. But despite everything that had happened, he was feeling pretty good looking at the system window. He could see that he'd met the conditions and completed the goal of retrieving the pearl from Made Alona's house. He was still wondering how something so massive could fit in his pocket. He was thrilled because he'd been racing against time, and it wasn't easy to pull that off, which made the success feel even sweeter. The woman woke up after being knocked out, and as she opened her eyes, our protagonist told her to get up. He wanted to know what her ability was. He'd heard before that they were after a target and were part of a group called Samel. Judging by their 3-person formation, the girls were probably the support for the group, so what was her power? The woman was furious and refused to say a word. She thought that even if they failed, she could still escape. Unfortunately for her, Jiak interrupted her teleportation magic. The girl couldn't believe it was even possible to stop her magic mid-cast. It turns out, just seeing her magic in action one time was all our protagonist needed to figure it out. She was basically moving herself around using a black orb. Our hero remarked that this was super useful and that he needed her help. He had something he needed to find, and if she helped him out, she might get to keep all of her teeth. And that's pretty much how our hero managed to find the great center of the forest, Bar pointed out. Jack didn't exactly keep his promise about leaving her alone once he found what he was looking for. In response, he said it was her own fault. He asked who their clients were, and when she wouldn't talk, he had to get a little persuasive to get the answer. He already knew about the Samuel group, and as for who hired them, he deduced it had to be the darn Rockel family. That was his theory, and if he was right, the Ventrix family would just keep trying until they succeeded. In that case, the only choice he had was to take the entire family off the board to end their threat for good. Anyway, the next step after getting the pearl was to face his lost memories through his dreams. But now, did he actually need to sleep to do that? Bar seemed to think so. He also figured he would get his own memories back if Jiak recovered his. So, Jiak flicked off the lights and prepared to call it a night. You know how it is? The harder you try to fall asleep, the more awake you feel. Well, after a little while, he finally managed to drift off. Our hero found himself reliving the very night he died, right after the epic battle that decided Earth's fate. The tower was destroyed, and the falling debris tragically took him out. It's not clear what he actually remembers, since this is just the official story everyone knows. But it turns out, something else happened that night that nobody's aware of. Just moments before his death, time itself came to a screeching halt. A mysterious figure, appearing only as a shadow, froze that single instant. This figure approached Jiak and said, "I will take good care of your name, and the names of everyone you protected in this world." And with that, their business was done. Then, the creature vanished and time resumed its flow, marking the end of the great legendary hero. After a wild dream like that, he woke up completely bewildered, wondering if it was a dream or a memory. Could those have been his real lost memories? Was that truly how it all went down? The protagonist was eager to find out if Bar remembered anything similar, and judging by his reaction, it sure looked like he did. Bar mentioned that he used to be a tiger. Jiak, trying to process this, asked if that was for real. Was he actually an animal in his past life? According to Bar, he wasn't a particularly cute one either. Jiak then asked if Bar also saw that shadowy figure and what his name used to be. Bar couldn't remember his old name. His only memories now were of being a tiger. Jiak wasn't sure if he was just going crazy from all the blows to the head or if this was all actually happening. In any case, he checked the system again, hoping for answers. And sure enough, there was new information. It was about a secret room located somewhere in Valhalla. The system prompted him to go to this place and witness the truth. Jiak had no idea if this was the final mission or something else entirely, so he decided he would ask his teacher about the location after he finished training for the day. Later on, during physical training, Choy was right there by his side, just like always. The super muscular guy was also busy lifting weights. The big surprise, however, was a new person in the gym, Mima. It was her first time, and she had the guts to walk up and ask the big guy why he was even there. Jiak thought, is this girl for real? Where else would a mountain of muscle be? He then turned the question back on her, asking Mima why she was there. That question definitely hit a sore spot. She confessed that she was there out of envy for Jiak, just like she assumed Choy was, and that she wanted to train like him. The big guy quickly corrected her, explaining that he wasn't there because of Jiak. He had been a regular at that place, long before Jiak ever showed up, but he totally understood how she felt. She was really there because she'd also lost to Choy Arin, not just because Jiak had surpassed her. In the showdown between the two girls, Mima had been the favorite to win and truly believed she was the second strongest fighter around. But Arin proved to be far more resilient and packed an even stronger punch. She managed to shut down Mima's attacks without a second thought. Mima even unleashed her most powerful attack, but Arin's superior technique completely overwhelmed her. Right before Arin delivered the final blow, she had already proven she was stronger in every single way. It was an absolute victory. Mima then realized that Arin got so much stronger by training with Jiak. Seeing Arin push herself so hard with the weights, she knew Jiak's influence was undeniable. Mima wanted to learn how to train properly, and even though Choy was an expert, he suggested it would be best for her to ask Jiak for advice herself. Asking another noble for help would normally be simple, but Mima's pride made it hard to ask Jiak for anything. After all, he was just a poor commoner. Despite her pride, she knew it was the right thing to do. Mima finally worked up the nerve to ask for help, but then Jiak called her little bird again. There he goes with that nickname again, she thought. But she took a deep breath and decided to go through with it. She mentioned that he was training Choy Arin and that she wanted to ask for his help with her training, too. Unfortunately, their teacher picked that exact moment to interrupt and get Jiak's attention. Someone was waiting for him. Once his training was done, he could finally go meet her. The message said it would be the last time they'd see each other for a good long while. Jack was totally clueless about who it could be and decided to just go right away. And once again, Mima couldn't get a word in edgewise. This time, she was absolutely dying of embarrassment. But then, our protagonist completely surprised her. He told the chatty girl that if she really wanted to train, she should ask Choy Arin for her routine and stick to it if she was willing to work hard. He even hinted he might train her himself later. Choy Arin was more than happy to help the talkative girl out. Meanwhile, the senior instructor wasn't telling who the mystery person was, trying to build the suspense. Jiak was eager to find out who it was. Right before they got to the room, the instructor just said that if Jiak really thought about it, it could only be one person. Jack had a hunch. When they arrived, his guess was confirmed. It was Rocco Ventric, and he looked like an absolute wreck. Jack wasn't the least bit excited to see or even talk to Rocco. Rocco, on the other hand, looked like he couldn't wait another second. Forgetting all his pride, he dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Rocco just threw himself on the ground, pleading, and that girl he keeps around was right beside him, as always. He just kept repeating, "Please forgive me." Jack had no idea what was going on, so he asked, instructor, if he knew why Rocco was there. Senel figured Jiak would have already known that Rocco was the one who hired those 3 assassins from before. The second he heard that, Rocco's entire body froze. The instructor also reminded him that the first time someone tried to ambush Jiak, Rocco was the mastermind who pulled the strings and got away clean. And now, he had committed the very same crime all over again. The story was all over the news, but Jack wondered if it would even make a difference. He assumed the Ventric family would just sweep everything under the rug and protect Rocco. Senel then shocked everyone by announcing that the Ventric family had actually kicked Rocco out. That was why he was here looking so miserable. Senel explained that not only the Ventrics but also Rocco's own father had disowned him. Unlike last time, the Ventrics did absolutely nothing to cover up the news. Rocco's reputation was worse than something you'd find at the bottom of a dumpster. So, Jiak asked the criminal directly, now that he was without any protection and had nothing to look forward to but jail time. How could he possibly save Rocco? The boy saw a tiny glimmer of hope and shouted that there was a way. He claimed the most important thing was Jiak's testimony. Our protagonist heard this and showed absolutely no reaction at all. Rocco begged him to say something, anything to just claim that he was innocent and that nothing ever happened. This request was just insane, but Jiak simply replied that he wasn't in the mood. Rocco started begging and apologizing again, even offering his own life, but our hero wasn't having any of it. When the instructor heard Rocco trying to offer money for forgiveness, he started to get really angry, but Jiak, even though he wasn't rich, didn't even entertain the offer. With no clue what else could convince Jiak, Rocco had a wild idea. He grabbed the girl with him by the arm and offered her up. He said if Jiak wanted to own the girl, he could just take her. She was apparently from the royal family of England. Possessing her would supposedly bring status to Jiak and help him rise through the ranks. Of all the ridiculous offers, this was the one that finally got a reaction from our protagonist. Was this guy seriously offering a person as if she were an object? Rocco made his usual smug face and stated that the girl was his property. He said it was totally normal for him to sell, use, or trade her. He then showed her neck where there was a mark proving she was his property and asked what he thought of that. If Jiak wanted, he could transfer ownership right then and there. Sel, seeing this, remembered that this was a major taboo. Using magic to seal a person was forbidden. It was a spell that completely robbed, that keeps a person from acting against their owner, but there's no way a normal person could cast a spell like that. So help Rocco do this. Our hero couldn't just stand by and listen anymore, so he said grimly that people like Rocco have been around for a very long time, people who use forbidden spells on others for their own twisted purposes. Jurak then placed a hand on her and began using his mana. The girl could tell he was doing something but wasn't sure what, but when Jurak used his power to remove the seal from her body, she finally understood the spell was being broken. Slowly but surely, the seal faded away. Rocco had just lost his most prized possession. Jurak then asked the instructor for permission to land just one solid punch on the guy. Senel doesn't allow anyone to break the rules. Violence among students is absolutely not tolerated, but it's a completely different story when the other person is a criminal. Besides, the instructor himself isn't a fan of the Ventric family, so he gave the green light. This whole negotiation happened while Rocco just stood there, unable to react. Now that it was authorized, it was time to unleash some righteous fury. Our protagonist was even considerate enough to tell him to clench his teeth so he wouldn't hurt himself. But, despite the friendly warning, the punch was so powerful it sent him flying several meters and knocked a few of his teeth loose. After that, everything was taken care of. Bar, who can speak, inside Jurak's head, commented that he really thought Jurak was going to finish Rockle off for good this time. If this were 300 years ago, he definitely would have crushed that guy. The truth is, Jurak got so angry because, in the past, one of his own disciples had used the same kind of spell. And on top of that, he had been in that exact situation himself, since Bar had no idea that the legendary hero was once a slave. But their mental conversation was cut short by the girl, Yuria. She ran up to him to thank him for setting her free. The girl explained she couldn't speak to him earlier, but she was eternally grateful. From the information she had gathered, she felt like there was no one else in the world who could understand her better. Jurak told her she didn't need to worry about it and that she shouldn't try to find him to repay the favor. She should just go back to living her own life exactly how she wanted to. Those words went straight to the girl's heart. After suffering for so long, she never imagined she could feel this happy again. If you, who are watching right now, were also touched by this, please leave a comment and like the video to help me continue this amazing story. The next day, our protagonist met with Professor Lilia to dig up some information. She told him that the Great Palace of Allah is located in China, and more specifically, it's a labyrinth owned by the White Lotus Association. He then asked if this was the same White Lotus that had participated in the competition. When she confirmed it was, he became pretty thoughtful about the situation. Invading a labyrinth that doesn't belong to him is a crime, and that would make things much more difficult. And anyway, why do labyrinths even need to have owners these days? He also remembered that back in the day, monsters would just mysteriously invade dungeons. Maybe he could do something like that, or he could just smash his way through, although it would be a lot faster to do it that way. He'd rather not cause a big scene and stir up trouble for everyone. So, he tried to get a little more info from the professor. He asked if there was any way to access this dungeon. She explained that the dungeon is open to students of the White Lotus Academy. As soon as the words left her mouth, she clapped a hand over it, as if she instantly regretted what she just said. Then she got on her student's case, saying he can't just hang around digging for information without getting anything in return. So in exchange for more information, she lays out her 3 conditions. After hearing her demands, our protagonist doesn't miss a beat. He stands right up and tells the professor to enjoy her coffee alone. Of course, that gets her to start begging, promising she'll spill everything he wants to know, which gets him to sit right back down. You can bet her real goal is still to make him her assistant, but I highly doubt she's going to pull that off. They sit down, and he just says, "Keep talking." Eager to earn his trust, she gets a little flustered and insists that what she's about to share is top secret, so she lowers her voice. The big secret is that the Great Palace of Allah is going to be one of the venues for the World Championship during the 2nd semester. Hearing this, Jiak cautiously asks if that's actually true. He then asks if the other professors know about it too. She explains that no, she's the only one, which makes him wonder how she got this info. He suspects she might be bragging about intel she shouldn't have, but Lilia simply states that she has an informant. So, he clarifies, are we talking about a world championship with competitions between all the schools on the planet? She confirms that's right, but explains that unlike the Academy's tournament between the top 3 schools, the world championship is more like the Olympics. And while that might sound incredibly impressive to most people, to our protagonist, it's just another hassle. Besides, he's not even sure he can participate in it, and on top of that, it's a long way off. So he asks if there's a faster way to get there. Seeing just how determined Jack is to reach this place leaves Lilia a little surprised. She admits that unfortunately, she doesn't have any direct information or contacts within the White Lotus itself. The professor isn't certain about the method, but she says she will try to get Jack access. In return, he just has to do one little thing for her. Lilia asks him to go with her to the International Society of Monster Research, promising it's just a one-day event so he won't waste much time. And so, a little while later, they find themselves in Tottenham, North London, at the location of the International Society for Monster Research. The moment he gets to the front door, he's already fuming about having spent so many hours traveling just for this. And it turns out that whole, just one-day pitch, that was a complete lie. She totally ignores his complaining and points out that they're here for the weekend, even offering to maybe extend his day off from the academy to Monday. But most importantly, Jack demands to know why their time's really times here. To answer his question, she basically shoves him into a test room to fight a monster, where it looks like a bunch of people are gathered to evaluate his performance. He's here to provide data for an article she's writing. In exchange for her intel, he has to take down some monsters for her. A boar charged in, but he took it out with a single hit before it vanished. And it wasn't just a few monsters, He spent an hour and a half fighting all sorts of beasts until he was exhausted. After it was all over, Jiak confronts Lilia again, pointing out that she lied when she promised there would only be 3 monsters. Professor Lilia just plays dumb, pretending she has no idea what he's talking about. Anyway, Jiak changes the subject and asks what the deal is with the atmosphere, having noticed people giving them strange looks the moment they walked in. He jokingly asks if she got into a fight with these people or maybe tried to recruit them as her assistants, too. That's when the professor finally starts to reveal her true intentions, explaining that for decades, researchers have believed in certain techniques and their established theories, when suddenly, an article just popped up out of nowhere, contradicting everything they thought they knew. Our hero realizes that these folks just want to hang on to their old, less effective knowledge, unlike what the professor taught on the very first day. But he wonders, if their sword test proves something different, why don't they just go out and slay the monsters themselves to prove their articles? The professor, with a grim look, says it's because they simply don't want to. Basically, there's an elite group that controls all the accepted hunting strategies, and they impose them on society and the entire world. They even conduct their own bias tests to prove the methods they prefer. It turns out the current, high-ranking members of the society that evaluates all this are a bunch of incompetents who only got their positions through nepotism. After hearing the whole explanation, let's just say the old-timers were not thrilled to have their theories debunked. Our protagonist agrees that those guys are the worst, and he was actually glad he could help her out. He figures he's already helped the professor with what she needed, so now it's her turn to repay him by helping him get into the White Lotus. Lilia then surprises him by saying he made a great choice coming here. After all, the director of the White Lotus is at this very event. Jiek, being super sharp, immediately puts it all together. He knows who she is. He's seen her today, and he's about to go talk to her right now. Before he can even get up, someone knocks on the door and asks if student Jiak is here and if they could speak with him for a moment. Our hero recognizes the familiar voice and says yes, they can come in. The room is then immediately filled with an incredible, radiant beauty. The person before them is the director of the White Lotus Academy and without a doubt one of the most stunning women in the story. On top of that, she politely says it's a pleasure to meet him and introduces herself as Sen. Our protagonist returns the courtesy, gives his name, and asks what he can do for her. The woman explains that, in fact, she's come to ask for a favor. She needs him to handle a certain person for her. Hearing this, Professor Lilia says that since the conversation seems to be getting serious, she'll give them some privacy. And with that, she slips out of the room. Jiak asks her what, exactly, he needs to do. She explains that her family, the Seal family, was the very first to be founded after the era of chaos, and because of that, they were able to build the White Lotus Academy and train countless strong warriors. However, there was a genius in the family who, at just 13, could already defeat grown adults. This person walked all over his brothers and other members of the Seal clan. Even the store head of the family was thoroughly outmatched by him. In the end, this genius concluded there was nothing left to learn in the outside world and locked himself away in the Seal family's training room at the White Lotus Palace. Jack asks if she wants him to go and knock this arrogant person down a peg. Selen confirms that's exactly it. However, Jack questions why her, since there must be plenty of strong people she could ask for this task. He even points out that her own magical power is clearly far from weak. The director acknowledges that our protagonist has a sharp eye. She says she even used magic to hide her power, but there are 2 reasons that make this whole situation complicated. The first is that this person fights using only his raw physical strength. The second is that this person is the exact same age as Jiak. After watching the competition, she knows he's physically powerful, so if her problem child lost to someone his own age, it would be a major blow to his pride, and that's why she came to ask for the favor in person. She accepts, though she assumes it won't be for free. Selen agrees, adding that since he's a VIP, she's a pretty big deal herself. In fact, she can call in favors anywhere on the globe without paying a cent. But our hero cuts her off, making it crystal clear that he isn't interested in money. There's just a place he needs to get into, and he asks if she can arrange it. This completely throws her for a loop. A little while later, they're in China, standing in front of the White Lotus Group's main building. Jiak remarks that he really didn't expect to be doing this on the very same day he made the deal. Selen reminds him that he did say he was free until Monday, so the sooner, the better. He concedes the point, and she then asks if the place he needs to access is the Grand Palace. Jack confirms that's the one. She assures him it won't be a difficult request, but suggests they head inside first. As they walk in, a few of the students look completely shocked to see her there. Once they're in a private room, he mentions that he's curious about something. Selen asks what that might be, and he points out that she barely paid any attention to the competition, Yet she's desperate for him to handle this particular person. Selen acknowledges his point, explaining that for her, it's much more important to completely shatter this person's arrogance and then lead the White Lotus back to the top. Jiak says he gets it, but he's not entirely convinced that one person could really be that big of a deal. She then tells him everything is ready and that as soon as he steps on the magic seal, he'll be teleported straight to the training room. He just says, all right, then steps on and asks Selen what this person's name is. She replies that her name is Yan Lang. When he arrives, we finally get a look at this oh-so-special individual. And it turns out to be one seriously arrogant girl. She scoffs that if the family sent him to make her leave, it's a waste of time, so he should just get lost. Jiak asks if she's always this charming to people she's just met. He throws a picture-perfect punch, but she catches his fist with ease. He's visibly stunned. She then counters with an aura-infused palm strike, calling him an idiot and asking if he makes a habit of underestimating his opponents, all while mocking his punch. He coolly suggests they should probably introduce themselves. It's her turn to be shocked, though, when she sees he's completely unharmed. He caught her wrist to block the blow. Jiak then goes on the offensive again. She raises an arm to defend, but this hit definitely stings, forcing Yan Lang to back away. Well, how the tables have turned. Now the arrogant girl is eager to know this handsome guy's name. He cheekily introduces himself as a 17-year-old high school student who underestimated his opponent. The girl now realizes she needs to keep her distance and look for an opening, but he's not giving her an inch of space. He then readies another punch, landing it right in her gut. This actually gets him excited, too. For the first time ever, someone has managed to exceed his expectations. She stumbles back from the force of the blow, trying to lessen the impact. Jiak has to admit that she isn't bad at all. Even his students from 300 years ago weren't this quick on their feet. Yan Lang starts thinking seriously about this. There's no way someone her age should be on her level. A grin spreads across her face as she gets excited. Since he is this strong, it means she can finally stop holding back. Meanwhile, we see that their fight is being watched on a monitor by Selen and her secretary. The secretary turns to her, saying he knows it's not his place, but asks if Jiak is really going to be okay. He adds that he can't believe a student from another school could ever do against someone from White Lotus, claiming he's feeling the pressure from her. Is he just wasting his breath? What the man says next sounds incredibly rude to me, as he claims that even the miss lost to Ling, but to save his own skin. He quickly adds that it was only because the fight didn't allow for any magic. It was just a contest of pure physical strength, and that's the only reason his master could have possibly lost. Despite hating this fact, she has to acknowledge that she did lose to the girl, but she doesn't think she would have won even if she had used magic. The man was not expecting to hear that, and refuses to accept it. However, the woman explains that at the time, the difference in magic power between her and Yan Lang was practically nothing, and that was several years ago. Si Yin believes the girl must have gotten even stronger, both physically and mentally, since then, so she likely has a better chance of winning now, even with magic. But that reality check wasn't enough. The man then frets that Jiak is going to get himself killed if he continues to fight Yan Lang. Despite the man's concern, the woman remains completely unfazed. Calmly, she says that boy isn't normal. There's something strange about him, and his feats in Valhalla prove it. We then cut back to the battlefield, where the manaless ninja girl is attacking our protagonist. With nails as sharp as blades, her cutting attack is lightning fast, but Jiak dodges. However, Yan Lang immediately follows up with a powerful knee strike. She feels the impact and thinks she's got him now. But a moment later, a sharp pain shoots through her leg, and she screams, clutching her knee. Yan Lang asks if he has a head made of steel, and he doesn't even deny it. The girl is certain she landed a direct hit. It turns out he wanted to test which was harder, his forehead or her knee. Is this guy nuts? The girl starts to get really annoyed with her opponent, as even her strongest moves are having no effect. She thinks to herself that this is a huge blow to her pride, but this guy's raw physical strength is just on another level compared to hers. So, she demands to know why he's fighting without using his magic. Our hero simply replies that it's because he figured she'd prefer it that way. Hearing this, she absolutely explodes with anger. She tells him to use everything he's got because she's about to do the same. This is now going to be an all-out brawl with both sides going at maximum power. Jiak realizes the girl has started to gather her magic, proving she knows how to fight that way, too. He asks if she's mad, and his little smirk just makes the girl even more furious. In that case, our legendary hero declares that he's going to completely demolish her pride. Now, as Yan Lang senses his mana, her confidence wavers and she starts to wonder if he's really just a high school kid. She's now positive that this boy is the craziest person she has ever met. And if that's the case, she doesn't need to hold back anymore. Yan Lang charges forward at blinding speed, her fist glowing with magical energy and aimed right at his forehead. Jiak doesn't even flinch until her fist is just inches from his face. The girl is convinced she finally got him, but he dodges in full-on Matrix mode, leaving her completely shocked. Jiak says he had a lot of fun up to this point, but now it's time to fulfill his part of the deal, and he hits her with a punch so hard it lifts her off the ground. With the last bit of breath in her lungs, she manages to gasp, "You monster." And just like that, another one is defeated by the fists of equality. Our protagonist seemed pretty satisfied with how that punch felt, but back in the room where they're watching the fight, the two spectators are completely stunned. They just witnessed something they thought was impossible. Jack, after winning, gently picks the girl up and enters. He presents the defeated girl to Essie Yin, just as they agreed. Essie Yin was at a total loss for words, even several minutes after watching it all go down. After the fight, she's all worried, asking if Jack is hurt, like if he has a broken skull or a busted fist. But nope, he didn't get a single scratch on him. The woman keeps pushing, wanting to know just how tough the fight was. He casually says it was a pretty even match, a one-for-one kind of deal. He'd land a hit, then Yan Langang would get one in. But in the end, he admits he was actually a little let down. The way he just drops her really shows how underwhelmed he was. The girl snaps awake from the fall, totally confused and wondering where she is. Maybe she got hit by a meteor. Then Yan Lang is completely stunned to realize that after all those years, the girl was finally pulled out of the training room where she'd been secluded for so long. And what's wild is, the girl gets super mad the second she sees Celian. The older woman, however, just calmly says it's been a long time. She points out they haven't seen each other in ages, but then gets right to the point, saying it's time to honor their agreement. So, it's basically payday. She double-checks what our hero wants for his reward, access to the Great Palace. He confirms it one last time, and she tells him he can go in right now. Jiak, being the go-getter he is, doesn't hesitate for a second. He agrees on the spot and they head out immediately, leaving poor Yan Langang, who just got totally steamrolled, on the floor. The assistant is at a total loss and asks if she wants to get her injuries treated. But the girl says she wants something else first. She wants to know the name of the guy who defeated her, since he never actually introduced himself. The assistant replies that his name is Jiak. The moment she hears his name, the girl breaks into a huge smile, saying she's sure he's the strongest person alive. All that arrogance from before has completely melted into admiration, and now all she wants is a rematch. Then, we cut to some mysterious person talking to themselves, muttering something about the strongest. Then it's back to Jiak, who's taking a look around and wondering if this place is really all that special. He remembers Celian telling him that the Great Palace is a one-of-a-kind labyrinth that's designed to look exactly like a castle. She explained he needs to watch out for monsters called living armors, but other than that, exploring should be a piece of cake. He had asked how long he could stay in there, and she told him about 5 hours. Well, in that case, Jiak starts stretching. He's on the clock, and these living armors attacking him are just slowing him down. A little while later, we see the very last living armor charging at him, and he effortlessly slices it clean in half, watching it crumble into a pile of pieces. He then wonders aloud where the office could be, grumbling that he's already searched more than 20 rooms. This could take forever to check them all. But then, Barky tells him to check out a specific room, saying it's just a hunch. As soon as Jiak walks in, he immediately spots an old painting on the wall, and looking closer, he realizes the place does look like an office. Our hero wonders if the painting is of a lifter, then he sees a name written right underneath it. Alri Johnny. The room is filled with all sorts of items, but his real mission here is to find a secret passage. Jack decides that just looking around isn't working, so it's time to skip the refined methods. He just starts punching everything in sight and smashing the furniture to bits. After demolishing a few things, he uncovers a trapdoor on the floor. Without even thinking about it, he yanks it open and heads down. As he walks down the stairs, a system notification pops up, announcing that the conditions have been met. Alri Johnny's secret room has been found, and what really surprises our hero is finding a woman sitting at an old table. The way she's sitting suggests she's been waiting for a visitor. Jiak immediately asks who she is and what this place is. The mysterious person. She welcomes him and suggests he take a seat, introducing herself as a guide. Jack is a bit surprised, since he's never seen anyone with that name before. The girl clarifies that guide is just her function, not her actual name, and mentions that her real name was taken from her. This immediately reminds our protagonist of his dream, where that mysterious being said something about taking his name. Because of this, Jiak asks if her name was also stolen by someone, and when the girl confirms it, he asks for an explanation. After all, none of this is making any sense, The girl then explains that names hold a great deal of power and that all creatures build their lives around their name. Every action and achievement influences their name's standing in the world, as it represents the power and influence of a person. Then, that thing comes along, steals those names, and absorbs all the power they've accumulated, if that makes any sense. Jack asks what happens to those who have their names stolen. Her answer completely catches him off guard. She says he already knows people like that. Those who have their names stolen become a constellation. The protagonist questions if everyone who has their names stolen really becomes a constellation. The girl confirms that's the case, adding that it applies to everyone except for one type of person, a reincarnator, which is exactly his situation. Jiak is immediately wary of this person. I mean, how does she know all this? Realizing his distrust, the girl asks if he still doubts her. She explains that all reincarnators receive a system window. This just leads to more questions for Jack. So, does this girl have a system window too? Our hero decides to ask her directly what she knows about the one who promised to take his name from the Tower of Doom. She tells him that being is known as the Lord of the Labyrinth. He's the one who sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth long ago to make a name for himself and gain power. This explanation doesn't quite add up for Jack, and frankly, not for us either. However, when Jack argues that a Lord of the Labyrinth should only have the power to send a tower to a labyrinth he actually controls, his eyes go wide with shock before she can even reply. The mysterious girl says he must have just realized that the world they live in, planet Earth, is times a labyrinth. Of course, Jack refuses to believe this, and the girl simply replies that it's his choice, but he can't just ignore the facts. Playing along with this wild theory, Jack asks what the purpose was for sending a Tower of Destruction. Was it all just to make a name for himself? The girl confirms it. At that time, the towers brought immense chaos to Earth, and only the most powerful warriors managed to survive, earning fame and power to become constellations. Jack himself died right after defeating the final boss and causing the tower's destruction, but he's certain his disciples became constellations, as they all made a name for themselves as well. Jack came here for answers, but now everything has just become a huge pain. In the end, it was all just a power-up for some omnipotent labyrinth lord. The girl then says it's not quite that simple. The fact that he reincarnated is a variable the Lord of the Labyrinth didn't account for. Contrary to what Jack believed, the one who reincarnated him and gave him the system window is not the Lord of the Labyrinth. Hearing about another all-powerful being just makes Jack more annoyed. So, who is this person? She says she doesn't know either, but she believes this individual must have a purpose that's directly related to Jack. She decides not to waste any more time and, with a quick spell, she makes a shimmering ring appear and immediately hands it to our protagonist. Despite wanting to talk more after finally finding someone with answers, she tells him she doesn't have much time left. What he needs to I know is that this will be the perfect chance for a counterattack. Jack then asks the same question you're probably wondering. Why is she so short on time if they're both right here, right now? The girl explains that the Lord of the Labyrinth is hunting her down. It's too dangerous to stick around any longer, or he'll find them both. She then promises they'll meet again in the future, snaps her fingers, and in the blink of an eye, Jack is zapped right back to the entrance of the labyrinth of the Great Palace. After all that frustrating information, our reincarnated hero is in a pretty foul mood. That darn tower was sent by someone who steals the names of heroes, which means the culprit who ruined his chance at a good life is still alive and out there somewhere. This darn Lord of the Labyrinth has got to pay. He examines the ring and confirms that it's not giving away his location. As he thinks about everything he recovered from his past life, he recalls that those storage stones are packed with magical energy from back then. He hasn't absorbed them all yet, so that's his next goal. Because even though people in this era are way weaker than they were 300 years ago, he needs to become even more powerful than before. Meanwhile, we cut to an island in the North Pacific. A certain man is watching the news about that famous group of assassins getting arrested after being taken down by a Valhalla student. Absolutely furious with the failure of the crew he hired, he shatters his iPad screen just by squeezing it and then slams it on the ground in a fit of rage. This person is the leader of the Believers of the Dragon, King, a man named Hannibal. He's been keeping tabs on Kim Jiak ever since he heard the words of the Constellation. It seemed like a great opportunity when the Ventrix family asked to have him eliminated, but even those guys failed. Hannibal throws this entire tantrum right in front of another person. This is George, a major player in the underworld. He says he totally understands his friend's anger, since he also lost one of his best men to this kid. You see, George was in charge of Desira, the first assassin who tried to take out Jiak and ended up dead for his troubles. George claims that Desira was just an amateur and blabbed to the target out of fear that Jiak would reveal more. In fact, George personally made sure Desire wouldn't be talking anymore. His suggestion is that his friend should do the exact same thing. Those three are heading to prison and are a liability to him, so if he wants, George can silence them. 2. This takes care of the risk of information getting leaked. But what about Jiak? What can they possibly do to eliminate him? George says that, when it comes to this kid, his friend should just forget about him for now. The reason is that the ILO is watching him, so it's better not to interfere. This piece of information leaves Hannibal completely stunned. It just goes to show, even bad guys are afraid of the really bad guys. George agrees, saying that while people like the two of them are bad, some folks are on a whole other level of crazy, even for them. In the end, the two agree that messing with one of the ILO's targets would be a terrible idea. So for now, all they can do is watch Jiak from a distance. Then we see that these folks are already on the move to meet their early demise. I mean, to meet their target. Jiak, our protagonist, finds himself surrounded by them, so he asks who they are and what they want. Pointing out that they're in Valhalla, Jiak then questions if it's really a smart move for them to be tangling with a student right inside the academy. Despite the situation, it's the criminals who start feeling like they're the ones being cornered. Then, we cut to another scene where Adelia Ventrix's men report that they are all good to go. The woman comments that it sure took them a while to finish the preparations. Despite this, she was keeping his cool. The butler breaks down all the preparations they needed to make. All she wants to know, though, is if they're actually ready for him. After a slight pause, the man confirms that they are, and he also fills her in on a certain transformation of the sanctuary. Finally, Adelia instructs the butler to join the contact group, and after that, he's to lead the elimination team. The man accepts his orders, but for just a second, he seems to wonder why his boss is being so extra cautious with a single student. Despite her perfectly calm appearance, she makes it crystal clear that she doesn't put up with insubordination, but her anger is just for show. It's just so they get the picture. Once they've caught on, the woman cools down. Now, the most mysterious part of all this is, Adelia is just carrying out the wishes of her Constellation, so what they really want is to summon the Ventrix family's own Constellation. I know, things still seem a bit jumbled, folks, so hang in there while we try to figure out her true intentions. The soldiers, having completely surrounded Jiak, start to create a spatial distortion to make sure he can't escape and nobody can interfere. Our protagonist quickly realizes a subspace has been formed around him, but he's not the least bit worried. He actually gives the guys props for their strategy, since getting the Academy's attention would have been a total disaster for them. On top of that, he was curious about who the mastermind was. Jiak even casually mentions he has a hunch and his money is on the Ventrix family. Even though he's a seasoned pro, the man's jaw practically hits the floor as he asks how on earth Jiak knew that. Our protagonist simply lays out how he deduced it from the two enemies he's made so far. Only the Ventrix don't mess with dark magic. Now that they've been found out, the butler declares they don't need to hide anymore and that it's time to call in the elimination team. The moment the subspace magic dissolves, hundreds of armed individuals pop up all around Jia. Their goal is painfully obvious: eliminate the target. But even in this incredibly disadvantaged situation, Jiak is completely unfazed. He even cracks a joke about it, asking how many people they could possibly need to handle one measly student. They shoot back that orders are orders, so since he has no other choice, our MC decides he'll just have to deal with the situation as it comes. All the men get ready to charge in together. With just a single fluid movement, Jiak sends every single person on his right flying backward. One person just made dozens of guys eat dirt. The butler, using his fancy swordsmanship, tries to strike Jiak but whiffs completely. That's when our protagonist decides to draw his own sword. As he does, he comments on how disappointing it is that these folks only know how to swing a sword around. The other men try to get him from behind, but even with a surprise attack, Jiak dodges them easily. He effortlessly avoids and defeats everyone. The butler's expression turns grim as he decides to attack again. It was his turn to try and hit the enemy from behind. But, big surprise, he also failed. Here he is, leading the group, and he can't even land a hit. For sure, this is not the strength of a regular high school student. Despite these people trying to take his life, our hero isn't using any lethal attacks. Instead, he uses the hilt of his sword and shows them just how painful it can be to get bonked like that. When his blow lands, it looks like the man's very soul just pops right out of his body. Before he faints, or maybe even cashes in his chips, all he can think is that he shouldn't have brushed off his leader's concerns and should have prepared a lot more. After the leader of the soldiers is defeated, Jiak looks pretty happy. He's glad to see that the one responsible for this whole mess has finally appeared. Adelia came in person to see her target. She's looking right at him, fallen soldiers, and that even includes her butler. She always made it a point to recruit people stronger than the average person, so seeing this boy defeat all of them so easily is downright terrifying. Adelia draws her sword and tells Jiak he should be proud to witness the sacred relic of the Ventric family, an honor that common folk could never hope to receive. Our hero just laughs and says that a simple dagger like that is nothing special. Besides, he thinks it's pretty pathetic for a great family to pride itself on ganging up on a single student. Annoyed by the insults, Adelia attacks with the incredible dagger she's so proud of, but right before she reach her target, the mana stones her soldiers were using begin to resonate, glowing intensely with a bright yellow light. No one had any idea what was happening, not even Adelia, leaving everyone completely baffled. Our protagonist, however, was perfectly calm, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets. His confidence is giving me some serious Satoru Gojo vibes. Adelia's dagger starts to glow in the same color as the stones, and then she feels something incredibly strange. The color drains from the entire area, leaving only the glowing mana stones. Adelia noticed the same thing was happening to her. Everyone was paralyzed. In fact, only one person wasn't affected, and was just watching it all unfold. Everyone else was frozen in place, but still conscious. Adelia wonders if her body is immobilized due to Kappa 2, some kind of forced sanctuary effect. She looks at her soldiers and figures their bodies and minds are completely locked down. She, however, manages to hold onto her consciousness. But the big question is, how can this guy still move around so freely? When he touches Adelia's sword, a system window suddenly appears and asks a simple question. Master. At first, our hero doesn't get it, but then a figure materializes from the combined energy of all the mana stones the soldiers had. This person is the very Constellation that the esteemed Ventric family worships. However, the one thing no one has ever seen before is the face hiding beneath the mask. When the girl reveals her young face, the only ones who can see it are Jiak and possibly Adelia Ventri, who's still barely hanging onto her consciousness. At first, they don't say anything, and the nervous girl just waits for his answer. And that's when we get a flashback to the girl's dark past. Back when she was a child, Jack found her in a nearly identical situation. At that time, Hyen Kim wasn't some legendary hero, just an adventurer who ran into a slave trader, and the girl was one of the slaves. He saw the hatred for the world in her eyes and completely understood where she was coming from. The little girl insisted he didn't understand anything and knew nothing about her. However, Jack admitted that while he didn't know her story, he revealed that he, too, had once been a slave. Jack shared that he was kidnapped as a kid and, for a very long time, he wore the same prohibition shackles she did. This revelation stunned her into silence, and he then asked if she didn't want to be free. His gaze was intense as he asked, but the girl just yelled back that it was impossible for her to be free and that he should just leave her alone. That wasn't a direct answer, so our hero told her there are two ways to remove the shackles. One is if the owner willingly sets you free, and the other is when the owner passes away, which usually breaks the seal of prohibition. Unfortunately, her owner was already gone, so it seemed like a hopeless situation. But there is one other method that people don't think about, which is to use your own mana to cancel out the prohibition magic. He explained he worked incredibly hard on this to win his own freedom. With that, Jiak shattered the prohibition shackles and freed the girl, doing something she never dreamed was possible and becoming her hero. He then told her she was free to do as she pleased and could go back to her family. The only problem was, the poor girl hadn't just lost her freedom, she also didn't have any family or friends left to go home to. In that case, Jui told her he was about to head out on a journey to take down every single slave trader he came across, asking the young lady if she'd be interested in joining him. And well, that's how they ended up meeting, and she became his very first disciple. Even after more than 300 years, and remembering pretty much everything else, neither of them can seem to remember her name. Finding his cherished student again was amazing, and it finally helped him understand what it truly feels like to have your name stolen away. Since Jia can't recall her real name, he figures he'll just call her by her old nickname from back in the day. Idiot. It's been a while. Adelia witnessed this whole exchange, and you can only imagine her shock. Seeing the constellation she practically worships, a being of immense power, get called an idiot by the very guy they were trying to take out. The girl then walks over to Adelia, refers to Jia as master, and casually asks him what she should do with these people. The girl in the crow mask then reclaims her relic, undoes her spell, and brings everyone back to normal. Except, now nobody's conscious anymore, not even Adelia. She tells Jia that if he wishes, she can take care of all of them right now as a fitting punishment. But our hero says no, explaining that he's got a much better idea. He really wanted to see more of Adelia's reaction when she finally realizes the constellation she follows is calling the guy she wanted to eliminate master. We don't know exactly how long they stayed there, but the very next day, The professor in charge at the academy sees that the Ventry family has made a donation of 5 billion won to Valhalla, all to sponsor a student named Kim Jia. It's worth pointing out that this ocean of zeros comes out to about $3.7 million, which is still an absolute fortune. It's so much money that the professor starts to lose his mind a little bit. Meanwhile, Instructor Sanyo went to check out his colleague's reaction to the big news. He remembers that the first time Rockdale was accused of ordering Dace to take out the Pogue, the Ventry family offered a ton of money to make the whole thing go away, and Jia turned it down flat. That's why Sanyo is convinced our protagonist is going to refuse this time, too. To test their theory, they call student Jia in for a meeting, and to the professor's total shock, our protagonist says he'll accept the money. Still reeling from the surprise, the professor asks Jia why on earth he would refuse a gift of $3 million. The professor then explains that Jia is now a VIP student and will have to move into the premium dormitory. Our protagonist admits he doesn't have any complaints about his regular dorm, so he says they can talk about all that later. In the end, the professor is left wondering what's so different this time compared to when they tried to donate money to squash the rumors about Rockdale before. Our legendary hero, while taking a walk through the school, starts to remember his conversation with his idiot disciple in the crow mask. The girl had suggested just getting rid of everyone who tried to harm Jia. However, he wanted to play the situation a little more cleverly. So, Jai woke Adelia up and explained to her that her precious Constellation had given him full authority to do whatever he pleased with the Ventry family. He then asked, "What do you think about that?" Before Adelia could even get a word out, the Constellation herself declared that she originally created the Ventry family for the sole purpose of serving the Master. So, Adelia has to ask if the family motto, passed down for generations, all for one, was really about times this asterisk. The absolutely furious Constellation yells, "Yes, you idiot, you finally figured it out." Adelia has just discovered that this man isn't just anybody. He's the master of her own master. Now that everything's crystal clear, our protagonist walks right up to Adelia and asks what he should do with him now. Even though Jiak can't stand this family's arrogant attitude, he's smart enough to admit that their power and prestige are the real deal in this society. And because of that, he's got a few assignments for Adelia to take care of. After all, it's a fact that ever since Adelia took over as the head of the Ventric family, they went from being on a downward spiral to climbing right back to the top. So, Jack orders her to keep leading the Ventric family, and, more importantly, to start supporting his own goals. From now on, she has to follow his orders without asking any questions. To give her a little reminder of the stakes, Jiak points over to the Lady Constellation and says that if she ever steps out of line, her entire family will be taking a little trip to the great beyond. Our hero's disciple chimes in, saying she'd much rather just get rid of them all right now. She even adds that if he changes his mind, she can handle it in a heartbeat. With that said, she mentions she'd love to stay longer, but her time is running out. Manifesting her physical body in this world apparently burns through a ton of energy, and the dozens of mana stones they brought along are almost completely drained. Jiak asks if this is a restriction that all constellations have to deal with, but the girl just brushes it off. She simply can't stay any longer. She then removes her mask, saying that getting to see her master's reincarnation with her own eyes is a priceless gift. Jiak understands her sentiment and tells his beloved disciple to go get some rest. She puts her mask back on and says that before she vanishes, there's one more thing he needs to know. Apparently, besides her, another one of their old comrades has also become a constellation. She tells him he'll be meeting this person soon. After that last little bombshell, the quirky girl in the chrome mask phases back to her own dimension. That was all the new information he got for the day, but it definitely didn't make things any clearer. Jiak still has no clue who this other constellation is that he's supposed to meet. He even starts to wonder if every single one of his students ended up becoming a constellation. With his head spinning, our protagonist heads back to the classroom for the first time since returning from China. As soon as he sat down, he noticed Makima staring at him with an incredibly intense gaze. At the same time, Jack was having an internal chat with Bar, the constellation. Bar explained that he remembered that it was the Lord of the Labyrinth who gave him the name Bar and the power to control the Tower of the End. He explains that the name and the power he received had a huge influence on his actions, and the current Bar fully admits that he wasn't really acting of his own free will back then. Their long conversation continued all day, even as Jiak was walking back to his dorm. Jiak's mind just wouldn't stop trying to unravel the mysteries surrounding the Lord of the Labyrinth. It's super frustrating being just a piece on some mysterious entity's chessboard, but knowing that it's possible to fight back against the Lord of the Labyrinth, something he learned from the guide, made him feel a little less irritated. The very next day, Jiak ran into the guide again, not expecting their reunion to happen quite so fast. Given how urgently the woman had to leave last time, this was a surprise. On top of that, he was 100% sure he was in the Academy's cafeteria. Seriously, how does this woman pull this off? She then asked him what the shiny little thing in his hand was. Jack was instantly furious and had the sudden urge to chuck it at her head, because thanks to her sudden appearance, his entire lunch had just vanished. She apologized for interrupting him during the most important part of his day, but more importantly, she wanted to confirm if the ring was still safe with him. Jack showed her that it was, and the woman said that was excellent because they were going to start putting it to use right away, even though she admitted that, to our hero, it probably didn't look like it would be very useful in a fight. The woman just told him to use it and go try to clear some labyrinth. Jack then pointed out that natural labyrinths don't even pop up in this era anymore. The woman clarified that those weren't the labyrinths they were after, since the existing ones already had owners. The Labyrinth Lord was going to create brand new ones right here on Earth, and those were their real targets. She said it would be a lot like the calamity that happened before. Just hearing that word brought back some nasty memories for Jack. After all, he became a legendary hero while fighting against that very calamity. Back then, several of them broke open and caused the biggest catastrophe in Earth's history. So, our hero asked the obvious questions. When and where are these dungeon breaks going to happen? The woman told him it would all kick off in about 3 months, and apparently, there was a specific spot in mind, a country called Korea. She said it so casually, as if she didn't have a clue where that was. But our protagonist said that was perfect because he lived there. She agreed that it was definitely convenient, but she reminded him that this world is, above all else, the Labyrinth Lord's personal domain. So why was he creating new labyrinths here? Jack figured the reason was that the Labyrinth Lord must be trying to prepare other names to pick from. She confirmed he was spot on. Just like last time, he would create towers for new heroes to rise up, just so he could turn around and steal their names. The woman explained that people believe a labyrinth is created with a name, and the power of that name gets funneled into the labyrinth's final boss. Our hero's mission is to absorb the names given out by the Labyrinth Lord in all the dungeons that pop up. This would be the very first step of their big counterattack. However, Jack had to wonder about something. Stealing just 1 or 2 names wouldn't really make a dent against the Labyrinth Lord. The woman admitted that he had a point. Their grand plan was that once the Labyrinth Lord realized his strategy wasn't working because the labyrinths were disappearing before a name could get famous, she was certain that the Labyrinth Lord would flood the world with countless names all at once, and that would be their golden opportunity. Jack would have to absorb several names and boost his own strength. But if the plan was to just absorb names and turn that into power, Jack had another question. What makes us any different from the Labyrinth Lord? The girl seemed surprised by that. She hadn't imagined he would even care about a detail like that. Jack just replied that if that's the case, she really didn't know him very well. The red-haired woman explained that, first off, they haven't hurt anyone to get the names. Besides, if the Labyrinth Lord steals a person's name, they either become a Constellation or they get reincarnated. It doesn't really matter which one happens, because the person's body gets trapped in a void of non-existence. Now, if our protagonist uses the ring and steals the names instead, he'll only absorb the power, and the people themselves will stay alive and well. On top of that, over time, the contract will get weaker, and those people will be set free from it. She then said the final decision was up to him, and in any case, he'd get to know each person and could choose for himself whether to go through with it or not. GX simply replied that when the calamity arrives, she'll get his answer. The red-haired girl told him he also needed to put together a team to help prevent the calamity. He asked, so when we destroy the labyrinth, is everything just solved? She explained that yes, but any monsters that manage to escape from the labyrinth in the process won't just disappear when the labyrinth is gone. For that reason, he has to train people to stop all the monsters that got out of the labyrinths. Right as her voice faded, he snapped back to reality, standing in the cafeteria line, which left everyone totally baffled about where this guy even came from. Later, as he was heading back to his dorm, he figured that woman was a real piece of work. I mean, the least she could have done was teleport him somewhere better. Now he's just mulling over her request to start a team. It's not like he's totally against it. After all, he had his own disciples before he was reincarnated. But just as he was thinking about all this, that confident girl from China suddenly appeared right in front of him. He sighed and asked if she was another one of those weirdos who likes getting beat up. She said she'd done a lot of thinking after he defeated her and came to a big conclusion. He was stronger than her, and that's why she lost. Wow, what a brilliant deduction. But the girl continued, saying she always thought she was just like the protagonist, a person who had never once tasted defeat. Hearing this, Ju bluntly told her she couldn't be more wrong. He explained he's someone who has to work his tail off to get strong and doesn't just rely on raw talent. Yen Langang said that's what she used to think, but now she understood that his fists were packed with tons of combat experience, and that was the only real difference between them. She claimed that just one fight with him made her a lot stronger, so now she was going to stay here to keep fighting him. They were going to do this over and over until she finally beat him. Jiak already had his hands full with one crazy person begging for sword lessons, and now he has a complete lunatic who wants to get punched around to learn martial arts. Jiak told her to stay far away from him, but the girl just wouldn't give up. She had come all the way from China to Korea just for this. Our hero then suggested she should spend her time learning her own family's martial arts. But this question instantly turned the girl's excitement into sadness. She explained that her family only taught her until she was 6 years old. After that, she was completely cut off from training. Yen Langang said she didn't have a clue why, so she started challenging adults to sharpen her skills, which only made everyone push her further away. Hearing her side of the story, our protagonist realized this was way different from what he'd been told. This girl clearly has a ton of talent and absolutely loves to fight, yet they claimed she was the one who distanced herself from training and went into isolation. So, Jack asked if it was required to stay isolated in the White Lotus Palace during training. Yen Langang said no, she only stayed there because she was sick of being treated like a problem child, a hassle for the family, and an outcast. The sad, lunatic girl's mood then flipped right back to cheerful excitement, saying it was all okay now because she had found him. If she just kept fighting Judek, she could get stronger without any of her family's lessons. Of course, he flat out refused to waste his time doing that, so Yan Lang started begging, "Please, teach me martial arts." Our protagonist, meanwhile, was still thinking it was strange that if she was kicked out of the family and stuck in the White Lotus, why was Selin trying so hard to bring her back? If things were really as the girl said, it would have made more sense for the family to just keep her locked up in the palace. Finally, the protagonist said that was fine, but then he pulled her hands off him. He agreed they'd fight, but they needed to go to the academy, because brawling in the middle of the street is just insane. So, over at the academy gym, the two lovely girls were in the middle of training, and the muscular dude was pumping some serious iron. They all noticed Jirak's arrival with some girl they had never seen before. Then, in a flash, Choy Arin teleported right to the protagonist's side and yelled his name. Not even a grandmaster could have predicted that move. "Teach me fencing," she demanded, before she asked who this new woman was. Jiak explained that they met at the White Lotus and she came all this way just to fight him. Choy Arin, upon hearing this, "I was wondering about this girl and what she could possibly want. It could only mean one thing. She wanted me to teach her how to fight. I asked her why she had come from so far away. It just goes to show, the crazy ones always seem to find each other." Yen Lang went over to Choy Arin and asked if she wanted in on the action too. Mima, of course, was looking a little jealous herself. After everyone had made their introductions and traded a few friendly threats, the fight was about to get started, and our hero pointed out that he remembered agreeing to a one-on-one match with Yen Lang. So what was with the huge audience? Unfazed, Yen Lang didn't mind having people watch her fight. All she cared about was showing her opponent how much progress she'd made. In that case, Juke said he was eager to see just how much she'd improved in such a short time. At that very moment, our protagonist remembered the words of that annoying woman. He needed to form a team. So, he told Yen Lang that if she really wanted to be strong, she had to accept his challenge. If he won this fight, she would have to become his disciple. Although she was itching for a brawl, she found that request pretty strange and refused. So, our protagonist just said they'd let their fists do the talking. At that, the muscle-headed lunatic said she couldn't agree more. She charged forward and unleashed an attack with her elbow. Our hero had to acknowledge that she was definitely stronger than before. Having her strength recognized just made the girl even more excited, and she declared that this time, he wouldn't be able to block her attack. Her mana aura was so powerful that the other girls watching could barely even stay close to the arena. The muscular guy commented that her mana concentration was even higher than Jiuk's was during the competition. Yen Lang then poured her mana into her most powerful strike. She told herself that, since he had already proven he was the strongest, it should be fine to use her full strength in this attack. To the girl's complete surprise, Jiuk mirrored her exact combat pose. He suggested they face off using the very same attack technique. The two of them, with gleeful smiles on their faces, slammed their fists together, and the energy from the impact created an incredible gust of wind. Yen Lang, using all her strength, realized she was being pushed back by him, but that shouldn't be possible, considering she had more mana than he did. In that instant, he was even stronger than before. the protagonist, said that it was his turn to attack, and he would only use this next move on her one time. If she could block it, the victory would be hers. He prepared a kick and aimed it directly at the girl's defense, and although she defended against the kick, it wasn't enough to lessen the impact. Yan Lang was defeated in just a single blow. With that, our hero announced he had gained another disciple. After being knocked out for a bit, she woke up and asked what had happened. Then, she felt the pain in her stomach and groaned that she must have lost. Our protagonist remarked that he figured she'd be asleep until tomorrow, so she woke up rather quickly. The girl shot back, asking if that was a compliment or an insult. He then told her to stop questioning her new master. The girl admitted she'd thought about suggesting a fight without using mana, but now she figured the result wouldn't have been any different. She acknowledged our hero's incredible strength and proudly declared herself his disciple. Yan Lang then asked if she was officially his very first disciple now, but our legendary hero replied that wasn't the case. Besides, why is a high school student taking on disciples in the first place? Choy Arin then confirmed to the girl with the cat-like tooth that he was telling the truth, was the master's first student, meow. How was our hero supposed to explain that she wasn't actually the first either? Yeah, better to just let that one slide. Yan Lang was getting seriously ticked off by the meow nickname Choy Arin kept using. Was Arin trying to pick a fight? Just teach me fencing already. Arin just agreed, looking totally innocent. Was Yan Lang mad? You bet she was. My name is not Meow, she snapped, demanding Arin cut it out with the nicknames, but Choy Arin just insisted that Meow was a cute name. Meanwhile, Jiak watched the two of them bicker, lost in thought. It all felt so nostalgic, reminding him of how things often were many years ago, with his own students back in the day. He found the whole scene rather charming, so he just watched them bond for a little while longer, even. After 300 years, it was still just as entertaining. After letting them go at it for a bit, he finally called out to Meow, and even though she'd just been chewing out Arin for the nickname, how could she possibly resist when her own master used it? Jack then told Meow that she needed to show some respect to Choy Arin, because Arin was her senior, her senpai. On top of that, he told Arin to act like a good senpai and help out her junior. Arin was absolutely thrilled to be acknowledged like that by her master. Yan Lang, on the other hand, couldn't hide her jealousy, or maybe it was just the fact that she wasn't the first at something yet again. Our hero decided that was enough joking around for one day and told them to wrap it up, so everyone could get some rest. That's when Yan Lang piped up and asked where exactly she was supposed to sleep. Jack looked at her, confused, asking if she hadn't already figured that out before she arrived. Turns out, practical details like that weren't exactly her strong suit. Yan Lang explained that she just told Selen that she was coming to Korea to fight, and then hopped on a plane without a second thought. At this point, Jiak started to wonder if he'd gained a new disciple or adopted a daughter he had to raise. All right, in that case, he sighed, explaining that the academy had just decided to give him a new room, so Yan Lang could just have that one. This, of course, made Arin jealous all over again, prompting a few more playful jabs at her new friend. He watched the girls continue to get along for a little while longer before heading out. Even though they hadn't trained much today, he felt more tired than usual. Musing about his disciples, he was certain that Choy, Arin, and Meow were his for keeps. As for the others, Son Mako was still focused on her physical conditioning and was a long way from getting sword lessons. Seek, meanwhile, showed no interest and was just doing his own thing, own training. He couldn't help but wonder if these two new students would be enough to help deal with the disaster looming in just 3 months. As he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Adelia. He answered, asking what she needed to talk to him about. The woman on the other end sounded completely different from before. You could practically hear the fear she had for her new master. Even over the phone, Adelia was calling to confirm that she completed all his instructions, and she also wanted to give him an update. Our hero then advised her to start recruiting contractors for a fight, explaining that a huge disaster was going to happen in 3 months. Now, even though this was incredibly important information, Jock just casually said his sources were top secret. After he laid out what she needed to do next, Adelia asked for a favor. She asked if Jiak could put in a good word for her with Lady Constellation. Apparently, the lady was ignoring Adelia and wasn't responding to her at all. The real reason was that the lady had said she needed to rest after using up so much energy earlier, but of course, Adelia didn't need to know that. So, Jiak just told her he'd explain everything another time. Later, during a training session, Yan Lang begged for a break, to catch her breath, gasping that she was going to die. Despite her dramatic display, Jiak praised her, saying she was actually progressing much faster than he'd expected. And, as if to keep up the time-honored tradition of his training sessions getting interrupted, a woman suddenly walked into the gym looking for Yen Lang. She looked a lot like Si Yin from the White Lotus Academy, but it wasn't her. The visitor then announced that Yen Lang's her mother had shown up in person to get her, but instead of being happy to see her, Miao was absolutely furious. Our protagonist thought this was pretty strange. He was sure that a woman named Si Yen was her mom, but then this lady introduced herself as Si Yano, the new head of the Seal family, which apparently made her Yen Lang's new mother. That's when our hero realized that Si Ryan, the leader of the White Lotus, was this woman's younger sister. Guessing the names in the previous translation must have been mixed up. The mother explained that her sister was supposed to get in touch after Yen Lang left the palace, but never did. She said they could figure out why later, but right now, the most important thing was taking her daughter back home to the palace. Yen Lang was practically shaking with emotion and asked her mom why she'd come for her now after kicking her out. Even though she couldn't understand her mom's reasoning, Yen Lang yelled that she didn't even want to hear it anymore and that she wasn't going back. Her mother then claimed that disowning Yen Lang back then was a direct order from their Constellation, and that her daughter should have known that. But despite this excuse, Yen Lang fired back that she'd never heard that from her mom personally, saying it was just some rumor the maids were spreading. The two argued, with the mother insisting that the Constellation calls all the shots, and that a new order had come down to bring Yen Lang home, saying the Constellation was finally ready to acknowledge her. This didn't sit right with Miao at all. So, her mom was only here because she was ordered to be. Her mother confirmed it with an ice-cold tone. Yen Lang was trembling, trying her best to keep it together, before finally giving a firm no, although it seemed her mother wasn't about to take no for an answer. The daughter stood her ground, reminding her that this was Valhalla Academy and outsiders weren't allowed to just waltz in and interrupt training. It looked like Seyeno was expecting this and knew she'd have to get physical. The woman gathered mana into her hand and launched an attack at her own daughter, but despite how powerful it was, the girl defended against it perfectly. Not even Yen Lang expected her arrogant mother to go this far if she was really willing to break the rules. Yen Lang declared she wouldn't hold back either and would throw her mother out of there by force, even if it meant using her most powerful attacks that even the strongest adults were afraid of. Her mother blocked it with ease and even praised her daughter for getting stronger, right before launching her into the air and nearly knocking her flat. And just like that, mother and daughter were locked in an intense fight, all while yelling at each other about their messed up relationship. This whole showdown was being watched by Choy Arin and our protagonist. Arin wondered if they should call the head instructor, but our guy said that would just cause a huge scene. Even though he couldn't stand the mom, he figured it was better to just let them hash it out. In response, Choy Arin said that the little kitten must have some serious frustrations with her family, and while Arin didn't say it out loud, we know she's been through the exact same thing with her own family. Meanwhile, Yen Lang was giving it her all to try and beat her mom, and just when she managed to land a solid hit, the tables turned completely. Her mother froze her legs solid and explained that this was the power of their family's constellation, the power of the Snow King, a blessing that only those he personally recognizes can wield. She told her that if she came back now, she could finally make a contract and be accepted by the Constellation. But our kitty had zero interest in going back, no matter what, even as her mother seemed willing to do absolutely anything to drag her home. Yen Lang screamed that she wouldn't go back even if it killed her, but her mother just said that choice wasn't hers to make, saying that the departed don't get a say. She moved in to freeze her daughter solid. Once Yan was a popsicle, she would be hauled away. The poor girl squeezed her eyes shut, but just then, our legendary hero decided he'd seen enough. He blocked the attack with one casual kick, hands still chilling in his pockets. Selen was totally stunned he'd jump in, but Jayak was absolutely furious, demanding to know why she'd attack her own daughter. The woman quickly masked her shock and just said that outsiders should stay out of other people's family business. That line instantly reminded our hero of Troy, Aram's brother, who pulled the exact same excuse. Seriously, what is it with these people? Selen couldn't figure out how he'd stopped her magic, especially since Yam was so easily affected by it. The only possible answer was that his magic was way more powerful than the Constellation's. Our main guy then told Aram to get Yan out of the line of fire. Yan didn't want him getting wrapped up in her mess like this, but she also knew she couldn't really fight back with her leg completely frozen. In any case, Jiak declared that a master simply can't stand by and watch his student get bullied. Seeing Yan's look of total admiration made Choy Aram a little antsy, thinking, "Is this girl trying to steal my senpai?" This was the first time Selen had ever heard that this kid was supposedly her daughter's master. It made absolutely no sense for one teenager to be teaching another. Selen grilled Jiak about his intentions, but he just flat out said he didn't approve of her parenting style. Well, if words weren't going to work, She figured she'd just have to beat him down and then drag her daughter home. Our hero couldn't help but think that, for all her composure, this woman was just as feisty as her kid. Plus, her attacks packed way too much punch to block without draining a ton of energy, so his best bet was to just dodge everything she threw at him. The problem was, dodging meant all the nearby gym equipment got flash frozen and wrecked. So, Jack first analyzed the consequences of her ice attacks and then told her she'd be footing the bill for all this before she headed back to China. She actually agreed, saying she'd pay up if he won the fight. With that, our protagonist figured blocking was a bad idea and dodging was just causing a mess, so the only real option left was to go on the offensive. He landed a kick on her arm, packed with magic, which scattered her attack. It definitely rattled her, but that was just to create an opening for his real move. The next step was to leave her wide open with a solid hit to the gut. With this technique, and the blow was so intense, she coughed up something before collapsing to the ground. But unlike her daughter, this tough mama didn't get knocked out cold, but it was more than enough to declare our legendary hero the winner. Even though she knew how strong her master was, Yan Lang was still completely blown away. Her mother felt the exact same way, and while Selen admitted she'd lost the fight, she warned him that this wasn't over. She still had to take Yan Lang because it was the Constellation's direct order, and even if she failed, others would be sent in her place. Her daughter was just crushed by all of this. It was like her feelings didn't matter one bit. To twist the knife, her mother drove the point home, saying, "That's right. The Constellation's will is the only thing that matters." Our poor little kitten started trembling again, asking if she'd have to go through this fight every single time just because of some old star's command. She just couldn't take it anymore. Seeing his student at her breaking point was the final straw for Jiak, so he asked Selen in a stone-cold voice how he could get a meeting with his family Constellation. If it was an order from on high, then all he had to do was go convince the big boss to call off the order. For the very first time, Selen looked genuinely horrified. Who would be that monumentally stupid? Basically saying that he could only meet the Constellation if the family summoned her with magic stones, which, let's be real, was never going to happen for him. So, our hero explained that the only way in was to touch the family's relic and enter the mind realm where the Constellation resides. Even though he was just a student, the woman had to admit he knew his stuff, but that meant he also knew entering the Constellation's domain expansion would probably get his mind obliterated. Was he really still willing to face the Constellation on her home turf? Jack said he was, so the woman agreed to his request. On one condition, he had to get the other family members to sign off on it too. She promised to set up the meeting in 1 week, but this whole deal seemed a little one-sided for Jack. If he were to lose, what would be his end of the bargain? He laid out his terms. If he wins, she leaves Yan Lang alone for good, and he'll take full responsibility for her. That's it. Seal Yan was floored by his sheer confidence but agreed to the deal. The second she walked out of the room, though, Jack couldn't hold back his frustration with her. Fast forward 1 week, and our boy is about to go head-to-head with the Frozen King Constellation. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, but you'll never guess what went down before they even got to that point. We have to rewind a little first. A few days before the big showdown back at the academy dorms, Jiak showed Yan Lang to her new room. And when I say room, I mean a massive, luxurious suite. The girl was stunned, admitting it was way nicer than the Seal family estate, and she asked if she really got this entire place to herself. Our guy just smiled and said of course it was originally his room anyway, so he was happy to give it to her, which made her cheeks turn a bright shade of red. After a moment, Yan Lang asked why he was doing all this for her. He playfully dodged the question, asking if the training was too tough, and if she wanted to quit, before quickly changing the subject to the family's constellation. The sweet girl told him everything she knew about the Frozen King, which honestly wasn't a lot, since she'd been kept away from the family for so many years. All she knew was that the Constellation almost never got involved in family business. She even heard that some family members didn't know the Constellation was real. That's why it was so bizarre that it specifically ordered for her to be brought in. Yan Lang then asked again, was he really doing all of this just because she was his disciple now? Jack said it was more than that. He just can't stand arrogant people who use their power to push others around, and that's why he stepped in. He asked if that made her uncomfortable, and of course, she immediately denied it. She wasn't uncomfortable at all. In fact, no one had ever paid this much attention to her in her entire life, and she was incredibly grateful. Jack wondered if there was some hidden reason the Constellation wanted her, but she had no clue what it could be. Well, in that case, the only thing to do was to face the Frozen King and find out. He told his student to get some rest and to leave everything to him. After all, he'd need her to be his guide when they finally headed to China. Once he left her alone, she realized Her little cat-like heart felt like it was going to beat right out of her chest, and she had no idea why. Later, in his own room, Jack called Adelia to let her know he just picked a fight with the head of the Seal family. She was so shocked she nearly fell out of her chair. Naturally, she was dying to know what the fight was about. He explained that he was calling because he needed her to get him some special equipment. Asked if she could get it destroyed and replaced. Adelia insisted she would do absolutely anything for him now. As for the information he wanted about the Seal family's constellation, Adelia explained that it completely stays out of family affairs. It's apparently very passive about anything happening in the outside world. Our hero also checked if his student had woken up from her rest, and Adelia told him she paused for a moment. Adelia then asked a suspicious question of her own. Was he only asking about her constellation's condition just to check up on how well she was serving him? He teased back that he was suddenly rethinking whether she'd done a good job so far. Adelia immediately begged for 1,000 pardons and hung up the phone. In the end, they didn't manage to get any information about that constellation. Bar then questioned his master, pointing out that Jiak was never the type to ask questions first and throw punches later. That might be true, but it wasn't like he could have the same confidence he used to have when he was known as the strongest of them all. Bar then revealed something very important. When you go to the mind realm, your physical strength is useless. It's the strength of your knowledge that matters. To put it simply, Bar said that just as constellations are on an even playing field when they come to Earth, normal humans are all on the same level when they go to the mind realm. However, Jiak is different because his strength is the sum of 2 entire lifetimes. So, a few days later, he showed up at the Seal family's mansion. Their leader couldn't believe he actually came. She had thought it was just a bluff to scare her off. On the other hand, Jiak wasn't nervous in the slightest and wanted to head straight to the sacred relic. Sean then asked him to follow her, and Jiak asked his dear Kitty to wait there for him until he was finished. All she could do was wait to see the outcome of this meeting. The room where the Frozen King's relic was kept was on another level. The whole place felt like a giant freezer that didn't use any electricity. It almost made you think the family's fortune was built on a chain of butcher shops. The woman picked up the box with the relic inside, said she had been thinking a lot about what she'd ask for in return. When Jack lost, she proposed that he should become a personal servant to the family. Strangely enough, Jiak accepted on the spot and simply asked for the gloves. Upon touching the relic, he was immediately transported to the altar of the Frozen King. Despite preparing for a meeting, the Constellation had no idea he was about to have visitors. Juvia noted that this man wasn't his disciple but looked incredibly familiar, and he wondered who this person was. The Constellation murmured, "So, it's him, a figure who is a threat to the Soul Clan." Hearing this, Jack wanted to know who he was talking about as well. The king readied his fist, saying that if Jack survived this next part, then they could talk. Jack just smiled as gigantic ice stalactites flew straight at him. They shattered on the ground, and the king saw that Jiak was completely indifferent to the attack. He commented that it was impressive and noted that Jiak had used magic to reposition himself. The king introduced himself as the King of the North, as his real name had been lost to the ages. The king explained that he had been known by many names over the years and is now called the Chaotic Ice Demon. He said this while causing massive ice pillars to shoot up around Jiak, blocking any possible escape. The king prepared for another assault and threw a punch that sent a barrage of ice flying toward him. Jack said this was going to be troublesome and then drew his sword. The blade looked familiar to the king, but then Jiak shattered it, sending the ice hurtling right back. The Ice King scoffs, saying it's ridiculous to use his own element against him, since all the ice and snow here are under his command. Jiak lunges forward to attack, but the king easily blocks it with one hand, asking if that first move was just to blind him. The Ice King admits it was a clever idea, but just didn't have enough punch. Jack smirks and asks if he's sure about that, and suddenly, the king begins to tremble. That's when Jiak lands a solid punch to his gut, unleashing a blast of mana that sends the Constellation flying backward and crashing right into his throne. Our hero then asks if he's satisfied now that he's had a real fight. The Ice King groans and says that he finally gets it, the combination of magic and swordsmanship, and asks if Jiak is the legendary martial god. Our protagonist confirms it, saying it's just a nickname his disciples gave him. The Constellation's tone shifts as he says he doesn't know him personally, but he witnessed his incredible power 300 years ago. In a flashback, we see the king being swarmed by monsters, and while he took down a few, it wasn't nearly enough, so he was prepared to take as many down with him as he could. But just then, the martial god appeared and sliced through the entire monster army with a single strike, leaving the king completely stunned. He realizes the magical energy feels exactly the same. Even though his appearance is different, it's definitely him. Jack asks if the Constellation plans on attacking again and takes a step forward. But the Ice King admits he just wanted to fight him once to see how he measured up. Meanwhile, back in the waiting area, Yen Lang is on edge, noticing her family members all giving her dirty looks. She quickly looks away, muttering that this is exactly why she never wanted to come back home, but only did so because Jack asked her to be his guide. As she's lost in thought, a couple of her relatives approach, who we learn are her sisters, Iron and Phil. Yen Lang immediately asks if they're here to start a fight, but they insist they just came to see her, and Iron even adds that if it came to a fight, they know they wouldn't stand a chance against her anyway. Yen Lang points out that if they just wanted to see her, they could have stayed with the rest of the family, but Iron insists there were some misunderstandings she wants to clear up and apologize for in person. This definitely piques Yen Lang's curiosity. She asks what on earth she's talking about, and Iron explains that after their big fight, she never got the chance to really talk to her and wanted to finally do it now, even if it is a little late. But as her sister tries to apologize, Yen Lang just snaps, furiously yelling that they're only doing this now because they're afraid of her now that she's back. But then her brother steps in, asking her to just wait a second. He insists it's not true and that the whole thing was a huge misunderstanding. He explains that every single time they tried to get in touch with Yen Lang, their mother stopped them from doing it, and that wasn't all. He reveals that keeping Yen Lang away from all the family training was also their mother's direct order. In that moment, it all clicks for her. Her being pushed away by her siblings wasn't because they hated or were jealous of her. They were all just victims of their mother's scheming. But it wasn't quite that simple. Her sister admitted she really was a little envious of her talent, but her pride in her was even stronger, since having someone so powerful in their family was something to be proud of. They explained that this was how they always felt, right up until their mother called them aside back then and forced them to stay away from Yen Lang and exclude her from training. They went on to explain that their mother was terrified that other clan members would start supporting Yen Lang as the next successor to lead the family. So, their mother planted the idea in everyone's mind that Yen Lang was a threat, forcing them all to keep their distance from her. The siblings also added that there was another thing. They never had any say in the matter at all, any interest in becoming the clan leaders. Right at that moment, the mother walks in to meet the siblings. I was really hoping to see more of Yong's reaction to this reveal, but instead, we're whisked away to the protagonist's battle with the Constellation. This guy was launching a flurry of ice arrows, trying to tag his opponent, but let's be honest, he wasn't having much luck. Jiak managed to close the distance to the Constellation, but just before he could strike, the guy fired off more ice arrows, forcing him to retreat. However, those arrows were surprisingly brittle and easy to break, so he charged in again. For a moment, he tested his enemy's attacks, but none of them were powerful enough to do any real damage. The Constellation claimed it was going to freeze him completely, but hey, the martial god didn't earn his title for nothing. Jiak sincerely remarked that he didn't expect to get compliments during a fight, but what he was really thinking was that if this person was truly that strong, he would have remembered them from his past life, leading him to speculate that they must have powered up while inside this ice temple. Jiak figured this because if he had ever met someone with that much potential, his past self would have been thrilled to train them. These words made the Constellation quite curious about what he meant. Our protagonist explained it was simple. He was paying them a compliment, and therefore, they were worthy of witnessing his sword in action. Being praised by a greater god was a massive honor, so in response, she vowed to reciprocate by fighting with her absolute full strength. Then, the two of them clashed, trading blows to determine who had the mightier attack. The Constellation declared its intention to surpass him, but that was just wishful thinking. It couldn't even scratch him, while our hero's mind was off, in a completely different dimension. Leaving his physical body standing motionless in the other world, the woman watching thought he was taking too long, guessing that maybe the Constellation was just toying with him before the final blow. As she mulled over the ways the Constellation might be winning this fight, she was shocked to see him suddenly return. She was stunned, wondering how he could have sustained so much mental damage while his body seemed perfectly unharmed. So she asked what happened, and he simply replied that he had defeated the Constellation. The AI woman responded that she hadn't pegged him as the joking type, but before she could finish her sentence, a message from the Constellation popped up, stating it had the utmost respect for Jiak. Of course, she didn't grasp the meaning of the message right away. She just stared at him, wondering if it was truly possible that this kid had actually managed to defeat the Constellation. As she started to process this new reality, she began to literally lose her balance. Her whole world just stopped making sense. My life has no meaning if my supreme leader, the guide of my family, lost to a 16-year-old kid. While she was having this little existential crisis, the protagonist placed a hand on her shoulder and mentioned that they had a deal before, and now it was time for her to uphold her end of it, though they needed to make a few tweaks to their agreement. Now, When Jiak went to meet Yan Lang, I have to admit I made a mistake. The first was that it was their aunt who came to see them earlier, not Yan Long's, and the other girl's mother. My second error was thinking that all four of these young women were pretty enough for me to ship with him. Then it hit me that they aren't exactly my type. Anyway, getting back to the main story, the leader of the White Lotus Academy said it was a pleasure to see Jiak again, but our protagonist definitely didn't share the sentiment. He was actually quite surprised to find her there. Yan Lang then asked if he had finished his business with the Constellation. He replied that he had, and would tell her all about it. They decided to talk about it on the way back. After all, it wasn't a great idea to chat with all those hostile glares around. And yeah, they definitely didn't stick around. So they just took off. And folks, on the way, Yan Lang was going on and on about everything, assuming that since Jack had been so quick to face the Constellation, he must have gotten totally wrecked. With a sad look, she added that it must have been really tough on him. Our hero agreed that it was, but then, instead of correcting her, he just casually mentioned that he won. At that, Yan Lang figured he must now be a family slave because of their agreement. It was then Yan Lang realized she had completely misjudged the one person who had tried to help her in years. Jiak, of course, knew she had it all wrong and was finding it pretty hilarious to see her reaction. Yan Lang said she should have stopped him from risking so much just to help her, and that she had heard from her aunt that her mother was a power-hungry and greedy woman who would do anything to get ahead, even from a young age. She had been obsessed with becoming the matriarch of the family, which always caused problems with her aunt, and even after becoming the clan leader, her greed never faded. Her mother wanted to do whatever it took to hold on to the position for the rest of her life. She had no intention of following the tradition of passing the title down to the next generation. That's why she kept all the kids under constant surveillance while pulling all the strings from the shadows. And since she could never manipulate Yan Lang, she just decided to push her away from the clan. Yan Lang couldn't wrap her head around her mother's greed, or why the family's constellations seemed to be on the same page. Jiak just listened patiently while Yan Lang poured out everything she had figured out. She found it ironic how things had turned out, since she'd never been interested in becoming the family leader in the first place. After letting her talk a bit more, Jiak finally cut in, saying he was going to let her keep talking until she figured out the truth, but it seemed like she'd never get there. The actual truth, he said, was that he had totally defeated the Constellation. Yan Lang shot back that she didn't expect him to be making jokes, but our protagonist insisted he wasn't kidding about something like that. Besides, he asked if she remembered that this whole mess started because the Constellation summoned her right after she left the White Lotus Palace. She nodded, and that's when he mentioned that he'd learned something very strange, as he had a long chat with the Constellation. While he was unconscious, they had a pretty deep talk. Later, he asked why the Constellation was so fixated on Yan Lang and discovered it was because the matriarch had requested protection for her youngest daughter. The crazy part was, the Constellation didn't even know Yan Lang's name. It was just following the matriarch's orders. In other words, the poor guy had been played by the matriarch the whole time. You can just imagine Yan Lang's complete shock hearing this. Her mother was so greedy that she managed to fool the Constellation, a being that was incredibly important to their family, all to satisfy her own ambition. If Yan Lang disliked her mother before, she now had a ton of new reasons to hate her. The woman had ruined Yan Lang's life and kept her isolated from her siblings over this. Seeing how heartbroken and emotional she was, our protagonist revealed that he had asked the Constellation to completely cancel its contract with her mother. She was stunned to hear this and didn't understand why. Our legendary hero explained, "It's simply, if that woman would go to such lengths for power, then the punishment she deserved for messing with his disciple was losing her power. In other words, she'd lost her right to lead the family, so now Yan Lang didn't have to worry anymore." The girl blushed and thanked him so adorably, it was almost touching, and she felt she needed to thank him even more, so she said her thanks again, a bit louder this time, while trying to hide her blushing face. To her, this was the absolute nicest thing anyone had ever done for her in her entire life. So when he brushed it off like it was no big deal, it was pretty obvious she was about to fall head over heels for her incredible master. But as they were heading back to the airport, someone was watching them. A masked figure was on the line with someone else, asking if they should keep tailing the pair. The mysterious guy on the other end said it wasn't necessary anymore, telling them to just find this person's enemies. I swear, does this guy really think his presence went completely unnoticed? These types never learn. Then, the scene cuts to what looks like an abandoned hotel, where several people are gathered for a meeting. Judging by their matching outfits, they're all from the same organization. The main topic of discussion is that their constellation has ordered a change in plans. Before, their target was the teenager, but now the mission has shifted to finding the teenager's enemies. A curious woman in the group asks what kind of person Jiak is, since he was the one who managed to find him. The man explains that he's been following and observing Jiak for a while, and he's definitely a strange dude. At first, he gathered all the intel he could, but none of it was very helpful. The only solid piece of information he dug up was that he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, but after that, the trail went cold. He can guarantee, however, that this information was true because it came from highly reliable sources. The guy explains that he followed all the Constellation's orders to track the kid. Later, Jiak defeated the leader of the Seal family in China, and right after that, the order was changed from eliminating Jiak to finding and eliminating Jiak's enemies. Then, the Constellation asked the men without a bloodstone if they were ready. They all confirmed they were, and then everyone placed their bloodstone on the table. It looks like a couple of lazy folks put down some damaged stones, but that's not important, just something I noticed. The masked man then informs his Constellation that he has identified Jiak's enemies, the Ventrix, the Insignia, and the Iraqs. The Constellation just listens silently. He also adds that the Ventrix recently switched sides, going from Jiak's enemies to his allies. On top of that, there are rumors that a shady group called Break Gen is now targeting Jiak. They start wondering how this kid manages to collect so many enemies. But before they could finish that thought, the Constellation issues a new order: eliminate all of them. At this point, I think you've probably figured out that this Constellation has to be one of our legendary hero's very own disciples. Back in Korea, his phone was blowing up with messages from Choy Arin, who really needed to talk to him. She wanted to let him know that she was going to miss fencing practice because she had to go to her hometown to pick something up. That was why she wouldn't be able to make it to their classes. Jiak started wondering what could possibly be so important that she had to go and get it. Maybe it was the Choy family relic, which would be awesome, since their family's Constellation might just be another one of his disciples. Meanwhile, our protagonist was busy with his daily training with the girls, all while his mind was racing with different thoughts. Honestly, I have no idea how he stays focused with so many beauties around him. This master has some incredible focus. Jack was also wondering if the White Lotus Academy. He also had his own Constellation, and now that he was connected with the director, it was the perfect chance to see if any of his other disciples were around. Just as he was mulling all this over, our hero got a surprise visit from someone he'd never seen before. Since he didn't recognize this person, he flat out asked who he was and what he wanted. The guy mentioned that with so many eyes watching, they should probably find a more private spot to talk. Hearing that, our protagonist knew just the place for a secret chat. He led the way and then cheekily instructed his two students to spar with each other as part of their training, leaving them to it. He found it pretty entertaining to hear them bickering about who was stronger. Then, in the hallway, he told the visitor it was time to spill the beans. All right, start talking. The man in the cat mask cut right to the chase, saying he was there to deliver a message. This got interesting. What could it be about? The guy then told him to check the message itself, revealing a letter sent by the real owner of the market. Jack immediately asked if it was from the Constellation known as the Ruler of the Shadows, and yep, he was right on the money. This letter, he explained, had been sent out to several people because the Constellation was looking for someone specific. If he understood the letter's meaning and gave the correct response, the Constellation would be waiting for him. So, Jack opened the letter to see what it said. Bar, the spirit living in his sword, piped up that he didn't recognize those characters at all. Jack explained that they were from a special alphabet he created himself, one that even his disciples could read. Now, I gotta ask, was I the only one who thought this looked a lot like cat ears? I sure did. Anyway, that same night, our protagonist was heading to the market, thanks to a deal he'd made with the white-haired teacher that allowed him to slip away during the academy week. As he walked, his Constellation asked him why he bothered creating a whole new set of characters and what the point was. He just brushed it off, saying it was part of his training or something along those lines. With that, he calmly made his way to the secret door and stepped inside. There it was, the door that led straight to the market. Opening it up for the second time, he felt the place was strangely familiar, maybe because of the distinct purple sun shining in the sky. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's a moon. Our protagonist simply remarked that it reminded him of the sky from 300 years ago. He was then approached by the masked man, who asked if he was there because of the letter. Jiak said yes and asked where he needed to go now. The guy told him to follow him to the meeting place, which turned out to be the market headquarters. The view from the top of that building was excellent, especially with those huge windows. As he was taking it all in, he noticed the cat mask guy was gone and, what's more, there were some bizarre buildings in the distance that looked like they were made entirely of paper. He definitely didn't remember seeing those the last time he was here. Finally, the cat mask man approached and asked for his answer to the letter. Jack replied that it wasn't a question that made a whole lot of sense, but he figured she wanted an answer anyway. He then asked for a piece of paper and a pen. At this point, the man in the cat mask was thinking this whole thing was a joke. This candidate was only called up on a whim. There was no way a 16-year-old could be the person his master was searching for. When our protagonist handed over the answer, the man just stared at it, completely unable to understand. It looked like the same script from the letter, but he had no clue what the words actually meant. That's when Jiak explained that it simply meant no. His own constellation started freaking out, asking why on earth he would just say no, and if he'd lost his mind. The cat mask guy could barely process what he was hearing. The guy then announced that our protagonist had just been verified as the person his master knows, all thanks to that simple answer, for his own sanity. He's got to meet her, and fast. So, he reaches out and touches his staff, which is the constellation's relic. He knows how it works, just a simple touch on the object, and he'll be teleported straight into the constellation's mindscape. I bet you weren't expecting the constellation to be a girl. Now, what you probably really didn't see coming is that it's a different girl entirely. She notes that even though his appearance has changed, his magical energy feels exactly the same. How long has it been? Luminous. Now, get a load of this character, who here's a fan of the wild ones. The girl immediately bows to her master, saying she's overjoyed to see him again. And even though she's a little eccentric, she can't help but show the utmost respect for the most important person in her life. He gently tells her to rise, saying there's no need for all the formalities. She then asks if he truly remembers those words, and of course, our hero doesn't disappoint, assuring her he could never forget something like that. This brings back a flood of memories for him, thinking back to the first time he ever met her. Like the others, she was bound in chains, a slave. He and his first disciple were the ones who found the girl. Looking closer, he realized she wasn't like the others. Her eyes held a trauma that ran deeper than anything he had ever witnessed. That poor girl didn't know how to speak or write. She had never been taught, she didn't even know how to function in society. Whether she refused to or just couldn't learn the world's language, he ended up creating a simpler alphabet specifically for her to learn. She's so happy he remembers. It was thanks to him that she learned to write, which then allowed her to learn other languages. He then explains what her message said: I miss you, master. If we meet again, will you marry me? And to that, the answer is a firm no. His very unique disciple asks why not. His reason is simple. He doesn't have time for that stuff. There are way more important things to discuss. The world right now is just as dangerous as it was 300 years ago. They need to do something about it. Completely ignoring his point, she asks if he saw the paper building outside. Oh, the one made of banknotes? I saw it. Why? His eccentric student proudly announces that it's a gift for him. He can live there from now on. Of course, he refuses, and the girl immediately questions why. No, scratch that, she persistently demands to know the reason. This is when he remembers that she couldn't be left alone for too long or she would go completely off the deep end. So what must being alone for 300 years have been like? He just hopes she hasn't lost all her marbles. For moments just like this, he created a special technique. Jack extends his legendary finger and delivers a legendary flick right to Luminous's forehead, telling her to get a grip. Our protagonist asks her to please calm down and not get so worked up. The girl then asks if it's because he didn't like the gift, reminding him that it was what he wanted before. He then recalls that he wanted a building. Asterisk full times of money, not a building literally times made times of money. But, in all fairness, back when he was training the girls, he often joked that he always dreamed of living in a building made entirely of cash. His student, who has a few screws loose, must have heard that back then, and clearly never forgot it. He even remembers explaining that it wasn't a real dream, it was just because they were so poor, so having money would be awesome. He told her that someday, when there was peace in the world, living buried in a giant pile of money would be incredible for them. So, they should all train hard and get stronger to bring peace to the world. At the time, the girl said she would make his dream come true, but he just saw it as a cute, childish promise. So, back in the present, Luminous says she couldn't fulfill his dream while he was alive, but she kept fighting to make it happen even after his death. The girl just wants to know why he doesn't want it. To accept the gift she made for him, he blows right past that and asks if she knew he was going to be reincarnated and built the place for that reason. The girl replies that she did get a notification telling her that her master would be reincarnated at some point. Our hero starts to get a little scared of her reaction as she begins to get that crazy look again, saying she just couldn't wait any longer for this very moment. He was genuinely afraid of her intensity. She was just on another level. He reminds her again that this isn't the time and asks her to please calm down. After a bit, they talk some more, and she finally gets back to normal. That's when he tells her about the threat of the Dom destruction pie that might be making a comeback. The girl gets all tense, admitting how frustrating that is. He explains that he's currently a teenager living at Valhalla Academy, which is why he has to refuse living in a building literally made of money. The girl is heartbroken that her master is turning down her gift, but she asks him to hold out his hand for just a moment. Even if he refuses her most important present, he should at least keep this. This ring will grant him access to the entire market, just as if he were the betting owner of the whole place. After all, everything she's ever done was for her master. It dawns on him that he's been getting a whole lot of rings lately. He says his goodbyes to the girl and heads out. Meanwhile, was Mr. Cat Mask expecting any of this to happen during the meeting? A little while later, a question popped up on his system window. Has that person left? He answers, yes, he's returned to Valhalla Academy. The Constellation was quiet for a second before replying. You need to buy Valhalla Academy for me. Obviously, the staff member was thinking his boss had officially lost it. She gave the legendary ring of the owner to that kid, and now she wants to buy the very school he attends. What in the world could be her reason? He worked up the courage and asked the Constellation what her relationship with Jiak was. The girl answered immediately that he is her sky, which basically means he's her everything. The scene then shifts to another location, a mysterious island where a man was busy wiping the floor with several people. The folks who were getting their clocks cleaned were employees of a criminal organization, and the man doing the cleaning was named Logan. He was absolutely furious, tearing through everything in his way while demanding to know who was responsible for attacking his son. He'd ask his questions and then send several men on a permanent vacation. Interestingly enough, the masked men were just there watching, as they'd been ordered to hunt down the protagonist's enemies, but ended up watching someone else do the job for them. This is the great American hero, livid because his son was targeted during a test at Valhalla Academy. He was there to capture the leader of this organization, but he was a bit too late, as the man had already been snatched away by a mysterious Constellation. One moment the guy was defending himself from an invader on his own turf, and the next he was somewhere else entirely, with no clue how it happened. He didn't even get to find out how. He bit the dust, his heart was simply vaporized. Maybe now it's more fitting for someone who hurts others to be someone without a heart. The Lion Constellation seems concerned about this mental space, promising that if the Constellation wishes, he won't be checking out because that would be far too easy. The bad guy recognizes the appearance of this Constellation and asks if he's the one from the ILO clan. The man with the goat mask confirms his identity as the guardian of the ILO clan. That being the case, the villain questions why a big shot like him is getting involved. The Constellation explains that the punishment he's receiving is on behalf of someone else, since they were the ones who attacked his son. He recognizes, it turns out that the man is Logan, the Constellation, and he was discussing a change of targets with the guy in the goat mask. Initially, the plan was to take out Gia. To put it simply, this Constellation wanted to eliminate everyone known as the strongest because, in his view, there's only one person who deserves that title, and he lived 300 years ago. The target he had this time around is the genuine article, the real strongest, so he decided to take down anyone who even thought about harming his target. The villain realized that arguing with this Constellation was a total waste of time. He was a goner for sure, so his only option was to fight back. Maybe, just maybe, he could survive this dimension. He launched an attack with everything he had, but it was impossible to fight back against the Constellation inside its own personal dimension. While his attack did manage to destroy the throne, he couldn't even sense where the Constellation was. In a personal realm like that, the owner has absolute control. There's no way they're losing on their home turf. His heart started racing again, and I'm not sure if that's literal or not, as that feeling of certain doom washed over him, almost as if being wiped out instantly would have been too kind. Now, let's cut to the next morning at Valhalla Academy, where our protagonist is just getting out of the shower. While checking his phone, he spots a news report that a criminal organization has been completely dismantled. He wonders if these were the same assassins who crashed the Academy's competition. He quickly puts two and two together and figures it must be that same organization. Looks like he won't have to go hunting for those guys himself. He admits that the only reason he's here in the first place is because of the system, and once this whole mess is sorted out, he'll have no reason to stick around. Meanwhile, we see the headmaster of Valhalla Academy getting a very unexpected visitor. A figure in a cat mask, someone from the black market, showed up to make a deal. They're incredibly direct and offer to buy the school outright. The headmaster, who is also the academy's owner, asks who they are, wanting to know if they're really the owner of the black market. The person in the cat mask confirms their identity and says he should know the offer is 100% serious. The headmaster explains that he can't possibly sell the academy because the place was built for the good of the students, not to make a profit. The person in the cat mask just snaps their fingers and a huge pile of money suddenly appears on the table. The headmaster reiterates that his principles are not for sale. He explains that long ago, he was a fighter who witnessed firsthand the threat of monsters trying to take over humanity. After many years, he was inspired to create a school to train the future defenders of Earth, and the new buyer says they have no intention of changing the Academy's motto or its teaching system. The person in the cat mask snaps their fingers again, and even more money appears on the table. They repeat that money is no object and keep snapping their fingers until the entire room is literally filled with cash. And with that, it's revealed that the 62-year-old man is officially retiring. He asks the new owner to please take good care of the school. The sign reading owner of the academy is promptly taken down and replaced with a brand new one. And just like that, the Constellation is the new owner of the academy. Her very first order is to install an extremely powerful surveillance system. This girl is dead set on protecting her master from any enemies that might come his way. And when I say some girls are intense and capable of anything, you should really be careful out there. I'm telling you this from personal experience. It's a dangerous game. Now, you'll just have to guess whether I'm the intense one or if I've just known one in my life. Anyway, our protagonist is walking back from another day of classes, wondering why everything feels so off. Before he could dwell on it, she walks right up to him and says, "Teach me how to fence." But surprise, that's not what she's really there for. This time, she just wanted to have a normal chat. She asks him if he's noticed the weird vibe around school today and mentions she's got something to show him during their training session. Later on, in the training arena, everyone is buzzing with excitement to see what she's got. Choy Arin then pulls a sword out of her backpack and explains she brought it all the way from her hometown. At first, he doesn't quite get what she's up to, but he quickly realizes the sword is just radiating some incredibly strong energy. All of a sudden, Mika is completely stunned to see that the relic Arin is holding is the Choy Ji family's sacred relic. How on earth did Arin get that? The girl calmly explains that after she passed her family's special test, she officially became the successor and the next leader of the family. Maka understands how big of a deal this is, but insists that family relics aren't supposed to be given to a student. They're only for when someone actually takes the lead. Despite this, Aram says she couldn't care less about those old traditions and is going to use the relic in her training anyway. Jiak, in his usual fashion, is super curious and asks if he can touch the relic. Mika is absolutely livid with him, saying you just don't ask to handle a sacred relic so casually. However, Aram, who probably can't refuse any request from her master, hands the sword over for a closer look. Jiak finds that the sword's energy feels familiar, and as he's trying to figure it out, his consciousness is suddenly transported to the realm of a constellation. There, a man standing with his back turned reveals that he is the Constellation of the Choy Ji family. He comments that it's been a very long time since he's seen his dear older brother. You know, this protagonist reminds me of my dad. He goes out on the street and seems to know everybody. I don't even know my own neighbor's name. It looks like our main character has just found another one of his disciples. It's no wonder that the fencing style Choy Arin learned from her family felt so familiar to him they were the techniques of his very own student. The Constellation admits that he did his absolute best to teach his techniques to his descendants. He figures if Jiak noticed the similarity, then he must have done a good job. But in any case, our protagonist says that it's still very different from the fencing he used to know. This makes perfect sense, as his student explains that people nowadays prioritize magical power way more than physical training. Because of that, teaching someone the complete technique would put their body at risk of being overloaded. He also mentions he had no idea his master had reincarnated into the body of a high school teenager. This is a totally different situation from the other girls, so the protagonist asks if he didn't get some kind of notification window or something. His former student confirms that he didn't know anything about it and received absolutely nothing. This leaves our hero totally confused. So why did that one wild disciple get a notification? On top of that, Bar also knew that he would be reincarnated. Regardless, it's really great to see his boy so grown up. You can tell his former student must be happy, even though he's not about to admit it. He then starts to realize that he doesn't even remember his own name anymore. How strange is that? Plus, he never actually told his master his name in the past. All he ever did was challenge him to a fight. You guys. It seems that unlike the girls, this dude doesn't have a tragic backstory. The Constellation says he truly can't remember his own name and is now just known as the Constellation. Before he could even finish his thought, Jiak cuts him off, telling him not to worry about it. He'll just keep calling him boy, just like in the old days. The protagonist is totally giving me Kratos vibes with his son, who, in this case, is the Constellation. She approaches him, saying, "Teach me fencing." But psych, she wasn't actually there for a fencing lesson like usual, but just for a regular chat. She asks if he's picked up on the strange atmosphere at school today and adds that she wants to show him something during their training. A bit later, down in the training arena, the whole crowd is on the edge of their seats to see what she's about to reveal. Choy Arin pulls a sword from her backpack, explaining that she brought it from her hometown. He's not sure whether to be happy or mad about this, but he's also wondering if being called boy even fits him anymore, especially at his age. While he's mulling it over, Donkey starts reminiscing about the protagonist, thinking back to something that happened 300 years ago. This kid challenged him while he was out for a walk with his first two students. The reason was pretty simple. Our protagonist was famous for being the strongest guy around, so beating him would be a huge boost to the kid's reputation. Of course, the protagonist's students were totally ticked off and ready to take out anyone who bothered their master back. Then, the protagonist asked the kid why he was so into fighting, and his reason was that he wanted to get stronger and create an unbeatable sword style. That way, he could protect his family and teach them how to defend themselves, too. Back then, our hero found the kid pretty interesting and decided to take him on. And, naturally, he didn't exactly go easy on him. He mentions how the kid was a real pain, showing up every single week to challenge him again as soon as he recovered. The guy complains that if Jiak had just lost even once, none of this would be happening. But that logic is completely lost on Jiak. Thanks to his guidance, the kid was able to create his amazing sword technique. Jiak asks if that was the legendary Flame of the Invincible Sword. The guy says, "Yep, that's the one." Our protagonist then muses that if the kid had become his disciple back in the day, he would have kept a much closer eye on him. So, it turns out he knew Juk before, but it seems our legendary hero wasn't in the habit of taking on male students. Or maybe he just had a thing for accepting hopeless cases. Mulling this over, the protagonist figures that the notifications about him were probably only sent to his actual disciples. Since this kid wasn't one, he likely didn't get any updates. Just as he's thinking this, the kid declares that it must be fate that he just happened to touch the family heirloom that connects him to his constellation. This means fate has given him another shot at challenging our hero. Maybe this time he'll get his first win. Our protagonist, being the nice guy he is, says he couldn't possibly turn down a request like that. Thankful for this twist of fate, the kid decides to go all out for this fight. Of course, Jiak always goes all out in a fight. He's the kind of guy who, to get rid of a single cockroach, would burn the whole house down just to be absolutely sure. So, the Constellation gave it his all, and looks super strong. But the next thing we see is Ju returning to his body with a big smile. You won't believe it, he lost again. The protagonist hands the sword back to Choy Arin and tells her with a serious look to take really good care of it. He adds that her Constellation is a good kid. She should keep practicing her swordsmanship and try to talk with him more often. Then the scene cuts to the aftermath of the fight. The kid is just lying on the ground, muttering about how that guy is completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, over at Valhalla Academy, we find out the Shu family is currently in China. The elders are having a meeting with the representative from the White Lotus Academy. The woman has no idea why the three elders called for her, so she asks what's up. They explain that they brought her here because they need to find her replacement, and fast. However, they point out that according to tradition, the leader of the White Lotus Academy can also become the matriarch. In other words, they're asking if she has anyone she'd like to suggest for the new leader position. They ask this, but also make it crystal clear that whoever she recommends has to be even stronger than the previous matriarch they just kicked out. The elders even call her out for using her position just to keep her own power and influence. For the sake of the family, the woman gives it some serious thought and announces she has a great idea. She recommends someone, but we don't get to hear the name. The scene then jumps over to Yan Lang's training session, where she's about to start a fencing practice. Choy Arin moves like a blur and nearly lands a hit, but Yan Lang just barely manages to defend herself. Arin gears up for another attack, but then she backs away from Yan Lang. Yan Lang can't help but think that this girl's attacks are on another level. Getting a little frustrated by Arin's strength, she decides it's her turn to go on the offensive, but Arin just keeps blocking her moves like it's nothing. She notes to herself that she has recently gotten a whole lot stronger. She figures it might be thanks to this sword, or maybe it's all her master's training. After all, the protagonist had given her strict instructions to not use any magical power, forcing her to rely purely on her physical skills in this fight. Plus, Arin isn't allowed to draw her sword from its scabbard during this training session. Yan Lang chimes in that she wouldn't mind if her opponent drew her weapon, sword, but her master isn't buying it for a second. He makes it crystal clear that he has no interest in seeing his student get all cut up. Meanwhile, Jack wonders why Mika is just watching from the sidelines, especially since she and Yan Lang had a little tiff last time. As it turns out, Mika is just here because she's curious. In their previous fight, Mika was totally defeated and couldn't even put up a real challenge. So now, it's pretty frustrating for her to see Yan Lang getting pushed around by Choy Arin. She's just wondering, how in the world did this girl get so strong, so fast? Mika really wants to see for herself if Arin can actually beat Yan Lang. Aram then gives a little warning to Jack and Yan Lang, saying that if she were to draw her sword, Yan Lang would definitely lose one of her 7 lives. Being talked down to like that really gets under Yan Lang's skin, and she furiously rushes in to attack Aram, absolutely livid at being called kitten. "Stop calling me kitten," she yells. But Aram holds her ground the whole time, so their attacks end up clashing head-on. The sheer force of their blows sends ripples of energy through the entire room. While Jiak doesn't seem to feel any pressure at all, Mika is having a tough time keeping her cool. It's clear the two girls fighting have already surpassed her in so many ways, even when it comes to pure sword strength. Yan Lang just couldn't break through Aram's defense. She tries a quick kick, almost catching Choy Arin in the face, but she just can't land a clean hit. Yan Lang realizes she can't seem to touch Aram by relying on physical strength alone. Every single one of her attacks is either blocked or neatly dodged by Aram. A million thoughts race through Yan Lang's mind. She's watched Aram spar with Jiak plenty of times before, and she was never this fast or this strong back then. But before she can dwell on it, Aram comes at her again with a super precise fencing move. Yan Lang manages to dodge it, but just barely. Even the shockwave from being so close to the attack sends a jolt of pain through her abdomen. Aram actually gives her a compliment, saying she's pretty good at dodging. But despite all her confidence and incredible strength, Yan Lang has to admit to herself that she's going to lose if this keeps up. So, she decides to brace herself to take the next hit head-on and pour everything she has into a single, decisive counterattack. Right on cue, Aram lunges straight for Yan Lang's shoulder. Using her bare hands, Yan Lang blocks the attack and finally closes the distance between them. If my sword had been drawn, you wouldn't have tried that, kitten. But it looks like Yan Lang's attack might have rattled a few of Aram's teeth. It was a solid punch that left a visible mark right on her chin. And just like that, Choy Arin was officially defeated in the training match. That marked the end of the duel, leaving Yan Lang panting after putting every last bit of her energy into it. Even so, Aram wasn't completely out for the count from that one blow. She gets back on her feet, totally determined not to give up. That's when GX steps in and calls the duel, making it clear the match is over. Alright, training's done for the day. He makes it clear that since they're both a little banged up, they shouldn't be pushing themselves past their limits. Jiak looks pretty pleased with how much Aram has improved. Turns out, she's contracted with a constellation Jiak knew from his past life, and she's been chatting a lot with Kiddo, which has really helped her level up her skills. Now, on to his other student, Yan Lang, who looks even more banged up, and he's just as worried about her. She always tries to act tough in front of her master, but the reality is that things got a little hairy. She admits that if the hit had landed just a little bit differently, she wouldn't have been able to block it at all and would have been seriously hurt. I bet all you physics fans watching totally get the whole torque concept they're applying here. Yan Lang quietly admits to herself that Aram has gotten way stronger, and she's positive it has something to do with the relic. This naturally gets her thinking about her own family's relic, which is super convenient since we just found out her family is trying to figure out who's next in line to inherit it. As the day winds down and night starts to fall, at some point, our hero gets whisked away to that mysterious zone and meets up with the red-haired woman. She summoned him to spill the beans on the exact location of the next big appearance. She reveals that it's all going down in Sang City and will happen in exactly 3 weeks. Our guy remembers that last time she mentioned 3 months, so her prediction about the time frame was spot on. This means a whole 2 months have already flown by since he started training the girls. He asks what he's supposed to do about any monsters that might escape from the labyrinth while he's busy. Looking a bit concerned, she asks if he hasn't assembled the team, like she instructed. Jack thinks about it carefully. He's got a few people in mind, but he's not totally sure if they're the right fit for the job. After a moment, he says he has a team to help, but he doesn't sound super confident about it. They move on to discussing strategies, and the best way to take down the labyrinth as quickly as possible. Jack asks if maybe they should send more people in advance. The woman clarifies that his one and only focus should be on destroying the labyrinth boss and nothing else. He doesn't quite agree with that plan and decides to use his ring to focus on demolishing the whole labyrinth as quickly as possible. After they hash out a few more details, she pulls out a purple stone and hands it to our guy, explaining that it's a one-time use teleportation crystal. All he has to do is pour some mana into the crystal, and he'll be teleported right back here. This makes Jiak a little suspicious, like, why this specific location? After all, can't she just summon him here whenever she wants? The red-haired woman confirms she can, but explains that there are some limitations to what she can perceive happening in the outside world. She plans on dedicating all her focus to monitoring the labyrinth's movements, so it'd be a good idea for him to have his own personal escape button. It's not entirely clear why she's giving this to him, but hey, An extra escape route is never a bad thing. She snaps her fingers and tells him they'll meet again in 3 weeks. Flash forward to the next day, and we see our hero walking down the street, trying to figure out his next move. He mulls over whether he should contact Adelia Ventry and ask her to send some contractors over to the location ahead of time. Plus, he also needs to get the day off from the academy for the big event. He decides to call Professor Lilia to request the time off, but when she answers the phone, her shouting nearly blows his eardrums out. Apparently, she's in some major trouble. After she finally calms down, she explains that she's been fired from the academy and that it's just awful. Despite all the theatrics, Jiak just coolly replies that he understands. She then asks why he's being so cold about it. Jiak starts to explain that if Lilia was actually fired, it's saying it was only fair because she deserved it. Lilia can't believe her ears and insists that even if she seems a little clumsy around him, she's an excellent instructor. She goes on about how seriously she takes her job, and honestly, our hero can't really argue with that. It just makes her getting fired this far into the school year seem even weirder. The professor agrees it's super strange and mentions the academy's director was suddenly replaced, and believe it or not, this is the first our legendary protagonist is hearing about it. But what really gets his attention is the fact that if the professor's gone, getting his vacation days approved is going to be a huge pain. So, with that in mind, he decides to march right into the director's office. Lilia is really touched, but she tells him he doesn't have to go to all that trouble for her. Ignoring that, he just hangs up the phone, totally determined to sort this out. The second he hangs up, he gets a text from Yan Lang asking about the professor getting fired too. This whole situation is catching him off guard. None of this is making any sense. Why are all the people connected to him getting booted without any good reason? Having no clue what's really happening, he heads straight for the new academy director. But when he gets there, he's totally shocked by the back sight. The big cat man from the market is sitting there. The guy explains that yes, he bought the academy, but that everything is actually being directed by the Constellation he's devoted to. Jack cuts to the chase, asking, "So why'd you kick out Yan Lang and Professor Lilia?" The new director explains that it was a direct order from his Constellation. It told him to identify any problems and get rid of those people. Apparently, he decided these women were a problem for Jiak and gave them the boot. And on top of that, he was also planning to expel someone named Choy Arin. Jiak just deadpans that, yeah, she's definitely a problem for him. But then our hero says no, and demands that everyone be brought back to the academy, explaining that he doesn't want people getting punished just because of their connection to him. Shockingly, Luminous just agrees to the request, saying he'll reverse everything. Jack then asks why on earth he bought the academy in the first place. The guy says it was another order from his Constellation. Plus, since the protagonist refused to move into the black market, Luminous figured he'd just buy the academy and connect it to the market instead. This way, he can finally give Jiak access to the place he's always wanted to gift him. So basically, he linked one of the rooms at Valhalla Academy directly to the black market, giving authorized people a secret entrance. As absolutely bonkers as this all sounds, our protagonist thinks it over and asks if the new director can pretty much do anything he wants at the school. Since the answer is yes, he's got a little favor to ask. Flash forward 3 weeks later to Sang City, where things have really gone sideways. Monsters have totally invaded the city and are wrecking the place. You've got goblins attacking people and smashing cars, and these massive stone golems that are even more terrifying. Turns out, one of the students from Valhalla Academy lives in this city and was just here on vacation. Jai thinks to himself, I can't believe even monsters are out here causing trouble. It's rough, no matter what world you're in. He then saves a girl from a goblin attack, taking the creature out with one solid punch. The woman is super grateful to be saved, but he doesn't look too happy. The threat from these creatures is the real deal. He can already feel that this is way scarier than any training exercise. But even though he's scared, he's determined to face it head-on and save as many people as he can. Just as he's figuring out his next move, 2 wild girls zoom right past him, looking like they're competing to see who can cause the most mayhem. And with that, we flash back to an earlier time, back at the academy. The new president has just introduced himself to the girls. Mika, being the most experienced one, asks why such a huge change at the country's top academy wasn't announced. For him, the answer is pretty simple. He just didn't feel like it. Reason he's finally showing his face is because the Black Cat plans on working with Mika down the road. Our protagonist then explains he's there to propose a brand new department. It's a special class where the students will get the freedom to do outside activities without having to sit through regular classroom instruction. The big question is, do they want to be the very first members of this special class? Yunrang chimes in, saying it doesn't really change anything for her, since she skips normal classes anyway. Jack knows this, but still wanted to invite her because it was a request from her beloved master, and there's no way she could turn that down. Choy Arin didn't even have to think about it, and immediately said yes. Mina is the only Clive, one who's a little more skeptical. She wanted to get a clearer picture before agreeing. First question, is the director, the Black Cat, the same guy who owns the black market? The answer is a straightforward yes. So, why on earth is he interested in buying the Academy? It doesn't add up for the owner of a shady market to be the president of such a prestigious institution. How did he even get the green light? How did he pull all of this off? She has a lot of questions about this guy. On top of that, she's wondering how this guy has so many important connections without coming from a powerful family. Our protagonist cuts right to the chase and asks if she's going to join the special department or not. The answer is pretty obvious. She likes to analyze things, but she can't exactly say no to his offer. She just needs a better understanding of what she's getting herself into. So, the director lays out the conditions for creating this special department, which grants more freedom to, in this particular class. They'll be excused from regular classes since they're way more advanced. However, they'll still have to take part in tests and exams that put them in the public eye. At first, our hero wasn't too happy about that, but the man explained that it was a necessary step to secure all the perks he asked for. There are a few more requirements, with the most important one being that the students have to be strong enough to earn the respect of the other students and teachers. He explains that putting the two strongest students in this special class and then letting them skip everything would be a waste. That's why they're required to participate in some public events that boost the Academy's reputation. So, in the end, there were quite a few hoops they had to jump through to get what he wanted. After laying it all out, Jiak asked if the girls had changed their minds, and naturally, none of them backed out. And just like that, the special class for our protagonist's crew is officially formed. Back in the present, we see the special combat class training over at Valhalla. Jiak was surprised to run into Seok here. He hadn't seen Seok around the academy for a bit. The boy explains that he came into town for the weekend since his family is from here. He was just trying to enjoy a nice weekend when all of a sudden, everything went crazy. Seok has questions too, like why our academy? Students in this city right now? Our hero doesn't give him a straight answer. Instead, he tells Choy Arin and Yuan Rang to get ready, and they totally get that he wants to give a live demonstration of why they're here. The two girls and him start moving toward the creatures, while the other two hang back to watch. The monsters are just patiently waiting for everyone to get ready for the fight. The biggest problem for the monsters is that you can't really call this a fair fight whenever Juok swings his sword. Even the stone monsters seem to be made of butter. He effortlessly took out all the monsters nearby while his students watched it all, up close and personal. Even the girls couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by that much power. Suk already knew this guy was strong, but it felt like he was getting more absurdly powerful every single day. One of the Ventric family members with them came up to the protagonist with some fresh information. He found an area about 5 kilometers from their position where all the monsters were pouring out from. The protagonist asked about what the Ventric family agents were doing, and he was told they were busy evacuating civilians from the area. Something that was bugging Juok, though, was that the Ventric Constellation hadn't awakened since the last time he asked. He'd asked the man named Mojiri, who said the Constellation lady was still completely silent. His main concern was that it had been 3 months since then, and he had no idea if something bad had happened to her. Well, at least he had this sword with him. He really wanted to get a contract for his other disciple, too. Juok then ordered the Ventric members to stop playing dress-up with their capes and actually show their faces, while helping with the evacuation. He said it would do wonders for their reputation. The guy really couldn't argue with the solid advice from someone who has the head of the Ventric family on speed dial. They quickly agreed on a plan and then headed right for the center of the calamity. The 2 strongest girls were assigned to defeat the monsters and save the citizens, while Mima was to help with the escort. Wasak, for her part, was not exactly thrilled about being paired with that meathead. But hey, orders are orders, so it was time to get a move on. After a little while, they finally arrived at the location where the entrance to the labyrinth was supposed to be. The guide confirmed it, saying this was the spot and that they needed a strategy to take out the monsters at the entrance if they worked together. Our protagonist admitted that was probably the most sensible thing to do. However, that would take way too long, so he had a much better idea. He was just going to jump down there and wipe them all out himself. Mojiri even tried to stop our hero from doing something so reckless, because as strong as these monsters were to everyone else, our protagonist was the real boogeyman to these monsters. The creatures had absolutely no chance to fight back against his attacks, since every single one was a finishing blow. He leaped into the air and, in a flash, he sliced through the atmosphere. The power of that one attack swept away every demon in front of him in an instant. Mojiri's jaw just about hit the floor watching the whole thing. There was just no way a teenager should be stronger than a Constellation. Then again, our protagonist had made a contract with a Constellation for the very first time. Luminous had given him his abilities, so it wasn't exactly a challenge for him to clear everything in his path and reach the labyrinth's entrance. Juok also remembered that he needed to wear this ring when he entered and took down the labyrinth's boss. In that case, he figured he'd better put it on now so he wouldn't forget, and, just like that, he stepped into the labyrinth. While something so epic was happening on one side of the world, meanwhile, back at the Ventric estate in England, Adelia was relaxing in her office. Her heart was racing, though, as she confirmed that Juok's information about the calamity had been completely accurate. Not even the South Korean government had seen the aid situation coming in time. She no longer had a single doubt about Juok's decisions. If he said he would face the calamity alone, who was she to argue? But she's still a little worried about what might happen if her Constellation wakes up and finds out something bad went down. Then, to Adelia's complete surprise, her Constellation finally wakes up and makes contact. The very first thing it wants to know is how much time has passed since it fell asleep. What a laid-back Constellation. Adelia lets it know that it's been about 3 months. After thinking about this for a moment, the Constellation asks, "So, where is my master?" It's always a bit of a shock for Adelia to remember that her master's master is actually Jiak. She explains that he's on the battlefield right now, fighting a mysterious calamity inside the labyrinth. Meanwhile, our hero is fighting so casually that B just has to ask what fencing style he was using with that sword. His reply is that he wasn't doing anything special, just kind of attacking without overthinking it. But B insists that this is a combat style his old disciples used to use back in the day. It's called wishing for the protagonist. He thinks it's pretty strange that his disciples managed to turn that into a real fencing technique. More importantly, though, Jiak realizes this dungeon is way bigger than he expected. He then uses his magic to pinpoint his location in the area. It's a mana detection ability, and he's hoping to find the dungeon's core with it. Normally, the core of a dungeon is in the same spot as the boss, and just as he figured, it seems to be in that direction. He mentions that things would be a lot faster if he just did something like this. He channels energy into his sword and carves a huge gash in the ground. The whole structure starts to collapse, and as it completely gives way, he drops right down to the lower level. And as expected, this giant cockroach-looking monster is the dungeon boss, and it was waiting for him down there. The dungeon boss looks absolutely furious and gears up for an attack. Unlike him, our protagonist stays perfectly cool and confident. The monster's spear gives it a long-range advantage, and Jiak also notes that he needs to destroy the dungeon core, which means he has to go right through this big bug. He decides to go for a counterattack instead of trying to end it with one big hit. In what's shaping up to be a fight of skill, the monster decides to lunge with its spear, aiming straight for his heart. Our hero dodges it with ease and even comments that the monster is making things way too easy for him. It seems like those words really got under the creature's skin. It tries a long-range attack with its spear, but still can't even touch him. At this point, our hero was just checking out the creature's attack patterns, so when the monster tries to nail him again with a bunch of piercing strikes, Jiak decides to block them to test the strength of the humanoid monster. He easily defends against all the attacks, finding it pretty annoying how the creature keeps its distance with that long weapon. The monster tried all sorts of attacks, even trying to hit him from farther away, but nothing worked. Our protagonist just kept evading. The creature even used its spear to fling rocks from the ground at him, but Jiak continued to dodge or block every single one. The creature then tried to rush in for a close-quarters fight, but even though it was powerful, its attack was easily blocked. The monster was probably getting pretty irritated with its opponent and just threw him away. Jack stayed calm, quietly analyzing his enemy. It even crossed B's mind to wonder if Kim Hyen was feeling the pressure at all. Turns out there was a reason for all this. He needed to separate that guy from the stone, just in case he ended up doing something by accident. Now determined to use the ability that Luminous gave him, Jiak, he decided it was time to make his first move. The monster, realizing this, immediately went on high alert. Whatever the attack was, it would be ready to defend against it. In less than a blink of an eye, our hero zipped right past the monster, which didn't even notice the attack. In fact, the boss was confident it had dodged the spear. But the reality was, the enemy was sliced up with a slight delay. Once the attack's effect fully kicked in, the boss was diced into pieces and officially defeated. Judia calmly watched his opponent get completely eliminated. He was pretty curious to see what would happen next. Sure enough, his ring started to glow and then absorb the energy that was pouring out of the dungeon boss's body. He figured the ring must have absorbed its name, just as that woman had mentioned before. GR then asks Bar about that thing he said earlier, about being pressured by this adversary. Before moving on, though, he notices that the boss's spear was left behind. He picks it up, wondering why it wasn't absorbed or didn't disappear like the rest of the loot. Not quite sure what was going on, he decides to take it with him. Then, we cut to a mysterious tree with a door on it. Inside this strange place, a man comes to inform the dungeon master that the disaster had officially ended. A creature lurking in the shadows asks how many days it took. The answer was a real shocker, only 2 hours. This, of course, brings up the question of how long the last disaster went on for. The man informs them it was a full 5 days. This question was just to highlight how unbelievably fast this one was cleared. So, what happened? The dungeon master wonders if these people's levels had just shot up way too much. He figures it must be the fault of those who became constellations. Now, he wants to know if anyone in particular stood out during the whole event. His subordinate replies that the dungeon appeared and vanished so quickly that he really didn't understand what happened. He's still completely in the dark. The dungeon master simply orders them to move their plans forward a little. Spread the names, he says. He also orders them to use a different method to spread the names and tells everyone to hurry up. All the while, the mysterious creature in the shadows just thinks about how much it's looking forward to that day. The day it finally gets to feed on the most powerful people out there. Meanwhile, news starts spreading about a person named Kimak from Valhalla Academy who ended the disaster by wiping out all the monsters. We see this news being read on a website by a very stylish-looking individual. This person was reading the news and seemed to be admiring our protagonist's amazing achievements. He was wondering just how one guy managed to handle all the monsters that had escaped and also clear the dungeon so incredibly fast. The more he read, the more convinced he became that this kid was the perfect person to boost the reputation of the Alchemist Guild. This guy's name is Bak, Jang JN, but this isn't what you might expect. John asks the person next to him if it wouldn't be great for their reputation to, take that kid out of the picture. The masked figure with him completely agrees with John but advises they should be careful about it. Apparently, this kid isn't the same person they watched during the Academy's entrance exam. He's definitely at an S level now. They decide they have to do something about it and that they'll get the team together for the job. And with that, we finally head back to the Valhalla dormitory. Our protagonist really seems to attract enemies like a magnet, doesn't he? I mean, I know he stands out, but it's not normal for so many people to be gunning for him. He just got home, totally exhausted after solving a massive problem and fighting another 200 enemies. Juvu starts thinking about how he absorbed all those mana stones and got way stronger, and yet he hasn't even hit his limit yet, always winning his fights and staying way ahead of his enemies, but even so, he feels like his own pool of magic is a bit on the small side. Taking down that dungeon boss was way tougher than he thought, and his body is totally wiped. He even mutters to himself that things were so much easier when he had a constellation backing him up. Borrowing someone else's magic is super handy, you know? His mind was racing with all the potential problems up ahead, which is why he decides to use his one-time-use teleportation stone. And just like that, the mysterious red-haired girl pops up to surprise him. Now that he's in her dimension, it looks like she was pretty bored all by herself and is thrilled to finally have a visitor. Jook explains that he took care of business and successfully defeated the boss. He admits the magic stone was for emergencies, but hey, it's all good, since the mission was a success. She, however, gets really curious about the spear he's carrying. He tells her it was from the dungeon boss, and for some reason, it didn't get absorbed or disappear, so he just decided to bring it along. Talk about a strange souvenir. The girl then asks to see the ring. It's perfectly safe, so he has no problem handing it back to her. She takes the item, and a puff of pink smoke drifts out of the ring before she gives it back to our hero. She confirms that the name was absorbed just right and says that the real game is about to begin. The dungeon master is definitely going to make a move now. She thinks some really powerful names are going to show up, so she's going to take a quick peek to check. But even before she does, the girl mentions that it's probably going to be the folks from the Destruction Tower, the same ones he defeated 300 years ago. Our legendary hero immediately remembers exactly who she's talking about, and just the thought of meeting those jerks again leaves a bad taste in his mouth. He even admits he's getting mad just thinking about it. The girl tells him to cheer up, saying they'll meet again before those other names show up, so he should be happy about it. Though, I have a feeling that for him, meeting this girl isn't exactly something to celebrate. Anyway, an interesting point comes up. Bar was the master of the Destruction Tower, but he has no memory of the people who were there. Jiak points out that on the first floor, there were only small fry monsters. If Bar were to remember anyone important, they'd have to be from the second floor or higher. Their back and forth about this isn't super important. The real question bugging our hero is, if the tower reappears, wouldn't Bar be summoned again to be its master? This idea completely stuns Bar, but he quickly says, he was totally forced into being the tower's owner last time. The Constellation says all this with a nervous stutter, probably to avoid ending up on our hero's bad side again and to keep him from thinking about, well, taking her out of the picture, just in case. And while our hero didn't think that was a terrible idea, he says he trusts Bar. Still, it's super weird to him that Bar has zero power, especially if his name was taken. He thinks about his old disciples, they all kept some of their power. But this guy, he's a total mess and doesn't even have his memories. On top of that, our protagonist points out that Bar was reborn, just like him, instead of becoming a constellation like the other people who lost their names. He's still scratching his head over this whole puzzle. Because of all this, he decides it's best to just keep his head down and focus on training non-stop to get back to his old level of strength. And so, another peaceful night goes by. The next day after school, Suka's heading off to work out, still thinking about that awesome fight he saw earlier. No matter how he looks at it, that guy is just incredible. He knew Jiak was way stronger than anyone else, but deep down, he couldn't lie to himself anymore, and to make matters worse, all the girls under his master's training had gotten way stronger and left him in the dust. So, he figured, if he got the same training, he could become a powerhouse too. But when he opened the door, he stumbled upon a sight he was definitely not supposed to see. Getting a good whiff of someone's personal items. Yep, that's Yan Lang, caught red-handed with a towel, and her expression says it all. This is definitely one of those girl's secret moments. Let's rewind 30 minutes. She had just crushed her workout, running hard on the treadmill after finishing her routine, and after getting some praise from her master, our hero casually tossed her a towel he just used. Meanwhile, the other girl was trying her best to beat Sura, but she just couldn't pull it off. Aram also noticed the little kitten's progress and pointed out that there's another girl here who's been slacking off. Help me, this is insane. Mima cried, saying the workout was way too intense for any human, but Aram just shrugged, claiming it was actually a pretty light regimen. Nothing like a little friendly teasing to get Mima fired up, and Aram also added that Jiu's training was way better than a certain someone else's. Of course, they started bickering over something totally silly, and our protagonist was just soaking in these fun little moments with his students. He called for everyone to take a break, which made Aram curious about what Jiak was planning to do next. He mentioned he was heading back to the dorm to practice his magic skills, and hearing that, Aram decided to do the same thing. As they left, Mima was about to follow, but before she did, she wanted to know if Yan Lang was coming along too. The girl replied that she wasn't tired yet and was going to do a few more sets. Mima left after telling her rival not to overdo it, leaving Yan Lang all alone in the school gym. In this quiet moment, she started to think about a few things concerning her master. Okay, calm down, it's nothing weird, she told herself. She was just thinking about how much stronger she's become thanks to Jiu's training, but that guy just continues to be in a league of his own, an exception to every single rule. It shouldn't even be possible for someone to take down monsters like that. She's also thrilled to see that she's getting stronger just by training alongside him. He's simply amazing. Yan Lang tried to remember her original reason for becoming his disciple. Her goal had been to surpass him, but now she's totally convinced he's so unbelievably strong that it's an impossible task. In fact, she admitted to herself that she's already at her limit with the current training, so she can't imagine ever surpassing him. So, why does she keep being his disciple? Her heart skipped a beat as she remembered how he protected her and solved all of her problems. It's just not that simple anymore. It feels like her entire life is starting to revolve around him. As she realized this, her heart began to pound. Could this be chemistry? With her heart racing, she found herself missing him and getting an urge for some unconventional training sessions with Jiak. There was no avoiding it. Her thoughts were drifting into some rated territory. And once they started, they wouldn't stop. Maybe this would help. Her eyes landed on the towel he had used. Is this weird? You know what? I don't even care anymore. Then, she reached out and picked up the towel, telling herself she'd just wash and return it. That dummy forgot it, so I have no choice. What is this scent? My heart's fluttering and my body feels funny. No one will see this, right? Okay, just a little sniff.
Please help me get to 3,000 likes so I can bring you the
Rest of this story with all the chapters. Things are about to get spicy. What the? Yan Lang was caught with her nose in the laundry. CF had just come looking for the protagonist to ask for some training, but now she's seen. Well, she spotted Yan Lang's weaknesses. She decided she had to eliminate the witness. figuring that punch would either knock him out for good or give him a serious case of amnesia. Talk about getting caught red-handed. The girl was so mortified by the whole situation, she actually burst into tears from pure embarrassment. Meanwhile, our hero was back in his room, totally focused on his mana control training. He was deep in the zone and was suddenly pulled out of it by his phone ringing. Since it was pretty late, he picked up, wondering if something urgent was going on. It was Adelia, who apologized for calling so late but said it was important. Mrs. Constellation is awake. That was fantastic news. He thanked Adelia for the update and asked her to schedule a time for him. He was really excited to finally meet his student face to face. But more importantly, the scene shifts and we see the black cat looking absolutely terrified as he watches his master go ballistic over something. His Constellation was on the verge of completely losing it, the poor guy. The whole mess had started just 10 minutes earlier. He was just doing his job, keeping an eye on things at the gym. His master had asked him to check the security cameras for her regularly. He didn't really see the point, but he did it anyway, and that's when he accidentally stumbled upon the footage from the classroom and saw a body get tossed out. He totally freaked out, thinking there was a dead body at his school. But when he zoomed in, he realized the person was just knocked out cold. His master then told him to rewind the recording to see what led up to it, and that's how they found out it was Yen Lang who attacked the student. She pretty much wiped the floor with him the second he walked in. But the real kicker was when the Constellation saw on camera that the girl had taken Jiak's used towel and, well, took a good whiff of it. Now she's absolutely green with envy. Hey guys, help me smash that like button and get to 3,000 likes so I can bring you more of these awesome lesson videos. Now, if you remember from the last video, the Constellation was seeing red when she realized that some other girl got to get a little too close to her master's used towel. Her rage wasn't about how weird that was, but because it wasn't. Asterisk her times who got to do it. Just look at how she's fuming. The ruler of the underworld is absolutely livid and swears she's going to totally wreck that girl. The little black cat thinks to himself that his Constellation's angry outbursts are happening a lot more often these days. He remembers plenty of times in the past when she'd get mad over nothing, but lately, things have been getting seriously weird, and he's positive it's all because of Jia. To this day, the cat still can't figure out why his Constellation calls the boy master. I mean, how can a teenager be the master of a Constellation who's been around for over 300 years? But more important than thinking about that is figuring out how to calm his Constellation down before she goes completely bonkers. Right then, someone calls out his name. And what do you know? Speak of the devil, it's our protagonist. He walks into the room and asks, "Were you just talking to Luminous?" The startled cat replies that he was. Then, more importantly, the protagonist announces they're going to use the black cat's special abilities to travel somewhere far away. Chick tells him they're heading to the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, in a different location, we see a meeting taking place in a pretty fancy-looking mansion. A group of masked people are gathered around a table. The man who seems to be in charge asks if everything is ready to go. This is Baek Jang, the leader of the alchemists. One of his subordinates confirms that it is and reveals that there are about 200 magic circles on the ceilings in Valhalla to block intruders, with about 100 of them installed, right in the dormitory where Jack lives. This news seems to catch Baek Jang by surprise, but he ultimately says it doesn't matter anymore, because they'll be totally useless against someone with a Constellation's abilities. The other men nod in agreement and say that they're all on the same page, that with the immutable alchemist Constellation, they're basically invincible. They're saying that once the leader shuts down all the magic circles, they'll make a beeline for Jia. They figure they just need to cast a quick spell to cancel out any interference from Jack's buddies. The guy mentions that they can't just ignore Jack's allies. It'll be way more impressive if they manage to take them out too. Believe it or not, these goons plan to wipe everyone out just to get some more street cred in the villain world. Taking out the most famous prodigy from Valhalla would seriously boost their reputation, which is exactly why they put together this whole hit job on Jiak and his crew. Just as he was saying all that, something caught him by surprise. All his goons suddenly lost their heads. The masked group waltzes in, saying they were totally expecting them to pull a stunt like this. She asks him exactly who he thinks he's trying to take out. They shot back that they should have dealt with these guys a long, long time ago, and that they were taking way too long. The man with the mask over his eyes says that they were already planning to take this group down, but they just decided to move the schedule up a bit. The guy starts to panic, asking who in the world they are. The girl says it should be pretty obvious from the masks, but if that's not enough, she flashes the tattoo on her neck, which is the symbol of the one-horned god. The leader of the alchemists just can't believe this crazy sect is actually coming after them. They say that up until now, he didn't really matter, but things have changed. One of the masked members leaps from behind to try and finish the job, but he's shocked when the target defends himself with a shield that pops up around his body. He blocks the attack completely. The masked attacker says that a defense of that level shouldn't have been enough to stop his attack. Baekjang has no clue why they're trying to off him. He expands his barrier, sending the masked man flying back. The guy who was thrown then uses his sword to stop his momentum. Baekjang says he'll show them the true power of someone who's backed by an S-rank constellation. He claims that his power is on a completely different level from theirs, saying this as he slides a ring onto his finger. This seems to be the trigger for his constellation's power. The energy he's putting out now is just on another level. The masked girl says she had no idea his constellation was an S rank. The man with the blindfold confirms that the constellation this guy made a pact with is called the absolutely immutable alchemist. Baekjang is completely floored to hear that they even know the name of his constellation. The masked man tells Baekjang that he shouldn't be so shocked they know about his constellation. After all, he's pretty well known. The relic he's using right now is an artifact from the era of destruction. The masked girl chimes in that being S-rank isn't that big of a deal and asks if that's why they were so surprised. They explain that Baekjang got famous because he accidentally made a contract with an S-rank relic, which made the entire world suddenly get interested in relics from the era of destruction. That's the reason why everyone's interest in them blew up, and so did the prices. The masked person sighs that it's a shame for someone to get such a huge blessing and then use it to start a gang of criminals. Baekjang funnels energy into his hand and then attacks, yelling that they're a bunch of hypocrites. Magic circles pop up all around them and spears nearly skewer them. The girl hadn't even noticed the magic circles in the room and asks if Baekjang was the one who set them up. He unleashes his power again. A magic circle activates right behind the girl, and another spear nearly gets her. She can't help but wonder just how many magic circles Baekjang set up here. The alchemist leader, on the other hand, is thinking these guys are on a whole other level of strong. He's baffled, like, how in the world are they sensing the attacks from his magic circles? Baekjang has absolutely no idea what kind of crazy power they're packing or which constellation they're working with, but he figures it's all good, even though he's totally backed into a corner. Baekjang is pretty confident that his constellation's absolute defense is unbeatable, so he isn't even sweating about defense. He fires up his magic again to blast his enemies, but to his utter shock, his ability just doesn't activate. His opponents just stand there, waiting for an attack that's a total no-show. The girl then starts mocking him, asking where those big, bad attacks he promised were. Baekjang is completely frozen in fear, thinking, what is going on? That's when the blindfolded man reveals he sensed a ton of magic circles when they arrived, exactly 1,200 of them, so they went ahead and blocked them all. Baekjang is floored, wondering how on earth they neutralized so many traps without him even noticing. The man who looks suspiciously like Gojo casually comments that neutralizing is a whole different ballgame from just blocking. Getting tired of all the chatter, the girl channels her energy and unleashes a massive attack. Baekjang barely dodges, but the shockwave alone slams into him. His so-called absolute defense was completely shattered, and he's actually injured. Baekjang starts to panic, wondering how this is even possible, just as another attack comes flying at him. He dodges by a hair's breadth, but his cheek still gets sliced. These people were putting on the pressure, and his defense was getting torn apart like wet paper. He tries to launch another attack, but they just swat it away effortlessly. He can't even land a single hit on them. The swordsman then remarks that their opponent is pretty tough too, and isn't just coasting on his constellation's power. Baekjang is stunned as it finally dawns on him that these guys are way stronger than he is. If his trusty defense can't guarantee his safety anymore, there's no way he can beat them. All he can do now is figure out how to escape, but before that, he asks the group if they've already taken out the entire alchemist guild, and if he surrenders and promises to stop being a villain, can they maybe just let him go? The masked man says that him being a villain isn't the problem. That's something they couldn't care less about. The real issue is him trying to take out a target that was strictly off-limits. Baekjang's mind races, wondering if the world's most dangerous villain guild really came all this way to kill him just because of Jayak. Realizing there's no way to talk himself out of this, he decides it's time to use his trump card. He's going to activate his relic. It's his only chance of survival. The sheer amount of mana he unleashes even surprises his hunters, who comment that this level of power is just not normal. Baekjang summons his constellation and proposes a deal. The immutable alchemist answers the call and accepts. He's willing to trade his vitality and lifespan for the full, unbridled power of his constellation. It's as if the alchemist itself is about to manifest in person. Just then, the masked man says he really hates to interrupt an alchemist during their big summoning moment, but he has a message from the sacred constellation Doug. The message is, "Hey, alchemist, this clown here tried to harm our benefactor, the god of war." Hearing those words makes the alchemist's massive form twitch, and in complete surprise, it turns to its contractor and asks, "Is what they're saying true?" The guy, terrified, stammers that no, he only tried to kill some guy named Kim Jiak. He whines that it's unfair for the constellation to even ask, but the constellation replies that it's unfair for him to be so monumentally stupid. With that, the alchemist constellation stops its manifestation cold, and then it warns that the Big Jang's contract has been cancelled, leaving him completely baffled by the situation. The messenger then explains that now, their constellation has personally declared that she's going to take him down. And why do I say she? Folks, just take a look at the hair. In the back. I'm pretty sure that's a lady. Anyway, let's get back to our hero, who has just arrived at his destination. He's traveled to England to speak with Adelia Ventry. The Black Cat tells him that what he's asking for is simply impossible. There's no way all the constellations can meet up at the same time. So, our protagonist asks to get it straight, wondering if it's truly impossible for all the constellations to meet with him at the same time and in the same place, except through sanctification. She confirms that's right, but points out that this method doesn't solve everything, because each contractor has to perform the sanctification ritual with their own constellation, and that takes a massive amount of magical power. The other way is when a contractor with a divine contract sacrifices their own life force to manifest their constellation. If you'll recall, that's exactly what happened just recently. Jiak then wonders if he could just touch two relics at once to speak with both constellations. Adelia politely explains to him that this is also impossible. When you touch a relic, you're transported to the spirit realm, where the constellation lives, and you can't be in two different worlds at the same time, so there's no way to make the two constellation worlds overlap. Another crucial piece of information is that constellations possess immense power, and when one grants a sacred contract, it anchors itself to a specific sacred relic. It can't just move to a different one afterward. As our hero listens to all of his great ideas get shot down, Bar's voice pops into his head. He questions why Jiak doesn't already know all this, since it was literally covered in class. It's obvious that someone wasn't paying attention. Our protagonist mutters back that the next time he sees Bar, he's going to get another beating for that sarcasm. Seeing no other option, Jack decides he'll just have to do it differently. He'll communicate with them and have them exchange information with each other. But both the Black Cat and Adelia say there's a problem. Ever since Jiak arrived, their constellations haven't stopped talking, and they can't get a word in. Luminous is affectionately chatting with her dear friend, saying it's been such a long time since they last met. Her rival says the same thing back. The protagonist thinks he'd hoped they would have changed after all this time, but it seems they're still carrying on with the same attitude as when he was their master, and he really wishes they would just get along. He then tells both of them to stop for a second and listen up. The Black Cat and Adelia are shocked to see their constellations obey him without a second thought. Jack then says that the person who turned them into constellations and made them lose their bodies is trying to make a move again. The last disaster was his doing. Jack says that something even bigger than a disaster might happen soon because of this. Until he gets his original power back, he hopes he can borrow their power a few times. He asks if they're okay with that. Adelia's constellation says it would be her pleasure. The Black Cat's constellation adds that she's ready to give her all to help the master. He's thrilled to have the girl's approval to make a contract with him. Jack thinks that now he just needs to find 3 more of his disciples. He needs to find them before the Lord of the Labyrinth makes his next move. And so, we jump back to our protagonist, who's just arrived at his destination. He popped over to England for a chat with Adelia Ventry. Then, our hero tells the Black Cat to link up the Ventry Mansion and Valhalla Academy with a handy portal. He plans on being a frequent visitor from now on. They've been after a gateway, so this is just perfect. With that settled, he makes his exit. Julio leaves Adelia and the Black Cat to their own devices, suggesting that they should hang out and get better acquainted. Adelia, full of curiosity, has a question for him. First off, she asks if he's the one who owns the market. He confirms that he does, and adds that, thanks to a few recent developments, he's now also the owner and director of, quote, Valhalla Academy. Adelia can't help but wonder why he's so involved with the academy. At this, the cat chimes in, suggesting it's probably for the same reason the Ventry family serves Kim Jia. It only took a few words for them to be on the same page. Then we're whisked away to another part of the world where night has already fallen. The masked sect is gathering for a meeting with the constellation they worship. Suddenly, the crystals start to glow, and the constellation makes contact. They report that their enemies have been taken care of. The constellation replies that In that case, it's time to move on to the next task. And here's a little surprise, it's a woman. I'm guessing our protagonist had a habit of only taking female disciples, and she's one of them. Their new mission is to protect Jia, and this order comes straight from the Constellation herself. A man from the sect asks just how they're supposed to do that. Should they follow him around? Or should they just walk up and introduce themselves to the protagonist? The Constellation tells them to just follow him from the shadows. Hearing this, a girl from this sect wonders how they're supposed to do that without getting caught. The Constellation thinks it over for a moment and then tells them to reveal their identities only when a specific word is spoken, which is a total mystery to us. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what that's all about. The next day, we're back at Valhalla Academy. Jack shows up for training only to find a very strange sight. Well, actually, it's the guy's condition that's so bizarre. This fella, Seek, immediately asks Jack to make him his apprentice, too. This totally catches our protagonist off guard. The guy pleads again, begging to become his disciple. Jack, still surprised, just flat out says no. Getting shot down so fast leaves Seek speechless for a second, and he mutters out loud that the rumors must be true. This, of course, piques Jack's curiosity. Turns out, the rumor is that Jack only accepts female